Is that pan non-stick? Because you're not going to be sticking around here very long playing like this. Whoa, lower the lethal weapon, Mr. Cast Iron Killer. I'm here to help you. Okay, let's start with where you drop. Landmark locations have the best loot, but they tend to get really hot. Remote areas tend to be a safer bet, but you might have to pillage a couple of towns before you're ready to rock. Let's say you make it through the initial drop. A circle marked in white will appear on your map. The safe zone. That's where you want to be, because the blue zone is coming to town. The blue zone is a bully, but it doesn't want your lunch. It wants your health, so do whatever you can to get to that circle. Oh yeah, there are red zones too. Those suck to be in. Once the blue zone closes completely, the process begins again, this time faster, and the blue zone hurts more. And just like in real estate, there's less and less room for everybody to exist together. So buckle up, Bubby, things are about to get crazy. In the end, there can be only one person or duo or squad. You get it. Alright, I can't watch this anymore. What are you picking up? 2 pump shotguns, two gas cans, 2 tac stocks, 157.76. No. You may know the basics, but with loot like that, you're never gonna make it past them. It's loot breakdown time. You start with a utility belt, and yes, it does something. On top of that, your inventory space can be expanded by wearing backpacks and or vests. Whoa. Slow down, you maniac. Just because you can loot everything in sight doesn't mean that you should. 30 bandages, 3 quick draw magazines, and 300 ACP ammo for a gun you don't have is probably not what you want to be hoarding. But it might make sense to hold on to attachments you plan on using later down the line. Ooh, nice. So, if you think you should have space for that grenade, check your inventory. I'm sure there's something you could part ways with. And 3, 2, 1. There you go. You get it now. You ever been in a situation where you spot a sitting duck looting a care package so you snipe him with your micro Uzi? Hey you, using that gun at that range is like trying to fight a tiger off with tickles. Have you ever seen a sniper before? It's time to get into weapons. Alrighty, so at any given time, you can carry 2 primaries, a sidearm, and a melee weapon. And all of those have trade-offs, so you'll want to account for that in your loadout. For example, shotguns and SMGs are the champions of close quarters. but ARs and MGs set the standard at mid-range. And if those aren't cutting it at a distance, DMRs and snipers will. Also, don't forget about sidearms. While those might seem like a last resort, they are pretty useful in certain situations. There are some other options out there, but I don't think you're ready for those yet. So stick to the basics and mix it up. Just please don't snipe with the micro Uzi. Oh, don't say anything. Don't say anything. Wait a second. I know you have better attachments for that gun. Before you start blasting, let's talk about them. So, a big part of mastering gunplay is understanding and utilizing attachments. All guns have different slots and options. Some have less than others, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. Take the AK for example. It doesn't take much to get it pumping. But its max potential may not reach a fully outfitted M4 or barrel. However, those guns in their naked state leave a lot to be desired. Some guns, like the Winchester, come stocked with a scope, ready to rip. But it's no match for an SKS with all the fixins. So strategize your loadout depending on the attachments you find, and you'll start to notice that your guns are behaving a lot better. There's our newbie. Oh, he's got the drop. Nice. Keep shooting. Shoot. Shoot. Oh, no. Oh, hi again. Did you think you were in full auto? I remember those days. So by now, you know how to augment your gun to perfection. Let's get it shooting like that too. Many guns offer different firing rates. By default, most are set to single shot. But you can switch that by hitting the change fire rate command. And if you prefer that your guns start in full auto, then you can change that in your settings. There are also 3 styles of aim. There's hip fire, which is mobile but inaccurate. There's soft aim, which is slower but it handles better. And lastly, full ADS, which gives you the most precision at the cost of mobility and field of view. All guns perform differently within those styles of aim, so feel it out on the training grounds. Keep all of this in mind and you're going to be shooting like a pro in no time. Once you get the practice in, you're not going to be sent back to the lobby nearly as often. You've been deceived! Throw a smoke grenade at your feet and run! I was about to explain throwables. I guess now is a better time than ever, right? Here's a question. You ever been pinned down and wish an angel would come and distract your enemies? Well, a decoy grenade is your salvation. Throw one and escape while it steals all the attention. Smoke grenades aren't just for escaping. Use them for quick cover to revive your teammates. But be careful, because enemies can take advantage of it too. Frag grenades go boom, but it's 5 seconds before they do. It's good culinary practice to cook them before serving. Is that jerk not letting you into the party? Show him your invite with a stun grenade and boogie on down. Or if you want to bring the party outside, throw a blue zone grenade or Molotov. And if you really need to cause some movement, throw a C4 and watch them scatter, because they're gonna have to.
Top 5 North America Regional Playoff Day number 1. Number 5. So LG in that position has a lot of vision, and whoever can get control over this hilltop could get a lot as well. The Tokyo Manji gang finds a beautiful angle into this. A 1-2 punch coming up from Zealots and Juarez. Now can they continue to follow up? They've got multiple members up. Been at range has already taken a lot of damage. Hikerman tries to come in, but the nade lands solid. Hikerman trying to defend up Korsak, seeing if he can keep him alive. With Finna having to retreat, he's all by himself, and he can just do nothing with it. Angle comes out, and Zealots just got to read. Shooting at the ankles, he's going to go down, and now it's just Finna all by himself.
Oh, there it is. He does finally get removed. There's no way that you prone in the middle of a road and not get punished for it, but the rest of Tokyo Manji Gaming are there, and Dodge get eliminated.
Number 4. Oldest is going to try to run through the smokes that are down and has managed to move because Colton stepped away from that. He found a vulnerability, runs in, gets the drop on one, looks the other, gets it. Holy hell, Oldest, what did you just do to them? Number 3.
Looks like that does seem to be the path. Kickstart with the grenade at the ready is going to open things up. Ooh,
oh my God. 3 kills in about a half a second. Number 2.
Ayasnaya is a pretty big spot to try and hold. It's good. Oh,
do it.
Oh, wait, do it. He landed the first shot. Yes!
Oh, I've waited so long. Top play of the day.
Grenades at the ready for sneak attack and Lucid, but can they get them in play in time? Oh, that was perfect!
Sneak attack just snuck 2 kills in the zone. Let's make it 3. Bing, bang, boom. No, just stop. Don't go in that door anymore. Yes, just go somewhere else. It's not going to work. Sneak attack is so violent, he even hurts himself.
With results like this, I'll take it. A leap in through the window. Very aggressive, but listen, they had to go for something.
Welcome to day number 2 of PCS7 group stage. Day number 1 was all about how strong Group B was. Unfortunately for Group C, guess what? They're back. I'm back as well, but in addition to just me, I've got my friend Godspeed, who's going to be hanging out with me through the entirety of the day. Welcome, Godspeed.
Hey, it me. I'm excited to be here. Obviously, yesterday was really fun, and today, as far as I'm concerned, it's Group B's last day. So I'm excited to see what some of these teams can do, but it's good to be here, man. Yesterday's games were great. Looking forward for more today.
Well, we've got some action that we're going to jump into, but let's go ahead and do all of our housekeeping first. Let you know how we managed to get this stage and what's all on stake. We've already done our Open Qualifiers for rounds 1, 2, and 3, so we are at the regional playoff stage. 18 games across 3 days, and we are in our second one right now. After this, we're going to have the last chance qualifiers, and then it's a few weeks before we hit up the grand final. But on top of just that, let's not forget the fact that we do also have groups that are going to be going through this. Group A and B were done yesterday. Again, Group B is really strong. They're going to be back again today. So Group C is going to be taking their first stab at everything that's going to be going on. And then tomorrow we've got Groups A and C with B finally relenting what's going on. Let's not forget that in addition to just playing it out to try to qualify for the next stage after this, the group stage does have its own amount of money that's on the table for this. $4,000 first place, going to diminish down to $500 for a grand total of $25,000. But additionally, we have some bonus prizing that's going to go for $250 to each player with the highest kills, highest assists, and highest damage, and $250 for the team with the most chicken dinners, i.e. Sonics right now. But in addition to money, Godspeed, there's also PGC points.
Arguably the most important thing. Again, the money is absolutely wonderful, but this is the final PCS. This is the final major event before PGC, right? And this is for some of the teams the very last chance to punch their ticket. Obviously, you see that check mark for first place. That means the team that wins gets an automatic bid to PGC, and there are quite a few teams that basically just need to get that win. And so obviously second place is 330 and so on and so forth. But yes, this is it. This is the final event before PGC, Matt.
Do note, we're going to be talking about Yoho and Wildcard quite a bit today because they're going to be joining the fray. Sonics and EU United are feeling pretty good about their standings for PGC, although EU United's probably not too keen on where they are in the standings right now. There's a lot that we're going to be looking at going through this. PGC points, who's qualifying, who's in which group, who's going to be playing their last games today, Group B, and there's just going to be a lot to process. So we've got 6 games to go through. We've got no desk. It's just me and Godspeed through the entirety of this. So we're going to try to walk you through every single important step along the way. And I mean, where do you even want to start on this, Godspeed? This leaderboard is still so compacted that so many teams have an option.
Yeah, I mean, mainly for me, I think I'm looking at some of the teams in Group B that just, they didn't get a lot of points. But I think the most notable, you guys mentioned it yesterday, obviously, Luminosity Gaming, right? They didn't make it in the ESL Masters. That's something I don't even really harp on. But now that they're here, they're obviously had a really strong day one, and they absolutely need to make sure that they qualify for this event. On top of that, you have some other teams like Tokyo Manji Gang, who came in really solid in ESL Masters as well, and we get to kind of see the continuation of how they do now in the regionals. I mean, there's a lot of kind of just new teams as well I'm not familiar with, which I think is dope. That's why I really enjoyed some of the regionals. You get to see some of these teams that you normally wouldn't see, and some of them even make a splash and qualify. So I'm excited for that.
Yeah, notables on that are going to be Abstract and Mercy Gaming that are going to be coming back into this. We are adding in Yoho, Wildcard Gaming, Spicy Fish, Short Circuit Gaming, who made a splash in the ESL qualifiers, Train to Go, Immaculate, Adrenaline, and Collector. They may be some team names that you're not familiar with, but I guarantee you're going to recognize a name or two between them.
Yep.
Go ahead.
No, I was just agreeing with you. Like some of these teams are new, but the players within them are either seasoned or names we've seen before.
Speaking of seasoned teams, we've got Wildcard Gaming that I'm wanting to jump in and talk about for just 1 second. This is a team that is desperately wanting to qualify for PGC, so placement is going to be massive for them. They need to make sure that they're doing well inside of this group stage. They're just turning up against Group B, who pretty much ate every single point that could be had and led to that log jam of points in the middle of the pack. This is a ridiculously strong squad. I mean, how many times have we talked about the capabilities of what we can see with Nico's, Adam, and Greg Shot? Now add in Waikakamukau, and damn, is all I gotta say.
Yeah, but the addition of Kikamukau this year, obviously, I mean, this is the former Gas Cans roster. Now Wildcard doing a great job picking up this team. Yeah, I'm definitely looking for this team to obviously qualify and then make a big splash in the grand finals of PCS7, simply because they've been there before. They've been consistent before, and again, with the pickup of Kikamukau this year, I'm really looking forward to what they can do. The team for me that I'm looking at is it's not necessarily like a crazy one, but it's Yahoo, right? We finally got to see what this team can really do when they've had some time with Bale now, which has been an incredible addition to the team. And for me, the thing that I'm actually really looking for is not that, oh, are they going to qualify? I want to see if they can keep consistency, right? Because I feel like that's sometimes been an issue with the team. But overall, I think this year, Yahoo's looked absolutely incredible. Obviously, coming off of PNC, we have Sparking and Shinboy there as well. So, I mean, Yahoo's looking really good, man. And I really liked what I saw in ESL Masters Phase 2.
It's a terrifying squad. When you look at the firepower capabilities of that, if they can just make it to, I would say, Circle 6, woe be to anything that's around them. I mean, hell, whenever we were at ESL, we saw Sparking just absolutely destroy stuff going on around him. This is a roster that any point can pop off and is absolutely terrifying. I also do want to point out, as is tried and true with every single PUBG event, we do have to walk through the schedule for today. It's not going to be a surprise. You know exactly what's going to be happening as far as the map selections and what we're going to be looking at. It's just a basic run through of how we're going to be walking through the basic maps. Miramar, Erangel, nothing too special, all considered. Now, Godspeed. Moving forward into this, with the strength that we saw Groups B having, what do you think that their influence is going to continue into Group C today, or do you think that Group C watching yesterday did their homework and kind of stopped?
I mean, just looking at it, like, obviously there's some pretty big teams in Group C as well, but Group B, I would say, was probably the most stacked group overall. I mean, Sonics, Dodge, right, Luminosity, KV, this is a big teams, but we have Wildcard, obviously, in this one. Yahoo is another big one. Short Circuit Gaming, although we saw them do really great things in ESL qualifiers. When they got to the actual grand finals, they slipped up a bit, but I'm still expecting big things from Short Circuit Gaming. And then obviously Spicy Fish, they kind of didn't really get to start on the right leg in the last event in ESL, but now that they're coming into the regionals for PCS7, I really want to see what Moody can do with the squad now.
Dude, Moody coming back, 1, makes me ridiculously happy. 2, Spicy Fish, we keep seeing almost brilliance. They're the team, I feel like they're the little engine that could. They almost make it so often. They find these strong positions to play from, but then something just keeps happening to them. I think we have seen some more capabilities. I'm hoping that they're going to pop off this time.
Yeah, I think, and you're absolutely right when you say that. And I just think that comes down to familiarity, and then just Moody being back after, a long break, right? And Matt coming in the roster as well. All those guys just kind of getting used to each other and the calling style, regardless of, who's making the main decisions. Obviously, it could be Moody, could be Matt. But another team I want to talk about in Spicy Fish in that vein is actually Adrenaline. I'm really excited for this squad as well, coming in at their Group C, an 8. Zray, Greta is on this team as well, Dylan, and so I really want to see what Adrenaline can do as well. There's a lot of really exciting stuff to see with Group C today, specifically in Spicy Fish and Adrenaline for me.
I mean, whenever I'm looking at Adrenaline, it just reminds me of the old school PUBG Online. We have so many players that are coming back for so long that have just been like this massive history to them. We are going to go ahead and do a quick interview that we had done earlier. Go ahead and showcase you guys and kind of see what's going on behind the scenes with one of these teams. Hey everybody, Matchroom here, and sitting down with Dodge's Ethan to go over some of the successes that we saw yesterday in the first day of the group stage. First off, Ethan, thank you so much for coming by, and congratulations, you're in the group of death and managing to succeed. What are the secrets to success?
Just focusing on yourself. It's really you just have to play your game, even though targeting is kind of something we have to work on this tournament since we're a little bit behind in PGC points.
So you mentioned targeting. Is there specific teams that you're going to be going after, or is it more just a targeted goal such as points per game? What do you mean by that?
So obviously we're 85 points behind BBB in PGC race, and we're 60 behind Luminosity. So just making sure that we're doing better than them is pretty much our goal for the whole tournament. And really, in any way we can do that, it's how we're just moving throughout the games.
So after ESL is completed, you guys have done a roster swap and picked up a new player. What's it like making the transfer from GATS and what you guys are now trying to accomplish?
Yeah, obviously, GATS had this almost irreplaceable energy inside and outside of the game, just as the type of person he is. But Corsac is filling his role better than we could have ever imagined. Like, he's making the game easier for all of us so that we all have we all have less things to worry about. We can just make sure we're shooting people and doing our jobs. And it's just, he's filling in really, really well. It's impressive.
Well, I mean, that's the big component whenever you're looking at this, is just making sure that you find somebody that can fit in and work inside the system. And your guys' system seems to be working very, very well right now. Now, I will say, going back to the group of death, it feels like everybody that's inside your group has been just at the top of leaderboards. We've had like you guys, Sonic's, Tokyo Manji Gang, even Abstract has been popping off in different ways. Were you guys expecting this group to be as strong as it was whenever you were starting off?
Not particularly. Again, we just focus on ourselves. To be completely honest, I only knew that Sonics was in our group going into the day. Like, I hadn't seen the groups yet. And again, we just focus on ourselves. That's pretty much it. It doesn't matter what team's in the lobby, whether it's SA, NA, hopefully out of region eventually. And yeah, it's just constantly making sure we make as few mistakes as possible and focusing on ourselves. It's the most important thing in PUBG.
Yeah, I mean, that is the reoccurring answer. It doesn't matter who we're going against. We play for our strategies. We play for our win conditions. And whoever we're going against, be damned, because we're going to play the game our way. Thank you so much for coming in, Ethan. Any shout-outs or anything you want to say before you go?
It's thanks to all the people who support us. It's actually, like, going into this year, we were a new team. It was me, Finna, Cherry, and Mirage, and it was just something we never expected to work as well as it has been, despite the frequent roster changes, unfortunately. It's just insane how much support we've been receiving. It's an amazing experience to be able to play this game.
It adds something to it whenever you know that you've got some support and there's people that are cheering for you. Yeah. You guys are proving it. Ethan, thank you so much for joining us. Looking forward to what you guys are going to be able to do on day number 2. Hopefully it's a repeat of what you guys managed to do on day number 1. Keep up all the great work.
Thank you. We'll try.
Interestingly enough, whenever we were having a conversation with him after we got done with the interview, Ethan was talking about how him and Gats have been friends since they were like 15 years old.
Oh,
and he came in onto Dodge and now has made a shift off of Bing Bang Boom. And while, yes, he is supportive of his friends and understands the fact that, sometimes you just got to play what's best for you. He did say that there is a touch of a rivalry between them. So we're going to go ahead and bring up the stats, and it feels like Ethan's feeling pretty good.
So far, I'd say, yeah, Ethan's definitely winning that rivalry. But again, this is just like a small sample size. And Dodge did really well yesterday. So I'm not surprised that Gats' stats aren't really, up to snuff, but I'm sure Big Bang Boo will kind of pick it up. And again, with your interview and talking to Big Bang Boo earlier with Roth and the fact that Keenan is now kind of making the final decisions, I'm really curious how that's going to affect the team, and hopefully in a positive way, but we'll see.
Just love the fact that this is what we do in PUBG. We find friends that have been together for almost, I don't even know, several years, and then throw up their stats against each other so that way we can just ruin their friendship, right? That's the whole plan that we've got going on here. We are trying to get everything set and get into game, but you can see the lay of the land right now. Sonics do have a lead over Luminosity, but not too big of one. Dodge is going to be right back behind them, and then this is where it just gets crazy. We got a tie-up between Tokyo Manji Gang, Abstract, a drop-off down to E United, and then, my God, it's just, 28 points all the way down to 22 points from Snow Patrol all the way down to 13th with Fools.
Yep. And then the really important thing to reiterate again is that we've talked about earlier at the top of the show is that each team only gets 12 games, right? So this is Group B's last day for regionals. So whatever they put out point-wise is what they're going to basically kind of go into tomorrow, hoping that they either qualified it, whether they did enough or not. Because again, top 6 go to the grand finals of PCS7, and then 7th through 14th are the ones going to LCQ. So yeah, those top 6 spots. Group B, this is your last chance.
And they're, even if it is their last chance, most of them are already in that top 6. And it's, it's a pretty strong performance. This definitely feels like a group that's going to be able to assert authority on everyone else. And I want to see if Group C can stop it, because it was just a landslide of Group B yesterday, just wins, big plays, back and forth. See if maybe Group C can try to stop that. And if anything, Group A is now praying that whenever we go to Sunday, they're going to have the opportunity to make up some of those points, because right now it's feeling very B biased.
Yeah, well, it also depends on exactly how Group B and C do today, right? Because A has to wait for tomorrow. They already played their first 6. And so depending on how much further the leaderboard gets pushed, these teams will obviously have to adjust to that tomorrow. And tomorrow, I believe, it's A and C. So we'll see what C can do today as far as their first day of play. B is obviously going out. But it's going to be an interesting group to see, I think, A and C tomorrow as well, with the teams and some of those rotations happening. You're
saying that we shall see how it goes?
I did not say that. Nope.
Look, Toffee's isn't here. Somebody's got
that was
jokes.
That was you, buddy.
Look, we're going to continue making bad jokes, but we also need to take a quick look at our top 5 damage dealers from yesterday. Look at that. Ethan and Hikerman.
Ethan and Hikerman yesterday. I totally forgot, but I'd written it down that I want to talk about it today. Ethan and Hikerman yesterday. Ethan specifically I've just really loved watching his growth as a player over like kind of the last couple years, right? Like he has really started to turn himself into a kind of like a star player on basically whatever team that he's going into. Hikerman's obviously been so solid this whole time, and he's always been a really strong player. But for me, Ethan, and just listening to that interview and his attitude overall, man, I just really like that kid. I like that kid a lot, and I really like. I've been enjoying his evolution here.
I mean, Shrimpsy, it felt like he was the guy for Sonics yesterday. Apparently, Tig picked it up at the end, finally out damaging him. But sometimes we do need to take a look at assists. While it is kind of not the most loved statistic, it does show how much you're assisting inside of the fights that are going on around you. And this is where really Tiggerton was shining yesterday.
Yep. I mean, Tig, that's kind of the thing with Tig, though. Like, we'll see him topping assists and kills and knocks, right? So it's like not really all that surprising. I mean, it's we also joke about it. I'm laughing about it now, but just think about, I mean, over the years, Matt, like how impressive it is that Tig is still expected to be on the leaderboards, and he is on the leaderboards. You know what I mean? Obviously, it's nice to see Penta here as well, Snakers, Swin, and Hell of My Bat actually as well. But yeah, it's just a second to talk about how impressive that Tig is so consistent still, like years into the game, years into competing, and also streaming and doing everything else. So big shout out to him and Quinn as well.
Massive YouTube channel, and the only player right now that I feel has figured out how to dual wield sniper rifles, because that's the only way I can figure out how he's on so many charts and gets all this damage at the exact same time. It's absolutely ridiculous. Got another top 5 that we're going to take a switch over and look at, so that way you can get a feel of what's going on. It's going to be Hikerman, Roth, Penta. Dude, Dodge yesterday was so good. Also, shout out to Stone Storm.
Yes,
I was not expecting to be as good as they were yesterday, and they were great.
Frickin' Storm. I think one of the games he had like 6 or 7 or 8 like alone. I mean, he did incredibly well. Hikerman. I mean, Hikerman was just popping off, absolutely popping off yesterday.
I mean, Roth back behind this with 14 into a 21 is just, that's a hellacious difference. And whenever we're looking across 6 games, that is absolutely astounding. Good again to see Penta in this spot. I know that there were some questions regarding Luminosity and how they were going to move through this one, but they're finding their legs and they're doing it. They fixed whatever was going on. I mean, sometimes some downtime does help, and it does feel like LG has come back much stronger, but it still does feel like it was the Dodge show yesterday. So much fights.
Oh, and especially like if you're a team like LG, like sitting out an event that, I mean, let's be honest, like they should have qualified for, and they'll be the first ones to tell you that. Like it's frustrating and it's annoying, right? So luckily, like I know Kurt and the rest of the guys, like I'm sure they just used that as fuel to make sure that they came into this event and they came in stronger, because those boys were gutted that they didn't make it, you know, and I'm glad they're obviously here, and I'm not surprised at all they're in second place. I mean, we've seen this from LG how many times in the past? They'll kind of slip up in one event and then they'll come back stronger, and then they'll place like top 3 the next event. So I would imagine that's probably going to be the case here. And so far, nothing has kind of indicated to me that it's going to be out of the norm for them.
I've seen Kurt's like Twitter account, and whenever I'm looking at it, it just I get the vibe that he feeds off of rage. So if anything, not qualifying is just going to step him up and make him even stronger than he was before. I do want to say, while we're looking at this, we were talking about like Dodge and the strength that they had inside their fights. It should be noted as well that Sonics walked away with half of our chicken dinners yesterday, which is a massive statement in and of itself.
Walked away with 3 dinners. I think were 2 of them back to back, and then I think they won like the I think like 2 of them were back to back. Regardless, Sonics obviously started very strong. They had 72 points on the day. Luminosity only 5 points behind though at 67. It's obviously been a tight race for those two. Again, this is just regionals. This is the last day for them, but it doesn't surprise me at all that these teams are giving it everything because they want to make a statement, especially for Sonics who are already guaranteed PGC. They still want to win PCS7.
Well, speaking of figuring out what's going on with a lot of these teams, we have a pause that has popped off. So we're going to take a quick break while nope.
Don't you dare, Matt.
Just got a call set. No, we're not going to do it. I guess that they fixed it. I thought I was about to have to go into a lobby and
about to come into the next window.
Start backing down. But apparently the admins got a hold of it. Everything looks like it's being resolved. Godspeed.
I was about to step in your box and lay down some, don't you dare throw us the break. We are here.
I'm just doing what the overlords tell me in my ears. I gotta do. You heard it too, Godspeed. Don't throw them in the bus like that.
Did I?
Chat already thinks that I've got the go button over here.
I'm waiting for you to press it, man.
Oh my god,
here.
Pastor, talk too much.
Let's just go in game. Press the button, Matt. Thank you.
There we go.
Jeez.
Shh, don't
cheese and rice. Cheese and rice, Matt. Get it together. We're at beautiful Melted Power, by the way, if you weren't aware.
Yeah, I feel like we might see. Well, actually, we're not going to see action here from Melted Power. We might see somebody make a rotation drop, but United is not in our matches today.
They are not here. Correct.
Instead, we're going to see how much is going to be brought out specifically by what teams we were talking about at the start. Yoho Wildcard are our PGC, I guess, hopefuls is the best way to say it, and see what they can do. And looking at Tokyo Manji Gang, you made the joke earlier, and I can't see it as anything else but Tokyo Manji Boo Gang now, and thank you for that.
It's, I think it was Poro that was roasting me because every time we were casting together, I just said Maji instead of Manji. But I like this team a lot. I really, really like this team a lot. Obviously, they kind of made a really nice splash in the qualifiers for ESL. And then in ESL itself, in the grand finals, they had some good games, they had some bad games, but overall, I feel like for a new team, they really showed us that they were here to play. And so now coming into the regionals, I'm excited, man, especially, again, Colton and Zealot for me, although Juarez and Hollow My Bad have been wonderful, I feel like that duo just worked so well together last time we saw. And then as far as Hello My Bad, I feel like, again, I'll say that guy is incredibly mechanically gifted. I feel like he's very good, and he could potentially be a problem in the next coming months, next year specifically. Yeah.
Tokyo Manji Gang better make sure that they're making him nice and comfy, because I feel like a couple of teams could have their eyes set on him. I do also want to point out that the plane path did go over the canal right next to Military Island. I didn't see it connect too much with the land, so I would say just assume the fact that we're going to see this going to the north and the island itself.
Pretty chill circle, honestly. Nothing. This is about as vanilla as it gets for Erangel, right? You're all the way basically on landmass. There's no possible way this thing is going to do something weird with water. Worst case scenario, it shifts like north to cube, like, oh well. But yeah, most of these teams are actually going to be able to get something comfortable in the center. Maybe West Coast. We'll see some teams kind of rotate around. I could definitely see Wildcard kind of skirt the West Coast and get some information. But this is for all intents and purposes, Matt, this is a Gatka circle.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I don't want to say anything because whenever I said that yesterday, we ended up in Quarry with a cruel circle. So I'm just going to keep my mouth shut.
I could go.
Luminosity told me I had to. So I'll make sure to carry that on from yesterday. Yeah, dude, I got a DM from Luminosity itself to say stop casting her. I have learned my lesson.
I see. Well, I haven't gotten any of those DMs thankfully yet, but yeah, this is a pretty kind of honestly normal opening for this group, and I'm not too upset about it. I think that last time I casted, there was some wild circles yesterday, but nothing too crazy. And I'd like to see these teams kind of get their footing underneath before we throw in like a Millie base or something weird off the coast. Because
I like the fact that you're just waiting for that, though. You've now joined our side entirely. Godspeed.
ESL was really crazy. There were some really crazy circles that forced, and I think the reason, a lot of people like crazy circles just to watch the chaos, right? I specifically enjoy crazy circles because it's really neat to watch a team adapt and do something kind of out of the box that works. And those are the reasons for me that make those kind of messed up circles for these teams so exciting and so enjoyable to watch. And then
Exactly.
sometimes those teams just get stomped because that circle is just the most unforgiving thing in the world. It happens.
Like, I know that there's the running joke about the fact that I just love to see like all of this crazy stuff happen. What I want to do is I love to see sections of the map that don't normally get attention.
Yeah, exactly.
And see teams and how they feel to play these spots, because it's almost like a surprise on these dips that they feel are strong that somebody else might not know about. Or in addition to that, whenever you start turning on the pressure, I feel like that's whenever we really see teams. No, stop! Don't look at the doll. Thank you. That's when we see the strength come out of them. Sometimes, let's be honest, rotations can be rote. Some of the fights can be rote. Positioning, whenever you get to those god compounds, can be quite strong. Shift away from that, and suddenly the tables have a chance of turning. Whoever reacts fastest and has the capability of figuring out the keys to success in an odd circle really showcases their strengths.
I mean, the saying goes is pressure makes diamonds, right? So
yeah,
it's very clear that, and there's been some really impressive players where pressure does not get to them at all, and they've been able to shine. I think for me, even though he's not played it at Kick, has been like definitely one of those players, especially on the international stage. And so it's really cool to see those circles kind of get these amazing plays out of the players and teams alike. So although yes, the players, especially when I was a player, those messed up circles were obnoxious and they're really frustrating. Sometimes it can lead to some pretty exciting stuff.
Yeah, I mean, the players are always supposed to be trying to play for the most efficient, right? That's the running thing about esports in general. Players are supposed to try to figure out how to break the game. What's the best weapon? What's the best loadout? How is everything configured? And Nate is trying to figure out the best way to approach this, but it looks like the rest of his team is just cresting that hillside. Not a fear in the world. And you said you wanted to keep an eye on this team, and right off the get-go, it's going to be Protege going down, and they're at least going to get first knock, possibly first blood as well, but might be discouraged away.
Yeah, this team has a lot of experience. Adrenaline has a lot of experience between Zray and Aid. Greta's obviously been around for a while as well. I'll be completely honest, I'm not terribly familiar with Dylan. Potentially a player that I've known with a different name, but overall, I think this roster is really, really strong, and they have a lot to offer, especially, again, because they've been around for a while.
The trap is run through. Looks like SF is just going to cut through this path, but LG is going to let it go for now. Well, I say that. Tailwind's going to pop off and take some shots into him, but looks like that's just going to be kind of some shots in the butt to make them continue on their way. Luke and Purdy probably will not be able to get an angle in time to be able to follow up off of that. And Pat might be in an awkward spot. Are they going to come back and try to save him? That might lead to a firefight, or at least an exchange of bullets.
Luminosity as well. Again, they have to cross. They've had to deal with Spicy Fish before. One team generally will leave before the other, but they're currently waiting to see if anyone's camping. Luckily for them, no one is, but we'll see what Spicy Fish's play is. And meanwhile, ADR, Adrenaline still just kind of hanging around waves here, and they're taking up a good amount of space. They have to be careful of their backs, but yeah, I mean, I'm sure they have someone scouting that, so they can definitely take up the space for the time being and either dictate some rotations or just kind of wait it out.
Assaulting in the Badlands is so strong because of the way that you can maneuver around through it. So I like the fact that they're being greedy there. They just have to make sure that nobody crashes them. Yeah. As with the circle at this stage, just being crashed, holding off different angles is near.
Just because it's so open. Yeah, it's just very open at this stage, right? But I think again with their spread, it's not bad.
Okay, so Purdy's going to watch these go down, take the shot.
Camp from LG. Can they actually get something?
Oh, there we go. An exchange back.
Oh my God, they get everything.
Luke 12 and Pinta goes down as well.
That's two for Donix.
This was a messy fight for both of them, so let's see how this is going to line together. Donix is down that hillside. You can see Alo's trying to see if he can spot him out. Does manage to get it, and now should be able to get the rest.
I mean, pretty successful, all things considered, right? They had 2 knocked, but they didn't lose anyone, and I mean, they sprung that trap really quickly, and Donix with a heroic effort gets Penta and Luke for the double knock, but not able to finish it out. And that was honestly, I mean, that was well played by LG. They've gotten rid of the team behind them, and now all they have to do is focus on the team that potentially is camping the bridge, which to their delight, they'll find out soon there is no team camping, so they're good to cross.
That was an interesting fight just due to the fact that it happened around that bridge area. So you really saw that Spicy Fish was just trying to get by, and
they were just trying to
rinse and repeat off of it, just force them to come through. Ace is going to go to that eastern bridge, and looks like that's going to be the rest of the column. Everybody else is playing center just around the fields, should be no surprise to anyone. I do want to remind everybody that we do have a squad stream. if you guys would like to, just down in that bottom right corner, right next to the follow button, you can go ahead and click on that. And whenever you do, you'll be able to watch both us and the map at the same time. And I promise with circles like this, you're going to want to keep an eye on that map.
Yep, map is always really fun to watch. Especially if you're just trying to learn about, like, you know, something as simple as rotations, or you can see kind of some of the decisions these teams make. I would highly, if you're watching us, just turn on the map. Why not? Turn up some squad stream. I was curious if TTG actually, Matt, was going to camp, potentially cube, and maybe try to cut off a rotation, but it doesn't look like they're doing that at all.
With the circle, it wouldn't surprise me. That I like the idea on sitting there and waiting, but I'm guessing they're assuming that everybody could have probably already gone at this stage. And while they might get a reward out of it, I don't even know if anybody's going to be going through that one.
True. I mean, they could also use that as a staging area after the circle shifts and technically be the last ones in.
Strong.
I mean, even if it goes south, right? I mean, that's kind of the strength of if you watch, like, think about what United does, right? Like, they would potentially, like, stay in a position like that when the circle closes, because then they'd be the last one in the north, right? And then they can come down knowing their back is clear. It's kind of the strength of a play like that. But either way, yeah, rotating into the circle is obviously also a good play for them as well. We're just curious if they were going to do it. I mean,
going into the circle has its merits every once in a while, you know. Looking through, Tokyo Manji Gang might be bumping into Abstract in the northeast, but I feel like that's just a rotation potential, just shooting.
Yeah,
there we go. Back's going to go ahead and get away from that. No, nothing else happening. And there you go. We've got a Gatka circle, so this is pretty much going to be the nature of the beast until we need this. See this next circle.
It's about to shift as well. Most teams coming in, again, we didn't really expect any difficulties, and it is actually going to go north. So all of a sudden, that team play looks real good. But yeah, a lot of this teams now, obviously, it's centered up towards the south, and we'll have to rotate in. And this, I said there wouldn't be too many water shenanigans in this circle, and there really still aren't. It's just the top side now, yes, we'll have to deal with crossing that bridge. I would imagine that most teams are going to position themselves towards the south, right? We do have one team going towards Cube. I like that a lot. But
this is
and that is
about the only ones either.
Yeah.
Everest could be quite strong in this one, and we haven't seen anybody go for any plays. There you go. Mercy is making the run up the hillside, and several teams are going to be falling back behind them. I feel like we might have an Everest Foothills storm brewing there with, looks like we have Wildcard as well as Immaculate. I think it's also over here. Mercy is trying to hold this foothill position. And here we go. It's just a quick rollout, and now it's going to be Mercy having to regroup quite quickly while they were looking up that hillside. His sneak attack is off in the distance, and Martins is going to go ahead and get the drop on one member of Immaculate.
Oh, and they're all okay. I mean, this is North Gatka here. Things are potentially looking to get a little messy here. This is not the worst compound to share, simply because you can see that kind of divide between the two stories and the former yellows. They're teal now, but you can kind of coexist here. The problem is the longer you do that, especially when Circle is posting and other teams start to surround you, the worse it is to try to get out of the situation. So I wouldn't be surprised if one of these teams tried to push the pace here and get the wipe, but at the same time, if they don't do it, it's also not surprising. I guess nothing here would surprise me.
This has led to an awkward logjam. We do have PUBG that's just going to be
becomes
northwest.
A stalemate, basically.
That was a nice little peek that went off onto this one, so being patient with it. Dodge was wanting to come into this angle but couldn't quite do it. Exact is going to go ahead and get the flush onto one. Mercy doing a good job of just holding this line that they have set up with two inside of one building, one off the side of it, and just having a rotator around to make sure that they can defend up is providing a solid wall that nothing can go through. The wall just distance there, you can see it's going to be Dodge members trying to drive around and pass a different wall that Wildcard is trying to set up. Looks like we do have Short Circuit Gaming
taking antenna
down a point as well. Yeah, but this isn't a circle, so I guess
no, it's not. Yeah, it's a good area. It's definitely a good area to scout from. The other thing about that fight is no one is currently on Everest, right? So Mercy is. This is kind of their window to attack, because once someone gets on that mountain, they can just take free shots from down below. It also looks like SCG is actually just headed that way as well. So this is about to be an absolute mess in Gatka North.
Oh, yeah. It's just everyone's now coming in. making the run by, hearing the fact that there is a firefight going on. Sonic's also on the opposite side of that fight that we were looking at a second ago with Immaculate and Mercy. Everybody is trying to get involved in what's going to be going on. SCG now coming by, got a knockdown Sneak Attack, and now Sneak Attack, who are doing such a great job on defense, are finding themselves just outnumbered. There's just so many teams around. Neverhorde jumps into this one, and it's just an absolute bloodbath back behind this one. Wildcard, here's what's going to be going on, and this is now assaulting back behind the Immaculate side of this, so they're not even safe.
Wow, this is an absolute mess. I thought maybe SCG was going to try to go up top to Everest. They had scouted it. No one had really been up there, but I guess they didn't see. They decided to go for the third party, but they came in the backside and they immediately got 2 knocked. Luckily for them, they were able to take out 1 Mercy member though, Matt, and this is actually centered up on Everest as well as Crates.
Oh, damn. This is going to be... Okay, this is about to be a mess for a ton of things. Everest is going to take
already?
a lot of space. We still have the river. We've got crates that are going to be inside of this. I mean, there's a chance we could shift to Georgia Pole crate fight. When was the last time we saw that? Even we can still have Everest, and now Wildcard is making a push in, and they're assaulting the backside of what's going to be going on. This is... what do you do if you're Mercy? They have just been pinched so viciously.
And I like this play from Wildcard, realizing that this is their opportunity to come in, right? But again, they can basically just kind of sit here and wait for this fight to now settle. As Vox is going to go in, he's going to find just one member of Mercy left. And yes, Wildcard can now just sit back and wait because they are edge. So even if they take their time with this fight, they don't necessarily have to push, but they're going to use the opportunity of Mercy fighting to try to get this cleared. I love it.
Oh, I love this coming out from the last member from Mercy, sneaking away, realizing the push was going to be coming, move back into that area. Got to be careful because it looks like Neverhore has already sniffed out what's going to be going on. Adam does have a back angle that he's playing on this and might be drawing some of the aggression away. Yep, no, he's going to go down anyway. It was a 1-2 punch between both teams to go ahead and finish him out.
Yep, it was. Wildcard, though, very smartly wrapping around towards the hill so they can kind of get around it and chase the team of SCG. And now SCG has to respond, but they're all sitting in the same building, and this is rough. This is very rough.
Wildcard just doing wildcard things. Nice throw from Waikikamukow. Is it going to open up the breach, or are they just going to continue to harass? Going to go ahead and follow it in, throw the Molotovs off, and that was pretty close. Got to make sure you don't hit your teammate in the back of the head. Great shot looking through, but let's not forget Sonics are using this opportunity to just go ahead and bypass everything that's happening here and now working their way up on top of Everest. Peek onto the side of it, Waikikamukow looking in, and it's going to be fights now happening everywhere. Within about 300 meters of this location.
Yep. Literally everywhere. And now Wildcard, again, they're not necessarily pressed to end this that quickly because they're edge. They can start their way up the mountain knowing their back is clear. But the longer they take, a team like Sonics, we actually see Shrimzy already on the backside just trying to third party. And that's it. Wildcard has wiped SCG, but now Shrimzy has the information on the backside of that. And he's going to back it up. I was going to say that could have been an issue, but Wildcard cleared that just in time. And now Shrimzy realizes that his window is gone. Beautiful stuff from Wildcard.
I mean, Wildcard just playing exactly the way that they want to right now. I do like the eyes on this coming out from Sonics, realizing there was the potential for some free points on that, but are going to be denied. Okay, now then, everything else that's been going on. LG are trying to come into the north of the circle. You can see the fact that they are right on the edge. Purdy is still on the outside of the blue looking in. He's playing that northern Georgia Pole area while making sure to provide a covering angle so the rest of the team can get by this ace position. This is kind of its own contained fight, but we do have Yahoo that is holding off to the east as well as Tokyo Manji Gang that's going to be holding down in there. This is... okay, Everest is the big feature inside of
Everest
it.
Everest is it, baby.
Going to stay on Everest. King of the Hill, let's go.
I actually loved I love watching and casting these circles, and I actually really enjoyed playing Everest circles. Fighting on that mountain, it can be frustrating sometimes, but most of the time, at least for me, I really enjoyed it. I really enjoy the elements, the little nooks and crannies. There's a lot of ways to outplay on Everest as well. Sometimes it's unforgiving again, but overall, I really like playing these circles.
Sonics are going to be pretty rewarded early for getting into this position, as well as ADR. I mean, do you like? I know the fact that there's merits to both sides, but whenever you're looking at this, do you assault the east or the west side?
It depends.
Circle is like
it's exactly that. You do it based on the circle, and right now Sonic's position on that lower west, that southwest side is money, right? Because the circle is there. That's their back. Once that closes, they know that all they have to worry about is pushing up towards the peak and then pushing down the other side. So their back will be clean the whole time. This is a wonderful circle for Sonics or any team that would essentially hold from their position. ADR. It's a little more frustrating because they have to sit in the middle and try to hold the East. And the East is, I mean, let's be honest, Matt, the East is where most of those teams are going to try to come up, right? And so unless they go for like some weird South wrap. And so, yeah, ADR just has to be really conscious of when they fight and be really conscious of when they do fight. They'll probably get third party from either side.
We do see the fact that Abstract has already gone down. Don't insult any team for trying to navigate this circle, but Tokyo Manji Gang Zealot's going to find Balefrost as he was going for a lineup of
Find
his own.
two!
Whoa, another line. He's got that rock that is covering him so well. Easy peeks coming out that one.
For sure he had that.
I thought so too. He's got to be careful now as he does have LMI Bad that is down around back behind him. So he is pretty much on his own isolated island. Once this kill point, my God, that nade almost took him down.
Man, that's so unfortunate. Zealot almost had that second knock, and that's really what he needed to survive. I'm not quite... Yeah, he's going to get knocked to the blue. Still a hell of an effort.
Right as soon as they get the res on the other side of this Colton, they do have now the high ground and the inside track onto it. LG says, screw all of that. We're just going to go try to bypass it, and they're making a mad dash straight at Everest. It's going to be Sonics that are shooting down into him, but they did a great job on navigating the shots in between. Colton is going to go down back with Yoho, and they're just going to come rolling in. Jump that, hell am I bad? That was aggressive. I see the premise in it, but man, that was...
What an actual hold from Yahoo, honestly, Matt. That was nice. That was very impressive, especially because it started with Zealot getting a pretty clean knock, almost a double there. They were able to hold that edge. Beautiful stuff.
I mean, this is just a complete mess. I do want to point out when LG made the shift into this one, they did lose Purdy. He went down. They are using the brakes on those cars and the parking brakes specifically to get as much cover as they can, using the dips up the hillside. This is something we don't get a chance to see too often, is just a full defensive line. And guess what? Yo, they seem like they have the exact same idea. They're coming in just a little bit higher back behind them. Gonna jump out, and Penta gets an instant drop onto Poonage. That was red. Grenades are gonna come through. Sparking already takes a ton of damage, and it's gonna be Shinboy running up, just trying to get into cover.
It's just Shinboy now. And this is such an awkward place to fight. So honestly, big kudos to Luminosity for being able to hold this, especially because they're on the lower part of this. They have the low ground.
I mean, that was just beautifully defended up from the
Shinboy,
lineup
though,
into the nades.
I was gonna say he could still make something happen, but it was Hustlers Academy, I believe. Yeah, from all the way downtown.
So you've managed to get a foothold on Everest. You're feeling pretty good about that, except for the fact that there are about, I don't know, 4 teams that haven't made that trek just quite yet, and instead are looking at trying to pick up kill points on people trying to assault that cliff facing, and right now not finding too much success. But as the circle is going to continue to crush everybody into it, they might find something. I'm looking at this, and we still have, I believe, Maddie that's just driving around trying to find somewhere to go. You can see him on the mini map there. Everywhere he goes, there's just bullets or somebody that's taking shots at him, and he can't find a path in.
That's because there really isn't much to play. You're either playing the side of this mountain or you're pretty much not playing anything right. Like, even if Matty wraps that circle and he finds something back there, I think if anything, he's just trying to get some information on the east side. But yeah, it's just Everest. You either play Everest, the base of Everest, or you're dead. It's kind of your only choices here.
Oh, wild card in that sneak in. And wait, we don't even get to talk about that because we have TTG that is trying to come into this. Multiple members now down for LG. It is just Luke 12 looking off into the distance, seeing if he can get some more knocks, and he has a toy that can provide it. Issue is look at that mini map and how many people are coming after. Yeah. The smokes are the only thing that's providing cover, but that means that he can't see out either.
He really can't. I mean, we saw he tried to go up and potentially get a shot off, but I mean, he's just getting pelted from every single direction. Unfortunately, as well, Penta and Alo have both gone down. But at the very least, I mean, Luke can sit here for a bit. He's on the edge. He's not technically going to get pushed because there's 2 other teams that could potentially gatekeep for him. So he has to make sure he just doesn't go down at range. That's going to be Luke's biggest danger here, is potentially going down at range.
And with that, I mean, we're starting to see Hustlers Academy having to move in. They're being shot from everywhere, while Luke is as well. And our high ground teams are just loving it. I want to point out, while this is going on, Wildcard is creeping up on top of Everest. You can see it's Waikik and Mukau has managed to crest up there. Sonic's very caught up and just trying to feast on everything they see around them. At 5 kills already, make that 6, and soon to be quite a few more.
Farming damage, I'm sure. I mean, they've probably gotten some knocks here or there as well that we can't really see or we missed. And I'm sure they've done an absolute just nightmare amount of damage on some of these teams, and they're continuing to do so. And again, this position, the way that they came up the mountain and right when that circle closed, I mean, it was basically the best position, and Sonics took it.
Okay, so we're at phase 6. We're already down to our final 4. This just happens sometimes. Is now Sonics are going to go fishing with dynamite and just dropping nades on top of everybody. The circle did shift to the east away from them, but they've got the tools to just continue to wreck what's going on around them. Wildcard is making the assault up and looks like they are going to regroup with Waikika Mukau. That means that it could be danger for ADR in a while, but let's be honest. TTG on the bottom of this hillside is the one that's going to feel the most pain.
Yep, TTG is all but getting hunted now and eliminated. Sonics want to get rid of this last member so they can either just use this side to push or just know that it's completely clear. And yeah, I mean, this is a wonderful play.
Greg
and
Shot
they should be able to
ADR.
pull it off. Yeah, ADR actually losing 2. Greg Shot, you're right. Wildcard pushed up on that mountain late. ADR's been here kind of on the side, and Wildcard is taking the benefit or the better part of this fight.
I love the way that this is lined up.
Tig.
Multiple members down, but left Tig up on top of this hillside and is now harassing, going to start laying into what's going on into this ADR wildcard fight. Wildcard had the aggression, and they had the advantage right until Tig showed up, and that's going to provide enough of a distraction now for the rest of his team to regroup and climb back up the hillside. This is just continually being a Sonic show.
Yeah, either way, though, I really like the way Wildcard has played this game so far. Even though they are in a bit of a rough situation sandwiched between 2 teams, they still have 3 up, and they still have a good position to fight from. So as long as they can just either push back Sonics a little bit with some damage, maybe get a knock, and then focus on this last duo, I mean, they still have a chance to win this game.
This is getting hard to manage between everything that's going on. And I would be surprised if it slows down to some degree. Wildcard doesn't want to let the eastern part of this slow down, but Sonics have no need to over-aggress. And Greta gets a drop on Waikika Mukau. This is making it more of a survival situation coming up from ADR, but it's going to be Nikos on the side. Now it is just down to Dylan, multiple members for Wildcard. But guess what? With those exchange of knocks, that means that Sonics are now on a full charge this direction and are trying to make sure that they can mop this up before anybody gets a chance. Dylan, if he holds out long enough, might be providing some benefit for Sonics, but already going to go down. Wildcard is just surrendering more and more territory as Sonics have managed to get control over the top and the center, and I'm now looking down into Wildcard.
And that's going to be a bleed out there for Kikamuka. I don't think they could have gotten him up. And that was a hell of a knock coming out of Greta. She did not let up at all, and because of that, Sonics in a 4-on-2. I mean, it's not over yet. Adam found a knock, and especially with his underneath flank, if Mime is not careful, Nikos could definitely turn this around.
This has got to be careful right now. Tickleton's going to go ahead and throw this one through. Adam gets away, but still takes a massive amount of damage. Adam's still been down back behind them. Are we going to see the read come in? Oh, that nade is going to bounce away, but the pan was going to come over with the distraction. Mime is going to get the angle into Adam. Now it is just Nikos up, trying to flank behind, get some damage in. Position revealed. He did put in some work, but both of these teams are going to be feeling great with the kill count, the position, regardless of how this ends up. But Nikos wants to go for this win. It's not going to matter at the end of the day. Sonics continue their massive chicken dinner streak so far with another 13 kills.
Man, that's it's making it really hard for the rest of the lobby as they're just sponging at points. 13 kills, 2,300 damage. Excuse me. I think Tig had like 700 or 800 of that. The rest of them at least had like 300 or 400. I mean, Sonics were just farming up there, but big shout out again to Wildcard. The way that they played that game, the way they approached that earlier fight underneath and got north, and then the way that they had to deal with ADR, who also had a very good push themselves. That's a hell of a start for Wildcard. It's exactly what they wanted, and that's what they got. They played for it. They earned it.
The big takeaway for me on that one is going to be Wildcard and the strength that they managed to come out in that first game. We were talking about the fact that they want to make sure that they get in a good position for BGC. That's the way to do it, right off the get-go. Getting in a second place, massive amount of kills. No disrespect to Sonics, and again, high kill count, and also going to go ahead and get first because, yeah, sure, let's just go ahead and give them a 4th chicken dinner out of 7 games, please.
I mean, again, the way that game played out, and I knew the second they took that Everest Mountain with that circle pop, it was going to be very hard pressed for any of those teams to take that kind of lead away from them, right? That position was so strong, and they were able to get it so early with no other teams around them that at that point it was just them making sure they cleared their edge, and they just pushed forward and cleared the rest of the mountain. But again, Wildcard had a hell of a game.
Well, if you like vertical fights, let's not forget that there is a new map that has come out that has a lot of verticality in it, depending on the section of the map that you go to. That is going to be Destin. It's the latest 8x8 map to enter rotation. Destin features new utility items, new vehicles, and brand new weapons. No matter where you're wanting to go, it's going to feature some fun, new, like, just places to play around. That's what I love about it.
It's a wonderful map.
Every section of the map has some new interesting site. Like, just look at what we're looking at here. It is an absolute fun map, and it is an absolute beautiful map. Make sure you jump in and find the area that you want to play the best. Because, I mean, Godspeed, where do you like to go whenever you're looking at this?
I definitely like. Oh man,
There's so much, man.
I'm just gonna say the Ferris wheel because that's Poro's favorite too. He loves that damn chicken, that giant
Ferris
chicken.
wheel. Every
Not a fan of the
carnival location.
I have not had good experiences there. So,
dude, I was talking about that yesterday. Every single time I go there, I feel like I'm never the person that's high enough in the location. And while I'm trying to snipe somebody, I'm getting sniped. And it was exactly how that last game went on Everest. So if you want to see what it's like, Destin's a good way to figure it out. But we're going to take a quick break, get set up for game number 2. We'll see you in just a few minutes. Oh, it was a high ground fight of high ground fights. It was a continual push to Everest, and Sonic's early rotations just favored them so well, picking up a massive amount of kills. Gonna go ahead and finish it out in style, and that's just Sonic's in a nutshell, right?
I didn't
catch it.
I didn't realize the ban was thrown at the very last second. But yeah, Sonics, I mean, they had a hell of a game, as did Wildcard, the team that they took down to win that game. And so that makes, 4 chicken dinners now for Sonics, which, I mean, at this point, I think they're probably somewhat safe to qualify to PCS7 Grand Finals. But yeah.
I mean, yeah, I feel like they're pretty good right now. Just 2,340 damage and game, feeling pretty good. 12 grenades. Most of those probably just slowly rolled down the hillside into anybody that they wanted to drop it on.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't honestly need to use that much utility, right? They didn't use any smokes because there was absolutely no reason to. I mean, they were just raining down hell on all the other teams, whether it was, Tig farming with a whatever, I think he had a mini or something, or just tossing nades. I mean, they cleared out that side of the circle beautifully, and also, had 13 kills for that win. So big points. Big points.
Yeah, that's going to be a massive game for points. We were talking about it was still pretty close in some regards. I feel like First is going to have a pretty decent jump into it. Also, we said the fact that it was pretty compacted around the middle of the pack. There was a lot of 26s and whatnot. Wildcard, welcome in. First game, you're already jumping right into the thick of that one. So, I mean, they've already made their statement.
Yeah, they've absolutely made their statement. They started off really strong. They were able to get this early push onto SCG, and I believe it was Immaculate, right, in this compound fighting before they even got here. They made that push. They were able to get quick knocks, and then they even had a play where they sent, I think, Kick and Mukau up the mountain early by himself. I think he was underneath Adrenaline before the rest of his team, and so that as well, that positioning was just so smart. Honestly, all their decisions were just so spot on this game. And,
I mean, you can see Mukau right there on the mini-map.
Yeah.
Whenever all this fighting was going on and everybody was looking to the north, they just kind of snuck in. You can see it happening right
really
now.
Smart stuff.
And it was so cleanly played that they just popped up in the most unexpected ways. And while all that fighting was happening in the east, Sonics just decimated the west.
Yeah, they cleaned up the west completely. And again, a hell of a try from Adrenaline. I think it was just down to the duo of Greta. And I know it's Dylan, but I see the capital A and I just want to say Dylan. Dylan. But yeah, Greta had a really clean knock, and Adrenaline had been fighting up this side, and unfortunately they weren't able to get it. But either way, it was a really good start for both of those teams. Sonics, I mean, they already had a really good start yesterday. They're continuing that, yeah. But for team
Wildcard feeling pretty good. Train to go actually.
I didn't realize they had 8 kills. Good for them.
I mean, if you were in the north, I think that they were the latest rotating team. They were just all about farming kills.
They were one of.
And that is the way to play it. Trying to push in, you saw how many teams got destroyed. LG even got there pretty early, and it was just so many teams on the outside that were doing damage into them. Overall, now you can see 20-point lead over Luminosity. Dodge going to be back behind that. And then we've got Tokyo Manji Gang, Abstract, United, who is not playing today. And then we see our newcomers trying to assault in, and it's going to be Wildcard, still holding out at that 15th place position, but already almost caught up to the teams that were playing yesterday.
I mean, we even talk about Train to Go coming in the north and getting kills, but I mean, if you look, they even got 4 placement points, right? So they even placed really well. I think they were the team that Sonics came up, the last team on the west, but overall, I mean, yeah, Train to Go, awesome surprise. Didn't expect that, but I'm really curious to see them this next game now.
Every single time I see the Train to Go logo, it reminds me of the Team Gates logo from way back in the day.
Oh my God.
I don't know what it is about this group stage. I just keep having all of these throwback things. I keep remembering stuff from the early days of PUBG. So it's that can just happen inside the group stage. Sorry, I get nostalgic for the days of old every once in a while, but I'm still loving everything that's being brought right now, as that game is perfect. Remember, Godspeed, we started off the game, we're like, oh, it's a boring game. And then it wasn't very long after that.
I was going to mention, I mean, it did start as a very vanilla circle, and then it quickly pulled 2 hard shifts to the north into Everest. But I mean, I thought that was a really good first circle that showcased a lot for some of these teams, and a lot of the teams actually scrapped and got points where I didn't think they would. Again, Train to Go, I didn't expect they had gotten out that many points, but man, they had 8 kills, and they, I believe, had a top 5 finish, so good for them.
There is a lot that you can break down going back and looking through the map in that game about how different teams rotated in, because we didn't get a chance to even talk about some of the things that were happening before we even got into the jump off point into the fight around Everest and what was going on in the north. And as people were kind of moving around, I do want to point out the fact that we are looking at Sonics versus Wildcard. Remember the fact that Sonics, did play yesterday as well. So if this seems slightly misbalanced, that's why.
Yeah, honestly, this is actually, I mean, pretty decent for one game versus 7. I mean, Wildcard has gotten a really big start. Ignore that 15th place because, again, after one game, if this is the average that they pulled for the rest of the day, I'm pretty sure they would be in the top 5. So, Wildcard.
And I want to remind you guys, whenever looking at this, the average kills and the average damage are based off of the total amount of games. So don't be like, wait, they only got 239? No, that's if they had played all of the games yesterday as well. So that is, the average placement still holds up with everything that's going to be going through. Top 5 damage, it's going to be Tig at the top. Nico's back behind him.
Actually, you're right.
We've been talking about these.
You're right.
Games, right.
Sorry, real quick. Yeah, that logo looks very Team Gates-esque. I just saw because I didn't see it up close, but yes, that does kind of look like that. But Karam with 519 damage.
It's a good day when you out damage Mime and White Kikamukau. There's something to brag about there.
And even Kikamukau like that, I like that play so much because it was a risk. He definitely could have been spotted out by Adrenaline, but the fact that he was able to sneak up and the fact that they only sent one was smart, because if they sent 2 and one of them had gotten knocked, the potential for both of them to be lost in that fight would have been pretty high. But yeah, he was able to sneak under, hold his position, and then he popped off at the end, getting a few knocks and helping clean that up. Obviously, again, the Sonics came over and won, but just a really impressive fight for them overall. Honestly, I really actually liked the fight that they had earlier with SCG more. I mean, that was a really clean come-in compound third-party wipe. So good stuff to them.
And again, don't discount teams because the fact an Everest fight can be very difficult. And specifically, whenever you look at rotation distances, stuff like that, a lot of those things are factors whenever just getting to points. Like Sonics heavily rewarded for getting there early, but also heavily rewarded for controlling so well. LG coming in from the north did try to bypass a lot, but it's going to be one of the reasons they did go down early. Yoho as well.
Yeah.
You know, that's a team that's got capabilities. Don't just immediately be like, oh, well, Yoho did terrible in the first game, so they're obviously not playing well today. Everest do Everest sometimes, and you can't hold it against Everest.
Well, I mean, like even for a team like Yoho, right? Like they had that really kind of weird scuffle on I think it was like the east side of that circle when they fought. It was Tokyo Manji, right? Yeah, it was Tokyo Manji gang where they had gotten that scuffle. They were able to actually win that fight, but then coming up to the mountain, they pulled up above LG, and that spot. I mean, that spot wasn't good for LG, and it certainly wasn't good for Yahoo. But again, realistically, those are kind of the choices that you're forced to make when you're playing Everest, especially when there's still so many teams left.
I mean, I love Everest games because they showcase so much of like style and technique and how to assault different things, because there's so many factors. Just even the top of Everest is so complex how you play it. I still want to go back to that point where we saw Sonics send multiple members back down the hill to make sure to clear that out.
Yep, so on the north side,
They had control all around the west, all around the north, and then could move into the other firefights with it. That showcases exactly the way that team wants to play. They don't want anybody coming up back behind them. They want to control everything, and then they want to initiate at always the right time.
Well, I think another important thing to talk about as well is like for LG specifically is like they did an early camp on Spicy Fish, right? Spicy Fish didn't even really get to play that game. They got wiped immediately. I think they were even the first team to go out simply because of that bridge camp LG had set up, which was a really good setup on that camp. And you know, because of that, they didn't get a chance. So we'll see if there's any adjustments to be made there for Spicy Fish. We'll see if potentially LG tries that again, and who knows.
Coming into our second game, going back in, seeing the fact that Mime, Spartacus, Adam, Tiggleton, and Nikos, no surprise, the amount of work that they managed to put in. We've been talking about them for a reason. Now, here's hoping the fact that we're going to be able to chance to, I don't know, talk about Yoho. I would like to get a chance to look at them. I will say that Train to Go is looking like the fact that they might be a surprise team.
Yeah.
Whenever we're looking at Group C.
Game one was not bad.
You often see newer teams go, okay, well, the circle's there, let's just send it. And it's a very heads-up decision to go, no, let's play pack, let's kill everybody that's going, and let's use that to keep our points per game up.
I'm curious to see what their approach is going to be. Again, they just kind of pulled into the north side of that fight and basically, or of the mountain, and took whatever fight they could to get points and survive in the top 5 and top 6. And so if that's something that they can do consistently, I'm all for it, man. I'm absolutely all for it. Dodge, I mean, game one wasn't great, but they are sitting very pretty, or they were sitting very pretty in third place with 62 points coming into today. So I'm sure they'll make some adjustments and probably have a better game here.
How dare you, Dodge? You didn't do great in every single one of your games. We are going to be judging you so hard. Also, Abstract was kind of quiet in that one, and I've got some hopes for them. Whenever we did our interview with Sonestorm, he was very humble. He was like, he said the fact that he has respect, and their team does, for the top dogs inside the lobby, and then just making it into the LCQ is what they have their more logical sights set on. But I do think that is a team that might be able to creep past the LCQ if they can manage to keep it all together.
Sorry, I actually didn't hear what team did you say that was?
Abstract.
Abstract. Yeah, I agree. I think Abstract could definitely make something happen here. I mean, it's a pretty interesting roster against Snowstorm. I think popped off yesterday. It was really great to see that from him. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Abstract could make something happen. Specifically, just looking at their rotations, right? They seem to make some pretty solid decisions overall. And as far as team fighting goes, I mean, they've been proven to be pretty capable so far. I like this team. I definitely like this team.
I mean, okay, Circle is a thing to talk about. The river is going to be at the bottom of the south. That's going to make it complicated.
Oh my goodness.
Some of the rotations.
What is
if somebody decides to like camp? A lot of water, no Zarky in it, so not necessarily most fun. Hey, are you going to be able to do it? We saw one yesterday. Oh,
yeah, but that's like a mutant. It's like not as good. I don't know. I was never really a big mutant fan. I think when that gun first got released,
at the start, right?
I would like 3x burst at like mid range, and it was like okay. I mean, if you have to use it as like your DMR, it's not it's not the end of the world. Just put that bad boy in single. But there's so many other guns I'd rather have in that second slot, or just any slot. Sorry if I'm hating on
something that's interesting that's going on. Yeah, this is weird. Short Circuit Gaming Richie B is being just hounded by Sonics who are not in Pachinki. I mean, he's having to full D up right now.
Wait.
And
they don't know he's in the shack. Interesting.
CCG is coming for this, and I think that they might have had a chance to loot. You can see the fact that Sonic's loot is not in a good position. So Richie B just holding out here is massive for him.
Yeah, but Mime just took a member of SCG out that's not even in this compound. That was somewhere else entirely.
There it goes. Are we Extreme coming by? Gonna go for the shots. And Richie B does get the down onto Shrimsy, but H1's gonna go ahead and get the down and flush. They should get the res. And what is the rest of Short Circuit Gaming going to do now?
Well, it's just down to Extreme and Vox, and this is not really the greatest start for them. Obviously, as a duo, they can still make something happen, but if anything, to me, this is kind of continuing what happened in the grand finals of ESL Phase 2, right? SCG was the team that looked very hungry. They came in from the qualifiers and they looked great, but they just couldn't really put it together. I mean, and
I'm just confused.
I just don't want that to continue. Get
Sonics there?
I don't know. I'm not sure how Sonics got there, but again, like just going back to SCG, I just hope that trend that was kind of starting to pick up for them in ESL doesn't continue here. This isn't the greatest start. It's just 2 games, but I want to see the team succeed because they're a solid roster. It's a good team, but they have been struggling a little bit.
Well, a team that we have a lot of hopes for is going to be we had a chance to sit down and talk to Balefrost earlier, so we're going to get some insights on what's going on as they're doing a smidgen of shelter looting.
I would say our goals for PCS7 is definitely to get like top 3 in order to like have a good confidence boost going into PGC. Right now, we're like basically 99% qualified for PGC, so we just have to do like decently well. But we want to like end on a good note basically before Worlds.
Keeping it dark in the room so you can focus on the monitor and focus on the kills that are going to be coming and focus on not hitting that rock.
Well done, Bale. Proud of you. I would have hit that rock 100%. 10 out of 10 times.
I would have at least turned the wheel in the air to try to avoid it, though.
I feel like you would have turned towards it.
Maybe if you were in the car, I definitely would have. Especially if there was a team on your side.
That is terribly toxic. That is terribly toxic, Matt. I won't stand for that.
We do need to get into Destin. That's going to happen sometime this week.
We do. As long as we don't drop Ripton, I'm cool with that. I'm cool with that.
Everybody's got their own
swamp bayous, you know? Many biomes.
We can go back over to Sunken City if you want to play Erangel. Same thing, right?
Debatable. I'm very curious if this circle pulls down south, which I think it will off of the first shift, but if it doesn't, I mean, playing this north coast is going to suck.
Wait, Battlex, what do you... I guess he's just going for some loot down in this. I don't think there's anybody that they need to dodge from.
No, he's hiding in the vehicle so that if they if and when they do need to leave, at the very least, no one's going to see that, and the tires will be safe. Because generally, generally when you hide vehicles in the dip at the end of plane, I mean, they can get naded. The tires, if someone's pushing, you can get shot out. But that's a nifty little place to hide a vehicle.
I don't actually see it happen too often.
You don't. I
thought that he was going to regroup with the rest of his team, but I guess maybe he's the forefront for them. Tokyo Manji Gang now coming in, and just an iron sight coming out, looking down into the ground that Wildcard is going to be holding. They did a shift from Severny and have now done a 2-2 split into the compounds along the road at Crossroads, and now also over here at Shooting Range. That could be greedy.
I'm sure. Who was that? Colton? I'm sure he's loving having nothing but iron sights.
Oh man, it's so good, right?
Oh, that sucks. That really sucks. I guess mini iron sights aren't the worst, right? Like I could think of worse iron sights. The AKs for one, I actually love.
AK is the worst.
The thing is, I love that. Yeah, love the AK. Hate the iron sights. Scar, really hate the Scar iron sights as well.
I mean, I just can't even aim down sight. It's just going to be hip fire, and maybe it'll work. Speaking of somebody that's going to be looking down sights, Dirty Zin is aware of where ADR is, but ADR is doing a dance around. The rest of Immaculate is going to be kind of spread across the hillside down below him. I feel like this is more of a, hey, we're just going to hold this and see if maybe the circle leans into the south. With the amount of water that is to the north,
I mean, it should. It should, right? Like, obviously, the players expect it to go south just because that's what it should do. But we have seen, especially phase one, I mean, it technically can still retain a big majority of that northern coast or that water, and so that poses actually a real issue, not for the teams in the circles, although they will have to rotate eventually. They'll get bunched up. That poses an issue for all the teams that are still rotating in. I'm talking about Mercy, SCG, Spicy Fish, who finally made it off of Millie base without getting camped by LG this time. Sonics, not so much. They're going to be able to take a foothold on Razak, and they can actually kind of slow roll this in from the south, so I'm not terribly worried about them. But yeah, there's still quite a few teams that are not in the circle. They're going to have to deal with potentially a really kind of abstract and awful shift.
Well, a Severny early firefight has the potential of brewing right now. Yahoo has come in from the eastern point on this one. You can see that it is Tokyo Manji Gang that do have a member that is trying to hold this out. The other members are playing a warehouse to the southeast of this point, so Yahoo has majority control. But there is another team that is going to be playing to the west of Severny. And the only thing I can see is the fact that it's just going to be some gray underneath a stack of a whole bunch of other colors. So I don't know exactly who it is just off the top of
CLR? Oh, yeah.
Is it CLR?
Yeah, it is CLR indeed. That is the collectors.
Got some fans in chat. I saw you guys coming in to support your team. I love that, especially the community. What's coming in?
Sparking
is going to get spotted out from Hello My Bad and already going to be and picks up a vehicle. Hello My Bad just says,
it was still rolling.
Now I have a way to get out of here.
Colton's like, yoink, we'll take that. And yeah, that's kind of the risk that you run when a circle is this far north and you're potentially trying to clear out Severny, right? Just happen to be Tokyo Manji again waiting for them. And so Yahoo now knows there's at least one team on their south in Severny towards that tip of town. Crossroads is also being held. It's actually an interesting split by Wildcard. They have two in Crossroads, and then they have the other split in Shooting Range itself. This is a good split potentially as far as like getting grounded information as well as just holding for a circle shift. But it is prone to being crashed. So they have to be careful about that, especially Crossroads. But if they sound bigger than they are, then yeah, it's very possible they actually just maintain the position.
Let's come into this one, and with the sound of vehicles, it looks like Dirty Zin is going to step away from it. Circle is going to pop. Keeps a Rajak in play, as well as Severny, so it's just going to be our few Western teams that are going to have to crunch in some more, but there's still plenty of places to play, as long as you're willing to do a long wrap. If you want to try to push that Western side, nope, you're pretty much dead.
Yeah, the west side is almost a no-go, but the problem here is like even rotating through the north and the south is going to be incredibly busy, right? The way this hard shifted to the southeast caused so many rotational issues for the teams that are trying to come in, simply because what was old center is now new edge, right? And that becomes generally the issue with this hard shift, especially with so much water in play.
Collectors do spot out Luke 12. It looks like they're going to be collecting a kill point out of that one. The rest of LG is coming to reinforce. This is very far to the north. As we said, the fact that just a hard push directly into the western side is going to be difficult. Looks like LG is trying to breach the northern areas for that, and they're going to have at least one team in the collectors that are going to be waiting for them. Smokes out. They should get the res, and looks like they are also going to regroup. Multiple
Hazel needs to get out.
Can provide cover.
He needs to get out like now. Oh, goodness.
Ooh, this is greedy and could be a problem for him. Taking some shots. I don't know if he's even aware there's a player to his right. No.
Tried to warn him.
Barely gets away.
Hazel has to be very careful because Alo is pushing. That nade might. Oh, that nade. It is. Oh, that was beautiful.
Oh. I guess he can be a mid-range god sometimes as well, as Alo finds that one. And collectors now have to be careful as they have drawn the attention of an LG that is mad from last game. And while they look up taking shots, notice the fact that Purdy Curdy is wrapping in a vehicle and looks like they're going to be getting pretty close. The separation coming out from collectors could spell a problem, as it does look like they're trying to make sure that they flush this one out. Triple OG is trying to hold out Alo, but just his positioning is stopping anybody from capable for going for res.
I imagine that LG will probably be able to. Yep, there it is. With the no less, Purdy's going to silence Hazel. And that's what I was worried about for him, right? He had an initial good position. He was able to stop that push and kind of push back LG. But the problem with that position that he was at and the way that they were holding him back at the compound is that coastline is actually really conducive to a wrap, which is exactly what Alo did. And he was able to get that knock, honestly, fairly easily. It's a beautiful nade as well.
There are some long-range shots that are going on, so if you see those happen in the kill feed, I wouldn't be surprised. H1's probably going to get rezzed. TTG is still holding down the wreckage area, as it looks like Mercy might be eyeing an approach up that hillside. It's pretty close, but I think that Mercy might play the opposite side of the hill, which could put them in immaculate sights. There are a couple of pathing options here, but nothing too crazy. Really, the closest range combat that we have is LG looking collector's direction, and I feel Purdy Curdy opening this up is probably going to be the go sign if he can find the angle that he wants into it.
Yep, all he needs is a nice juicy little knock. I mean, honestly, even getting a shot off in someone's chest, just ripping their armor, getting that damage out there is potentially enough for LG to make that play happen. So, not surprised if they make the play, but at the same time, they're on edge, they're encircled, and they can take their time. It's not necessarily something they have to push, so they will be backing off.
I mean, they have an easy path. With the repositions now that have come in, that western side is more open than it was. The shooting range area was a death trap a moment ago.
They can scout that too.
Yeah. Mercy now making their push in with the blue zone having landed, and the circle shrinks yet again. Wildcard in a favorable position, as well as Hustlers Academy holding down the high ground on shooting range. So going to see a continual press into those hills and really just looking down the low ground into crossroads.
Hustlers Academy need to be really careful, though, playing on the side of that massive kind of like hillside that goes down into shooting range. So far, they're going to be okay, but if other teams start surrounding them, it's going to cause many, many issues for the squad.
Well, Spartacus and the rest of TTG do a good job of defending up and forcing Mercy around, but that means the fact that Mercy might have the inside track on him. Tokyo Manji Gang, who we saw involved in some action earlier, are going to find some new company as Abstract is also coming in. They were running a split. The rest of reinforcements are going to be coming. Colton running in with, I believe, still his stolen vehicle, is going to find an angle into this one and get the knock-in rolling through. So Abstract has got to be careful. Tokyo Manji Gang is going to have multiple angles to try to hold them out, even now leaving the compound that they have control over, because they just know that they have that much control on this area.
Yep, they absolutely do, and this is a really nice split. Abstract is kind of being funneled into this point. Now, obviously, a lot of smokes being utilized, but they're going to make that push inside, and Juarez, the lone member inside the warehouse, wants to hold this, and he can't. He's knocked. Zealot now.
Messier and Messier by the second.
Yep.
Tries to go through. You got to be careful not to shoot his teammate. Does avoid that. What is his down? That was, man.
That was some trigger discipline, though. That was some crazy. I don't think he actually shot. I think he waited for him to pass through. That was really good trigger discipline. But now SCG, this is a duo. Remember, this is probably their best opportunity. They can just make it up, but no, they're going to get shot off. That would have been perfect.
It's going to be Tokyo Manji Gang, Yahoo, and Wildcard that are going to be shooting at this duo. This is just find somewhere, man. Anywhere you think this is going to be safe.
Fairly aimless at this point. I don't really think they have a plan.
A tree. Something.
Unfortunately, I mean, no, because even if they stop at that tree, they're going to be sitting ducks. This is just all bad. Vox knows that.
Rock. There we go. He made it.
I mean, he's in for now, and he's alive. That's all that SCG can ask for.
Mission impossible accomplished, right?
Yeah, but again, the start of this day has not been great for SCG. I really hope Vox can make something out of this, and then they turn it around next game, because I'm rooting for that team.
Yeah, that's the issue. Is I feel like we're looking at so much growth in the North American sub-region. Like so
Not
many
so much
of
an
these
issue,
squads are
but
so strong. Well, whenever
yeah, it makes it an issue for other teams
moving forward.
Yeah, for sure.
It's so hard to qualify. I am very impressed with this group stage.
Yep, I've just been impressed with the region stepping up as well. Like I said, I think obviously Sonics and United and LG and our top teams really starting to push the envelope of what's expected from the teams that are coming up, and it's elevated the whole scene. It's been great.
I want to point out that we do have a member, Dirty Zin, that's moving pretty close to TTG's position as the circle has moved to the hillside yet again. Galfrost going for some feats as he's going to go down.
Juarez.
That was a good shot coming out from Juarez.
Good trade,
Yahoo has
though.
been holding this position, and it's not been going well. They had a member knocked just a moment ago. Now here comes Tokyo Manji Gang trying to capitalize off of it, but it's going to be wild card at range that's continuing to harass them down. This is getting messy very quickly. LG also coming into the north. Looks like they found a pathing for them. And, man, Yahoo is just getting assaulted from so many angles.
I think it's just down to Shinboy, and that even isn't going to be enough. He is down and dusted, so Tokyo Manji Gang will make quick work of Yahoo, with the help of other teams as well, but what a position for them to take and actually hold on to. It's not even in the circle. They did all that fighting, and they still have to move forward.
A lot of teams are about to have to make some desperation plays. We can see that Ace is looking into Spicy Fish. TTG is hopping in a vehicle. Looks like they do have a foothold inside the circle, so they should be able to get around Immaculate, but they do have ADR that's going to be uncomfortably close to them. Immaculate still trying to figure out what they're going to do just to the south of this position, while Sonics are shooting up at the range, because Sonics actually have a pretty decent split where they've got control over most of the circle down there to the south.
Yes, that is a juicy little position that they have for themselves. That split's actually really strong as well, because as you said, they can just take up so much control of this circle. Meanwhile, Alo is going to spot some members of Mercy. Can he get the... Oh! So close. Doesn't get the knock. He's going to get the nade, though. This is going to be huge. That should absolutely be a guaranteed knock.
With the bounce, is it going to go where it wants to go?
There it is.
And yep, going to pick up one. Purdy's got to be careful peeking into this. Not a lot of cover. Does get the hillside vantage. Now, Alo looking into this is going to be continued.
Oh, they're going to get the flush. How unfortunate for LG. Purdy's going to go down completely.
Well,
So
I
now,
mean,
I was going to say, off the back of this now, they still have to be very careful, because Mercy in is a very precarious position, right? LG still has a lot of control. But the other thing here is LG also doesn't have, I don't think, too much time, because of TTG or even a team right below, or excuse me, the team just to the east of TTG, the Hustlers Academy, they could just peek over and start doing some massive damage here. So this fight needs to conclude as quickly as possible.
Warren's in the position that he's been, even with these knocks, they're not going to get the instant takedown. So now it's a matter of, oh, no, they already know where he is as well. So patience is going to pay off. Luke
And there it
Troll
is.
playing that
Nice,
high ground
clean wipe.
does also mean the fact that they have a path into this circle. On the south, it's getting messy. Remember that Sonic split that we were talking about? Well, they're getting some vision on what's going to be happening over here. Spicy Fish is in some trouble. It's going to be Ace that's going to be making the move into it. Well, we also have Wildcard that's crunching in from the north of it. So, Spicy Fish, Ace, I bid you adieu, as you're about to have a massive problem in amongst yourselves. While you might be able to win the fight, you're about to have a whole bunch of people coming after any kill point that you can try to pick up. Ace already down to 2 members, still looking in. This is the new circle has popped and shifted to the west. So even after this fight, you're going to have to continue a trek of several hundred meters.
And it's crazy, because Tig is actually just holding Ace and Spicy Fish essentially by himself, right? He realized these two teams were fighting. He came up and he eliminated their anchor, and now Tig can basically do whatever he wants. Granted, they're probably going to back off because Circle is posted and they need to consolidate and get back in. But I mean, that was just really disgusting control from Sonics, specifically like Mime and Tig holding off that right side. Mime was just holding an angle so Tig could do whatever he wanted. I mean, that was really well played.
I mean, Tig still sees what's going on inside the circle itself, so
And he's still
is
taking
playing
shots.
pretty patient. Yeah, I mean, he can referee multiple fights.
Yeah.
He's multitasking like that. Waika Kamukau is going to be the wild card side of that, who is still staying behind, as the rest of wild card has gotten a position inside the circle. Ace.
That was almost a really nice nade.
Okay, looks like they're going to go for a long wrap. That's going to put them in vision of Waika Kamukau, the rest of wild cards, and potentially LG. Can they manage to navigate the gauntlet? They are going to pass through. Actually, Spicy Fish stepped down to go after them, and Waika Kamukau took shots at Spicy Fish instead.
I feel like it's just a series of unfortunate events.
Yeah.
One after another for Spicy Fish, man. I mean, they're just getting the raw end of the deal for sure. But I mean, even looking at the shots that Sonics was taking earlier with Tig, I mean, they were doing that so they could soften up the team and take a new position in the southeast side of the circle. I mean, so smart.
Ace, you're trying so hard, but there is no vulnerability in the circle. Nikos has got the rock control. They're still about to have to move in. The Blues coming in right behind them, so smokes are going to be down, but Nikos already in position, and he's just going to be waiting on to this. No cap, where are you going to go? Nikos already got vision on one, doesn't get the knock, but he can make the assault in. Goes for the around, and no!
Wait a second.
No cap manages to get a knock, and a flush is going to happen, so Ace at least manages to get a kill out of that, as they have managed to make it to the rocks, but now they're going to have to deal with a very pissed wildcard. Nope, never mind. Simply Matt's going to go ahead and finally finish that fight from before. Hey, and guess what? Draven's now involved in something as well.
So that was a really nice little C-swap there. Unfortunate for Kikamuka, but now it's Ray and Adrenaline. I mean, they are still 4 up, and they have been fighting on this side for quite a while. I mean, even just looking at their ADR here.
I mean, this is just so much that's happening over here. ADR is separated out. They're going to go ahead and finally have Immaculate go down behind them. That means that TTG as well as Hustlers Academy are going to be the teams that they're having to contend with. Pinta is still alive for LG to the north, but right now we do have Wildcard that's doing more of a wrap right now as they have to be careful. Sonics is on the hunt for them, and it's just a foot push. Adam is all by himself.
Why don't we just get a little Wildcard listening right now, Matt?
One on my rock. 2 on my rock. There's at least 2 of LG and 2 of TM here.
TM's white. It's just LG.
LG.
It could be on that low right.
What's that? Fuck!
And Tigre.
My bad, dude.
That placey. That's alright. I
I have that response as well. It just happens sometimes.
I've blurted that out a few times after dying, so I'm not judging. I mean, they actually, that was really an interesting little listening, excuse me, to take into account. Just if you ever die, I mean, look at how many comms they were feeding to Greg, right? As dead teammates. That's kind of something that I always harp on, is like, even though you die first, and yes, it sucks, like the amount of information that you can keep track of or feed your team while you're that dead man is so important.
I want to point out Sonic's movement right now, though. While we still have the map up, they have now realized what's going on in the north. Tig was harassing all of this. They were aware of what was happening. And with the foot push, they now find themselves in control of about half the circle again, as everybody else is going to be fighting, most notably Hustlers Academy and ADR. This has been a continual fight. Dodge could be coming up back behind them. Pinta does see what's going on at range, does take down Zray, but has to be very careful. Hustlers Academy now finding themselves a target of multiple teams as Dodge is coming in back behind them. And surprise, surprise, Tig is now separating out and is going to try to start getting vision on them as well. And Hustlers Academy, you now have 4 teams. Every other team that is alive other than you are looking for you, and that is going to make your life real hard at the top of this hill.
I mean, they've stayed alive this whole time. They've even been doing damage. I mean, they have only 1 kill, but they have done collectively, I think, at least over 600-700 damage. So they're doing it. They just can't get the kills. Finally, they are starting to see some knocks that could maybe be finished, but it's just down a Protege.
There's just no cover to be had. He wants to try to get this off, but I mean, look, the nades are going to be coming in. He takes a chunk of damage off of it. Protege is just trying to hold up, but no, he's going to go down. He did get the knock onto one member for Dodge. They're going to go for the rest of that, but hey, there's still a roaming Sonics that heard something happening, and they just want to come and say hi.
And that's what I was worried about Hustlers, though. Even from the beginning of the game, Matt, when I was talking about it, I mean, they were in a decent position, but eventually they were going to get surrounded, and that. I mean, luckily for them, it was later in the game, but man, they did a lot of damage. Couldn't come away with any kills.
I mean, okay. I know I'm a massive nerd, and I don't know if you guys know much about Star Trek and what is the Vulcan hello. It's roughly what happens whenever you meet somebody new and you're worried that they're going to attack them. You just attack them first, so they're threatened by you. I feel like that's Sonics. Sonics is just saying hello to everybody by attacking them. Dodge now already in trouble. Good nade that's going to connect in. ADR is going to go ahead and get spotted out as well. H1's going to find Corsac. Dodge is just trying to cling to life with a Sonics just roaming around. ADR does hear what's going on. Looks like they're trying to backstab what's going on to Dodge. but they have to be careful as now they're just going to find themselves more and more collapsed. Sonics owns everything in this circle. No reses are going to work. Nothing's going to happen. And ADR is running right into them, which is the exact opposite of what you want to do. Everything is falling apart, and Sonics are just casually walking. I would be surprised if they're whistling while this is going on. It's just a very simple walk in to see what's happening. And there you go. They're going to spot out the last surviving member in Dylan and 4 members cresting the hillside. It's a valiant attempt. Pans coming in every single angle. They already got a throw kill. Are they going to go for punches? They're just bringing it out. They're trying to take him down.
He's getting points.
They're going to go for the swings, and it finally goes down.
The thing is
this might have been a problem.
Yeah, I mean, trolling and everything aside, I mean, he was getting points, right? That's, I think, 2 flushes he potentially got off the Sonics, and that could potentially help him specifically because that's also, I think, Adrenaline's second top 3 game. So really good stuff from them. And yeah, Sonics just, I mean, they pretty much did whatever they wanted to do in that game. It's been pretty disgusting watching them so far in these lobbies because they've just been having their way with everyone.
Sure, a 5th chicken dinner. Why not? It's just an above 50% win ratio right now, and a competitive environment for PUBG. Easy. I mean, everybody does it all the time, right, Godspeed?
Yeah, totally. But again, more importantly, that's 2 back-to-back games. I'm really impressed with Adrenaline. It was a team I talked about a little bit at the top of the show. It's a team that had a lot of experience, and they've been showing it. They've been utilizing that. And they've been finding good success in these first 2 games of their group play.
We were talking about Group B and how it's just a death grip on points. Well, Sonics are just taking the lead in Group B on top of that. So we're dealing with I guess a scarcity in points right now that could lead to some inflation for some other people. If you live in North America, you know what inflation's like right now and how rough that it can be. So everybody's going to be trying to make their climb. We're going to do the math to figure out what the actual value of a new point is going to be from here on out. But we're going to have to do some math on that. It's pretty complicated. So give us a few minutes. We'll be back in just a few. Sometimes it's a hard-fought victory, and other times it's just a subtle stroll as just going up and wanting to shake hands. Look, see, Sonics are such good people that they want to make sure that Dylan has a ton of equipment at his disposal for the fight that is going to be coming, giving him some fisticuffs and then finally giving him a couple of bullets as well. So it's just a plethora of things to choose from, right, Godspeed?
Yeah, I mean, they threw pans, mollies, but again, for me, the most important part of that is that he actually did manage to get a point, you know? You take those. You absolutely take those. And 1v4 against Sonics, too, when they're trying to pan you and flash you. If you get one, that's a victory, and that point's going to help them because, again, that's 2 back-to-back finishes in the top 3 for ADR, and that team is looking good so far, looking very good.
I mean, if there's anybody that knows to make the most out of every single point in a fist fight, it's going to be you, Godspeed.
Yeah, yeah, I guess you're right. Sonics walking away with 12 kills, 1,500 damage, and look at that grenade usage again. They actually had to use some smokes this time around. They were not on top of Everest. They didn't have that clear and concise sightlines without the need for smokes.
Yeah, this is just... They were just dropping nades on everybody. That was such a impressive amount of plays coming out from Sonics, from rotation positions. They just read the circle and what was happening in it cleanly. Having that side position constantly just harassing and letting the rest of the team move around. It was just nasty to see going on. And I feel for the teams that were having to deal with it.
Yeah, and we talked about it mid-game, right? Like, Sonics came into Rozhok, they were south side, and I said, like, yeah, they're just going to be able to work this, like, pretty much as clean, as slow as they like. And, I mean, it's exactly what Sonics did, right? And that's what they're going to continue to do, especially if they get positions in circles like that. And so it's not surprising. The fact that they've won 5 is kind of crazy already. I mean, because there are obviously other really good teams in this lobby, but I mean, they're just farming right now. There's really nothing else to say. It is just regionals, but again, I think Sonics are here to make a statement.
I feel bad. Like, this is the circle right here. You can see what it's like. It's just so hard for you to find it, where there's just minimal cover and hillsides.
Yeah, this circle specifically was rough, as you're saying. Like, that hillside that these teams were on, that Tig was kind of policing with Mime. I mean, there's absolutely nothing to play. I mean, even with a vehicle and a rock, like, you're pretty much going to be open to an angle. And so a lot of these teams had to make this really harrowing fight on the side of this. LG was one of those teams, and they had a lot of kills to their credit. I mean, they came out of that hillside battered and bruised and eventually got wiped, but they were killing team and player after player.
It's you can't even call it aggression. It's just clinical movement. They knew exactly what was going on everywhere. The only thing that I can say is messy was their throwing. And gosh, I mean, they just couldn't hit somebody up with a pan when they wanted. That's the only thing that Sonics sometimes has some trouble with.
I mean, he was putting on the moves, but looking at the leaderboard now, another 22 points for Sonics, but more importantly, LG getting another 15 for themselves. And Adrenaline, another good game. Dodge as well, finding themselves in the top 4 there. They had a good amount of kills as well as a nice little placement. And Tokyo Manji Gang, again, finding some consistency as well as Wildcard, especially for Wildcard. That game wasn't that great, but the fact that they were able to get 5 kills and 1 placement point, I mean, that was a good salvage from Wildcard.
I mean, Hustlers Academy out-survived Luminosity, and you can see that they are 6th in the overall point totals just because of the fact that they couldn't pick up the kills. Luminosity was just its own behemoth in what was going on to the north until they had that mix-up around shooting range that caused them some problems. Still right back behind them, though. It's Sonics still having a firm lead, but you can see the fact that Luminosity is still trying to keep up with it. They do have that separation away from Dodge now, and then Dodge has a separation away from Tokyo Manji Gang. This is starting to feel comfortable, but don't forget, many of these teams have played more rounds than
Yes. That being said, though, I'm just going to say it now, so there's no reason to be all mysterious about it. At this point, Sonics, with still another 4 games to play today, I'm 100% confident that they're going to qualify for regionals, right? So one of those slots is already being taken up by the Sonics. I would argue even Luminosity as well, as long as they continue this trajectory. And so that only leaves, technically, Matt, only 4 spots to play for in these next, 10 games? So,
yeah, I mean, this is problematic. I do like to see that Luminosity even whenever they go out early, are finding ways to make sure that they keep their point totals up, because we talk about that all the time.
Something they've
Points per
always been
game.
good at, though.
That's how you qualify. Well, except
For the most part. Yeah, obviously they weren't there, but I'm saying in general, Matt, yes, that's something that they've always been pretty good at.
But
you're right.
Drop the ESL conversation pretty much from here, because they're not the ESL Luminosity. They're back to being, they're full powered. They're understanding what they need to do. They're PCS LG. There you go. I like the term for that.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right there. They were able to pick up the points and basically scrounge up what they could in that situation, because they were coming off of a pretty rough fight earlier with Mercy on the bottom of that hill, again, underneath the Hustlers Academy, and that position, even for Hustlers Academy, I mean, they were doing good damage, but again, their position was not conducive to actually finishing those kills and getting those points, and eventually they were surrounded, but they still managed to place decently, so good on them for that.
Yeah, this is some of these circles can be more difficult than they appear. Our two today, we started off with what we thought was Gatka circle, that then shifted over to Everest. This one had a lot of water in it, and then suddenly moves to a hillside that's pretty much barren of cover, and you're just having to wrap the lower ends or the higher ends to try to break sight lines.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I have gotten a lot of weird circles when I've been on the cast, and I'm not going to complain because they've been really fun to cast. So if it continues to be that way with me here, then great. If not, I'm also fine with some regular circles, but these shifts have been pretty crazy. Pretty crazy.
Last game of Erangel for the day, looking at the plane path as it's going to be coming through, is going to be very northern, going over Georgia Pole and still ending up north of Lippo. So if you're a southern team, you can still probably drop to it, but it could take some time. We might see some modifications and drop into maybe secondary drops to the north. I think that we see AB already jumping out. Looks like they have their eyes set on Zarky, which I respect.
Yep. Zarky is my favorite place to... It's probably... I would say Zarky is my home. Even though I didn't always drop there. I did actually have the privilege of dropping there sometimes at comp, and that was really fun. But I just really like Zarky. You know, it's a nice town all the way up in the northwest. It's got a beautiful coastline. Got a restaurants, but most importantly, and this is the thing, Zarky's rotations, like, they're actually really not that bad. Like, yes, you're technically furthest from where you want to be a lot of the time, but a lot of those rotations can be scouted out and really kind of ironed out through that position. So I'm just saying, don't sleep on Zarky, guys. Do not sleep on Zarky.
See, I love Zarky. I always end up going no lean. I know, it's boring, but it's
I actually
like the area
hate
around
going no lean.
Wait,
there's like
what
never
are
any
we
vehicles
looking
there.
at
What is this?
Here, an early loot mix-up. Already one member that is going to be down. Ace Crew's lost Dr. Spoon, going for some peaks. Circle, we're not even going to talk about that. That's going to take up a full couple of minutes in and of it. So we're going to focus on the fight.
I just saw the circle, dude. Collector and Ace's crew, though.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
All right, Terry's doing a good job on taking out the door. Spots out, tries to go for some spray, but that was a very good juke coming out from the opposite end, and Collectors
still got
now just trying to hold it up. How is the double up going to come through here? Are they going to try to go through the same door? Keep trying to go around and just do every single angle. Good read on that one. Terry gets on one side, but it's finally going to get red on the opposite point. So that's pretty much going to be the end of it, as the rest of Ace's crew is off on the horizon, and I'm willing to bet that they're just going to call this one done.
That was a hell of a try, though. That was a hell of a try. I think it was Terry from Ace's crew. Yeah, that was... I almost had him.
And now No Cap by himself, and at least he's in the circle, right, Godspeed?
Okay, yeah, now we can talk about... now we can talk about the circle. So, yeah, when I was talking about, like, oh, Zarky's really great. Well, yeah, if the circle's like this, Zarky's wonderful as well. This is... yeah, can we show this? This is probably one of the more scuffed circles I've seen recently. I mean... Not only did it push quite far west towards the water, right, Matt? But you also have George north and south center, which means that entire lake is also it's also in the circle and it's dead center. So these next couple shifts could be really, really awful for some of the teams involved. I would not be surprised if we see some early rotations from teams that aren't even close, or even some teams that are in circle but don't want to be on one of the bad shifts, which. Honestly, looking at this, Matt, I feel like every shift could potentially be a bad shift for the circle. This is really, this is really wild. I mean, this is a really wild circle.
I don't have a nice way of saying it other than stuff's about to get wild ass. There is the chance that we can go back to the Everest side.
Sure.
But there is also the chance that we could go Zarky side, and it's not as likely Zarky side. I tend to try to say early rotations are best, but in this circle, maybe being slower could be beneficial. It's a very difficult circle to navigate, so maybe let's listen into what Sonics have to say about how to handle it.
You guys give us a scope? I have a.
Nah, I'm good.
I only have a 2.
I don't have a scope either.
I got you a 4 TIG.
Okay.
Going for mine.
I just got a 4 actually.
Okay.
I found a 4. Go get the US on the north.
I'm set.
Can I hold the 4 for mine?
It's an Solar in your warehouse.
Mime has a 4. Isn't that Slime?
One of us dead. Yes!
Yes, I told you they full sent middle, bro. I knew it.
They're trolling. Wait,
I think Sharky is free.
LG's on the west?
Let's go to Sharky now. Can you guys go too? LG is South George.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'll wait. I thought TM was South George. You're right. Sorry, no, you're right.
I got a mini. Let's go.
I'm trolling.
I'm leaving.
So what's them?
Yeah, it's LG.
Okay. I was like, wait, my read was wrong the whole time? There's no way. Literally.
Need a grip for my barrel.
No, you're right.
Shit.
Let's pull up let's scout Sharky right now before school team. Let's go. We gotta speed things up. You guys should be going first if you're ahead of us.
Yeah.
I'm going right now. You guys all have cars, right? Does Mime have a car?
Yeah.
We're scouting Sharky, yeah? I mean, it should be free unless the Gaka team takes it.
School team could have beat us. We're on late timing.
True, you're right.
I mean,
Know
memes
exactly where they want to go, man.
Yeah, memes aside. I mean, there's a lot of really good information being sent there by obviously Huynh. Obviously, the boys talking about needing scopes.
Wait a minute. We got a mess going on. Yeah. SCG decided that they wanted to try to push into LG's positioning, and they did lose Luke 12. They should be able to get the res onto Penta, but this is, again, map stream. Open it. Squad stream is going on down right next to follow because you need to see what's happening. LG is surrounded by teams already. And hey, look, new friends, Godspeed.
Oh, look, it's Immaculate coming in to see what's going on.
Don't even get time to get the res.
No, and that's the perfect third party. They do not give them a chance. Obviously, the flashbang going out, or the stun, trying to buy some time. 5 seconds on the res. They are filled by smoke with the grenade. Done
still in the card. I love that. Dirty Zin's just like, if they come this way, I got it, guys. I got it.
If they swing, they swing. But man, that was a really, really quick response and a beautiful response third party there for Immaculate on LG.
Well, Sonic's coming in because they were looking for LG and now realize there is no more LG. So I guess we go over here to the warehouses and they are going to find ADR. I don't know if Nate or Dylan are going to want to hold this. Some shots are now going to reveal their position. Sonics is making the commit in, and Nate gets some damage out.
Oh,
does
the
reveal himself.
jump.
Having to go against Tiggleton, though, is hard.
That is so unfortunate. I know for a fact the jump was not... He did not mean to do that. At least it looked like it was unintentional. Yeah, that sucks. Dylan, though, going to get out. Very important. Try to survive. Swerve, bob and weave. And he's going to make it.
So we were talking about the potential of having a crates finish whenever we got Everest last time, Godspeed. This circle is so broken, loot crates can't even drop on land anymore. They're all just dropping out of the water.
I don't even know where this circle is going to shift. Like, there's so many bad possibilities for the circle and the teams involved, especially for the teams that aren't even in yet, right? Like, there's quite a mix-up here between Dodge as well as Yahoo that's just, I mean, still trying to rotate in. The south side of the circle will be free, but I'm not sure how much of that will still be in off of this first shift. Mercy as well, taking their time. As you said, it's not the worst thing to take your time in a circle like this, especially because it can be so random as far as where it shifts and what your rotations are going to be, but it's getting to the point where these teams want to at least get in towards the base of the circle so they know, or they'll be ready for the next rotation coming in.
I'm just curious, what did Dylan do to Sonics? Because they are harassing him because he was the one that was on the receiving end of all the pans and the punches last time, wasn't he? And now he's having to make a mad dash away from the 4 stack that's coming in after him.
I mean, either way, I really just love the comms from Sonics, like Huynh taking charge when he needed to, being like, hey, like, we need to go. You guys should have already been here. It's just like, it makes sense, you know? It makes sense as to why they're so good. Even just like a short snippet like that. Keeping track of the kill feed as well. All that stuff. Not surprising at all from the Sonics.
I do want to point out that the map has most teams clustered right around the Bay Area. Smished in between Everest and the Bay itself. We do have some teams that are trying to get control over the northern areas. Abstracted leaves Zarki and are shooting at Tokyo Manji Gang, who are both holding a split. Makes it look like they think that something's going to be going on to the north. Quad is open, though, as you can see. I think that Wildcard is playing around it and are just trying to listen in. But it does seem as if Spicy Fish might be coming in on an angle that could put them in Wildcard's line of sight.
I would just like to see Spicy Fish kind of just be able to play a game where they have 4 up. You know, the last couple of games have been kind of rough for them. Obviously, they didn't even get to play the first game at all.
Spicy Fish is tasty. They just keep hitting eating.
So, you know, I am a big sushi fan. So, you know, spicy tuna is pretty damn good.
It is a very, very good. Most of our teams have managed to make it in the circle. Yahoo and Mercy being our outliers. And there we go. Wildcard finally got done looking around, and they're going to go ahead and get themselves a pretty strong spot.
Nice, yeah, I like this. Nice
Let's be real.
split on Cube and the kind of the hillside just to the west of it. They have a nice little split here. It's not even that dangerous, all things considered. They can pull off the need to. I like this a lot. Again, Wildcard's been looking really good so far today. Been looking real solid.
Now, just a waiting game. The blue is going to be coming in, and I think that most teams are fairly comfortable, even shooting a stop for the most count. Even the teams that are around that George Pole mess to the South George area, they've got vision, but aren't even taking pot shots. I think that everybody is just getting prepped and making sure that they know where their vehicles are because they know that they're about to have to jump in them.
Oh, man, here it comes.
Quick, depending on how the circle goes. Where are we going? What?
It's set it up. That... I mean, it's still so much unplayable
Georgia Pole
area,
Bridge.
Here we go. We are in for we're in for something. A treat if you're one of those people that like to watch players suffer, or
yes,
you know, somewhat of an anxious mess if you're rooting for one of these teams.
Imagine being Wildcard and getting Quad for free, and then it's not in the circle. It's not in the second circle. That is absolutely ludicrous. You can see that Spicy Fish are going to get it, but I do like this shift.
Good adjustment, though. Really good adjustment.
Strong compound.
Yep, they took the flat top here, and if they want to, they can actually send Nikos across. I think that's actually what they're doing. They're sending Nikos and Kikamuka potentially to either go crates or do some sort of split. Dodge is on the backside.
Yeah,
this is fine. They get a lot of information off this map.
Yeah, and I like it. Avoid the mess because it's going to be messy. Wildcard doesn't even stay in that flat top. They just push all the way into crate, assuming that this is going to just get more violent as it goes. Yahoo did a drive-by right next to Everest, but now they're running by Immaculate. They're hitting that hillside right next to Hospital as well, so that's going to put them with Collector's line of sight. Sonics is on the opposite side of this hillside, but let's not forget that Aces is already over
they're
here.
crashing.
They're going to be continuing through the path. Where are they going to be going? Looks like they could stop here. Nope, not quite done yet. Now they don't have a choice. But looks like they might be able to get the res in there, as I don't think that this was the option where they wanted to stop. Man, there's nowhere safe here.
I mean, they didn't really have that. That was kind of the issue, right? They didn't really have many options at all, and so now it's just Bale. Fortunately, at least for now, he's going to be able to survive in that smoke. But the nades are now starting to come from Ace's crew. It is just Crocop, no cap though. Excuse me, it was Crocop, Mirko Crocop playing our game. Sorry, it is no cap as a solo. So if Balefrost can take him out, I mean, he can do a decent amount of work from that building as a solo because it's really difficult to push that.
You say that, I mean, look at what No Cap's got on his hands, and look at how many people are looking, trying to make the run through. It looks like he should pass the gauntlet. Now making it inside, and he's going to be able to hear the
he has an
coming in.
Under though, that shotgun. That's going to be rough for Bale.
Oh, look, he's even got meds set out there and waiting to draw the attention. Is this the trap? Look at the pretty helmet. Look at the meds. You know you want a Balefrost.
You know you want this vert grip. Oh my God, are they both just going to sit here together?
Man, this is like week 1 PUBG Chinky. There's just 2 people in the same building just holding the angles, right?
I would assume maybe Bale thinks there's someone here, right? Because he got naded from here, but also those nades could have, I guess, came from Hospital if they weren't cooked, right? So yeah, may not know that No Cap is there. Meanwhile, Dodge again holding the top of Everest. Now vehicle going to come through. Can Corsac find it? No.
That's not fair. The UAZ shouldn't have been flying.
Yeah, that's
his attention.
That actually was a beautiful bait unintentionally there for the side of Spicy Fish. Pat Cam couldn't go down though. This is now a 3-on-3.
It looks like Ethan's got the angle to try to flush this now. Take some damage. Nice peek back around after receiving that. Realizing the fact that he has the angle for it. Hikerman's also going to hold this up, and Finna with this sneaky angle. I like the fact that we're keeping the picture-in-picture there, as it's a still frame of what's going to be going on. Finna slowly creeping back behind them.
This is a good flank.
Looks like it could be good.
Very good flank. He just has to be careful not to be hurt, or he has to make sure that whatever he does decide to shoot, that he gets the absolute maximum damage there, whether it's a knock or even two. Although I don't know how much time he's going to have. No, the rest of Dodge is there. So Finna is going to be able to make a beautiful play here happen.
Oh.
He's going to pull out the bolt. Oh, no.
No!
Oh,
no! He does. Okay,
he gets the knock. Okay,
he gets it away from it. He's at least going to be distracting. But the problem is now the circle's popped. Where are you going to go? You're going to have to finish this up fairly quickly. The shifts are already coming in as we're still staying around that bridge location. How are we going to play this one out? Dodge still just trying to defend up. Spicy Fish definitely on the bad receiving end of this. It's just a matter of time at this point.
Yep. So Finna needs support, but he's actually just chilling. That's going to be a nice little wipe there. And good flank. It almost came apart, but he cleaned it up. He got the knock, and Dodge is going to live, and they're going to live with 4.
Man, a crates competitive game. I don't think that I have seen this since COVID happened. Tokyo Manji Gang moving in.
What a minute since we've been in crates, Matt.
Bro, it really has. Tokyo Manji Gang doesn't even want to hold on to it. And AB says, hey, look, if everything's going to be water, then we'll just hang out in the water.
Also, this is a good, like, if they are going to make it to this side, right? So this is a really decent spot, because they could skirt that little ridge line there just above South George and pretty much go to crates all the way if they want to. So Abstract actually looking pretty good. They just have to not be seen coming up, and they're chilling.
I feel so bad. If No Cap does not get this at this point, that's going to be like the most demoralizing thing ever. Tokyo Manji Gang still trying to make their push in.
Oh, what is?
They've gotten around Wildcard, but now are being shot at by Wildcard and Sonics both, and that's never a recipe for staying alive for too long.
Nope, and he's going to go down. Other members, he's actually just going to get flushed out completely. So I think that's still 3 up, though, at the very least for Tokyo. Nope, just one. And it's Hollow My Bad. And that lone, is he in the Wizard Tower?
I think so. That looks like what he's playing over there.
Yeah. So just him. I mean, at the very least, he's very much center circle. So,
hey, Dodge, congratulations on winning Everest. Now you get to come down, and Wildcard's going to shoot you to pieces as you're trying to make your approach. So you're going to see that going on the kill feed. Sonics are still controlling the area over here. Looks like Hikerman does make it to crates. The other 2 members for Dodge are showing a lot of hesitation coming down the hillside that direction. And the problem is, if they go to the west, which is where they're looking, now Sonics are going to see them. So this is hard.
They're just going to leave Hikerman there, and that's honestly the correct play. I don't think trying to send more into Hikerman and consolidate is going to work. They might lose another one. Ethan is at the very least going to try to stay a duel with Finna, and then Hikerman's going to be the insurance, right? And then you have Dash.
Respect if he gets the crate. Okay, so
he'll get it.
Pop. Hospital is still keeping in play. Most of Georgia Pole. I don't know if the boat people already got this one though. Looks like
what's in that bad boy?
Switch ups.
What's he leading? Oh, was that a Mark 14? Oh my goodness! Ooh. I love that gun. God, I love that gun. Lead BR action.
Gonna see him now in that water.
And he's got the ghillie. Yep, the ghillie does help camouflage in the water. Everyone knows that.
Ackerman tries to make his rotation. He's going to go down. And here we go. It's just going to be Wildcard moving in. The Sonics can harass them as they go, but Dash is in his valiant swim to cover. Should be able to survive. I don't even think
he'll be fine. Yeah, Dash is going to be
6 is at top. Yeah.
There's no need to pay attention to Dash.
Do you remember... Okay, since apparently this is just reminisce about old school PUBG.
This is very 2018.
Whenever Georgia Pole was so popular in drops and those top 3 packs were always contested.
Yeah, of course. Like all the apartment buildings that we're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, North George, South George were definitely like probably the most contested, some of the most contested areas. Obviously, I mean, there was a team named Welcome to South George, right? They were, I mean, shout out to those boys, Vars and all those guys. They were, really strong team. But yeah, I mean, Sojo has always been a point of contention. I feel like less so now than it has been because we also don't really get a lot of circles that end around here, but it's a throwback for sure to see this circle here.
You're seeing the smidgen of action that's going on right now as 2 members of Wildcard have managed to make it in the circle. The other 2 are trying to figure out how they want to navigate it. Nobody is playing the northern part of Georgia Pole right now. It's mostly the cluster along the road And that's predominantly it. The hospital's still getting some attention, but really it's just trying to navigate the easiest pathing on this one. And I wouldn't be surprised if Wildcard is going to use the fact that they're hearing nothing into the north to wrap into this one. And this is a very smart call, as they should have an option on this one that's going to be pretty free.
Yeah, Wildcard again. So here's the thing about this high ground. It's really good, and it's a great position for them to play in now. Again, they are just splitting this, so they're not hard committing. But sometimes coming off of this, especially off that backside towards like the northern ridges of South George, can be, what is going on here?
Man, this is just PUBG right here. This is PUBGing so hard, and he had to be careful. That almost did not work out for him. Gets the spray in, at least gets to finish it out, and Abstract is going to be pissed about that one.
Yeah, he absolutely is. It's crazy. You know what else is crazy is that that fight, Bale and No Cap are still together, by the way.
That nade was so close, it turned me into Santa Claus. They're going to go ahead and drop down some smokes to, I guess, just try to survive. And Abstract, I guess, is just going to separate out and move into what was the old hot drop fun spot. Circle still stays on Everest and Hospital, though, Godspeed.
Yeah, it has shifted away. And, I mean, Immaculate have been here for a long time, right? So they're feeling pretty good, all things considered. They're sitting in Hospital. And I still can't believe, Bale and No Cap are still sitting there together. Shrimzy's been knocked. What is
Mime doing? Yeah.
Mime was there the whole time. So they've actually had this split between the front 6 Prios and that apartment for a while, but they're actually just going to leave Shrimzy behind.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you got to at this point. Mercy now making the wrap in. They're going to be circling down to the south. This is going to be one of those games, if you're a Luminosity player, you're going to be kicking yourself just because of that push from Immaculate. They had a good position early. Looks like Mercy should be able to come through, and Wildcard making the run through. Mime is just demolishing over here. Can he get some assistance? H1's got the side point for this one. That is a very weakened Wildcard. Only one member up at the time. See how Sonics are going to play this a touch slower. Going to throw in, and how do you even push into this one efficiently, making the push around it? Now he has to be careful. Information is going to be fed over from the down teammates. Adam does have time. Looks like he is getting the health back up. Flashbang's going to go over. Smokes are going to be down, and now it's just listening to footsteps. This is going to distract a lot. H1's on the outside of this one, and Adam is just playing this as slow as he needs to. It's going to land.
Oh my! What a nade!
I feel like that was fed over from H1 and listening to footsteps.
I mean, I also believe he heard him, but that was like on point with the grenade, and it was cooked perfectly. So Adam didn't even have a chance to try to get away from it. Good stuff, but that was a costly fight for both teams. I believe Sonics lost 2 in that.
Collectors now on the receiving end of Mercy in their reposition. Collectors are going to have to be coming in right behind Mercy as they're all making the push for the hillsides, but they're going to be around
dirty sin.
Let's not forget about Immaculate that is playing Hospital. Mercy is trying to defend themselves, but they're just going to have to leave sneak attack behind. Maddie is going to go down at range as well for Collectors. And hey, well, nope, never mind. Just pick him up and carry him to safety.
God, I wish that feature was the thing when I was playing. You have no idea. That feature is so good. Being able to carry.
Is it because you need to pick up Los all the time?
No, I don't think it was Los actually. They got knocked the most.
Oh, well, I mean, yeah. Who was it? I guess, would it be Waldo? I know he often had that, like, odd position that he had to play.
I don't know, and I'm not throwing anyone under the bus. I'm just gonna...
Okay.
I'm just gonna say I wish that feature was in the game when I was playing.
Okay.
And Hazel is... Good night, sweet prince.
Yeah, this is just going to be a lot of people having to die to blue as position is going to come through. I want to point out Dodge still has multiple members up, and the standoff that's never going to end. He's at least stood up. You know, you got to get the cardio in when you're like that. It's one of those things, if you sit too long, you can let blood clots settle in your legs. It's an important thing for everybody that's a gamer to know. So No Cap making sure to remind us all, you got to get up and stretch every once in a while you're waiting for Balefrost to maybe look this way sometime in the next 5-10 minutes.
Really impressive that you knew what he was doing just by him standing up, Matt. That's impressive, man.
This is why they pay me the big bucks.
That's why they pay you the big bucks. Yeah, obviously. Yes, Mercy. Dude, Mercy... Okay, I want to point out that Mercy started the very beginning of this game in Lipovka, right? I think it was Lipovka, somewhere like very far, very, very far from the circle. And they're still cruising around the edge, but they are still in it, man. This team is resilient.
They've got a small dip that they can play. Dodge is very close to them. Dodge is still showing some hesitation due to the Sonic's positioning and random things coming after their members, so have to play pretty safe. Looks like Immaculate is going to leave Hospital. Going to be cresting down into the dip that Mercy is looking at. Mercy does have a lot of their attention focused
really good
into
play.
Dodge, and that nade is going to roll far, but that is a red zone. A lot of nades dropping on top of him. Nothing that could have been done there. Dirty's Dim's got to beat into what's going to be happening. Dodge here's it coming from the other side of it, and there is nothing that Mercy can do. They are fish in a barrel from either side.
And then I really love this push from Immaculate. This is exactly what they should have done. They realized that probably their northwest side, or at least their immediate hillside coming up, is not going to be accessible for a lot of teams. They were clear up that way, and so they're like, you know what? Let's just push the south. Let's flex out and let's get these kills. Really like this play from Immaculate. Got to be careful though. They did get one knocked, Matt.
Yeah, just one knock for the cost on that one. It's kind of resable. We'll have to see on the aggression with it. Dodge is trying to get the flush out, but that's not too much you can do. Mercy's positioning is going to make it to where nobody can make a move, and Immaculate is now going to extricate themselves from this fight, and damage done, circles popped. They don't even need to stay over there. They can just contain holding Hospital.
Yep, because that circle is not going to push all these teams either on that hill or on the other side, so it's either out of sight or out of mind. And yeah, they can just continue to sit here and just do well, man. I mean, Immaculate has a really good game here for themselves.
Just kind of watching as it goes. They are the active feature that is going to be going on to the south. Everybody to the north is pretty calm. Remember, Sonic's playing those warehouses. They're not going to take too much of a move. And we know that No Cap and Balefrost have been there for a while and probably not going to do too much more.
I'm still shocked that neither of them have run into each other. I mean, at the very least, we know that No Cap knows that Bale is there. But Bale, I'm not sure he has an idea at this point.
I mean, I would assume nothing. He's not even made a sound, so he's still just staring at that doorway, waiting for something to happen. Circle is going to pop, and it is going to move away from Hospital. This is very
No Cap has to move now. He actually has to move now. Look at that circle. I think it barely cuts his room off. But I also want to point out, Dodge has been a duo here on this south side. They've been doing work for a while. Still 5 kills between this duo and for the team as well. If they can get rid of sneak attack, that would be a nice little come up.
Patience paying off. This is the name of the game at this circle. A lot of flashbangs coming through, but Dodge doesn't get the vision that they want on to Sneak Attack. He's doing a good job at holding up. Remember, Sneak Attack has had some big clutch moments so far, so do not count him out. This is the most trigger discipline I have seen in my life, Godspeed.
Well, I'm curious if has Bale not seen that first aid in that room? Like, I would have.
I guess he just doesn't need it. I mean, nobody's shot him in a while, so I guess he's fine.
Yeah, true. But I mean, it still is a first aid. Just saying.
He had all of his friends' med kits and first aids that he could have taken whenever he died, right?
True. He could have looted his teammates. Okay, here comes Sneak Attack now. Has to make his play. Circle's coming in. Oh, with this heal timing, that's huge. Oh, but Ethan was ready, man.
Ethan says
Ethan
no.
was ready. That's fantastic. Good stuff.
Problem with that, Immaculate here is it. They're cresting the hillside and going to be looking right into where Dodge making their move at the same time that Sonics are taking their move. So the 1-2 punch of Dodge just having to deal with multiple teams continues.
Yeah, Sonics, they've obviously been pushed out. They have this low side, but they're also in the crosshairs of Abstract. So Sonics in a little bit of trouble here, a little bit of a pickle. Meanwhile, Dodge still has to fight forward. Immaculate will retain control of this hill, so they'll be all right for now, but they do have neighbors. And that's 2 separate duos, one of Dodge and one of Sonics.
Sonics maintaining vision on what's going to be going on with Dodge. They don't want to over-push this just yet with the hillsides and the way that they've lined up. Oh, my bad is distracting Abstract, and the solos that are kind of dancing around up there are making their own mess. So this has become a more open fight than it potentially could have been, but now, finally, Hello My Bad is down, and that means that Abstract might be focusing more this direction. The crests that are happening from Immaculate on that hillside might get spotted out, but it's just nades. It's just throwables, and that's all anybody wants to risk at the time.
Yep, all these guys are going to be using, as you said, throwables, smokes, nades, mollies, anything that they can. Tiggleton finally making that push. Now 6 kills for Sonics. That's crazy. He's still finding it, and that's going to be a beautiful spray through the smoke. Ethan going to go down. Immaculate on the side, but no cap. No, dude, not like this. Are you kidding me?
Oh, no. And Tig goes down on top of that. my heart hurts so bad right now.
Bale is probably so confused. Like, bro, how long has that dude been there?
I'm willing to bet that is the fastest Alt F4 after he got shot, so that way he didn't have to listen to his teammates talk to him.
Oh man, that happened. You know, it happens. Sometimes the over/under can be a little unreliable, but man, Bale will survive. Bale will survive. That is crazy. It's not something I thought I'd wake up and see today, Matt, but we saw it. Oh, that nade landed in Dash's mouth. Luckily, it goes past.
Our swimmer is still alive, got his med kits, and Abstract, here's what's happening over here. Dash actually fighting both teams, so it's a kind of a 3v1 situation that's going on. And hey, no, let's just make it a full squad because Balefrost got the angle onto him as well, so nowhere to go.
And as a solo, Bale is doing a lot of damage still, Matt. He's wiping teams, more importantly solos, and getting placement points as well as kill points. So Bale is still doing a very good job here for Yahoo.
ADR can manage to get some more points, still making it to the end game yet again. They're not going to make it into our top 4 as we still have Immaculate, Abstract, Sonics, and Yahoo, but everybody is damaged. Sure, Immaculate has 4 members up, but they're bleeding out at the time, and it is just tattered teams crawling into the circle.
It is. I mean, even Immaculate, yeah, as you were saying, the team that essentially was the only 4-man left. I mean, they're down to now 2. And it's just a 2-on-2-on-1. Bale is the solo, and there is a world where he wins this game, especially if he gets that second knock.
Ooh, but with the shots that have come through, he's at least going to get vision. Immaculate now realizing how this is going to come through. So this has become a quick exchange. Immaculate still holding on to the top of the hill, realizing where everybody's at. Dirty Zen has himself the tools necessary to stop Balefrost in his tracks, but never count out Bale. He can manage to take a firefight from anywhere. He's got tons of information to realize what's going to be happening. Immaculate still playing the top of this hillside.
Smart. Yep, knows exactly when it's time to move.
So
he got that shot off. He did a little bit of damage, but he is the first to move, right? So really the onus on this game for me is Immaculate. They have the positioning, they even have the high ground. They have to be conscious of these 2 solos, though.
5 kills for Balefrost, still playing this one.
I'm worried that they're kind of splitting a little bit. I don't like this as much. Dirty Zen can easily just get knocked by Zulmox. Yep. I prefer they try to clear this for trades, but it's kind of hard.
I get the premise on what they're trying to accomplish, but if anybody goes down, it can turn this so quickly. Everybody
especially
is going
with
to play
Bale
slow.
And this Molly. I think Bale, yeah, that was his last bit of utility.
How close up was it? I think that we saw a shift in position, but not much of one. Balefrost is going to at least get the attention for Immaculate, but he has got to be careful. Blue zone right behind him. Moving forward, just at least using bullets as its own utility to distract. Now down on his belly, crawling forward. Zulmox does not have to do anything for a long time. This is all on Balefrost trying to figure out he's going to make the move. He does go down. So Yahoo is out in 3rd place. Now it is just on to Zulmox, who is playing that passively, but finds himself heavily outnumbered, and they know exactly where he is. The approach is coming down. He knows that one's coming off one hillside. He's got to be careful. Already lost half his life, but does the knock on one. In the end, it doesn't matter. Immaculate with 10 kills pick up the victory.
Even still, well played by Immaculate from that crash onto LG all the way up to holding the hospital as well as pushing out. That was just a really good game from Immaculate, man. They really earned that victory. That was really fun to watch. And then of course the chaos that have ensued with that circle off the no-cap Balefrost fight, bro. I still can't believe it.
Is it a fight at that point? I mean, I think in No-Cap's mind, it was a fight for the whole time, but I don't know when Balefrost considered it a fight.
That was crazy. That whole game, honestly, is just PUBG. Yeah, that whole circle, everything that happened within it. Honestly, Dash even getting as far as he did swimming, getting the crate, and then finally dying to Bale of all people, right? The solo. I mean, yeah, it's PUBG. It's really what else can you say?
That game delivered on a lot of different points is all I can say. I'm willing to bet. Usually I notice that the players are kind of like, oh, let's go to Erangel. We know how to play this. This is the calm map. When Miramar can be more chaotic. I think that everybody in this lobby is now done with Erangel, and they cannot wait to make the switch over to Miramar because it's going to be a breath of fresh air from the chaos that these circles have been providing. We're going to get that set up. We're going to take a few minutes to go ahead and get the lobby going. We will see you guys. Make sure you stay tuned. 3 more games of Miramar come up next. Assassin's Creed joining PUBG, and this is the game that it showcases. So much stealth, so much sneakiness happening inside of this. Duels for the ages, 1v1s all across the map, sneaky hidey positions, but Immaculate comes up on top. They fought for this position early and have managed to work their way all the way to the in circle, picking up kills every step of the way, Godspeed.
It was a really, really solid game for Immaculate, honestly. Again, it started off with that crash on LG, as you said, and it led to them taking control of Hospital, and then eventually pushing out of Hospital in order to take out, I think it was Mercy underneath and Dodge. And so it was a really good game. There's really nothing else to say. They played that pretty much perfectly.
That's going to be one for the history books. There was a lot that went on inside of that. From I don't even know. There were crashes, multiple vehicles slamming in. Remember the cook nade? Think about the fact that the perfectly cooked nade coming out from Tiggleton isn't even like a prime highlight from this because of how much chaos happened.
But yeah, that was a chaotic game. That was a hell of a circle, man. I mean, that caused a lot of issues for a lot of it caused a lot of issues for teams, especially in the rotations. And honestly, like there just being so much water, it cut off so much playable area, right, for the teams that were still trying to find somewhere to find a foothold. So it was a game. It was a game.
I'm still mentally broken by the fact that we saw so much water time and time again inside that one. We still had what I want to say circle 5 was whenever Dash was swimming in.
I think it was like it was even like 4. It could have been even earlier, like circle 4. But Dash was swimming for a while. Yeah, he was. I mean, he got a crate, which was cool, and he got a Mark 14, and he get to use too much. But the fact is he also got good placement points for his team. So
that's the big thing with it. He managed to survive for quite a while, managing, I think, to make it to 5th or 6th. Oh my God! Even starting up at the top of Everest, it was just messy every step of the way for all of these teams.
It was honestly, actually, looking back at that shot that Finna whiffed, it kind of looked like he hit it. Like, to be completely honest, I think he like barely whiffed. He moved at just the right time. But again, like I said, Finna able to clean it up, get the knock, and that was a clean wipe for Dodge. And then Sonics, meanwhile, had to defend these warehouses from Dodge coming in, and it was Tig's beautiful nade and just a nice little play for them to survive as long as they did, making it to the top 5. And then Finna again coming in. Finna, I said this in ESL, but over the course of, I feel like the last couple of years, he's really started to come into his own. I mean, we know he's been a solid IGL, but I think mechanically he's starting to also level up and evolve, and he's just a better player overall this year, and it's wonderful to see.
That's just the name of the game. It feels like specifically for this group stage, everybody is making the smarter calls every single time. Like, look at Dot, realizing the fact Finna there, taking on Tiggleton, realizing whenever the shots come through where he had the opportunity, but it's going to be Immaculate with 10 and 10 to get a total of 20. Sonic's going to be back behind them with 12. Oh, darn, Godspeed. They didn't get 20 points in a game. Whatever will they do? Yo going to be back behind that with 11, and Dodge still consistently making it into that top 4 with total points.
Yep. I mean, Sonics didn't even get second, to be fair, as far as placements. They got second place went to Abstract, but overall Sonics just plowing through this event. I mean, I don't really know if we should talk about it anymore. I mean, it's literally dominating this lobby. But yes, Yahoo getting some much needed points there, as well as Immaculate with that beautiful win, and Dodge staying consistent, as you pointed out, and even Adrenaline. I feel like Adrenaline has really been sticking it out and finding a lot of consistency throughout the games. And yes, we're definitely still going to talk about Sonics. I'm just kidding. I mean, they're just dominating this through and through.
That said, I also do want to point out Abstract doing a good job on keeping
100%, man. Yep,
totals up the entire way through it. Tokyo Manji Gang still managing to scavenge in. This is probably going to be more complicated once we see the fact that this is going to be the last day for Group B. So some of these numbers are more catchable than others, to say the least.
So for specifically as well, for Abstract and Tokyo Manji Gang, they want to get as many points in these next 3 Miramars as possible, because I imagine that the cutoff is not going to be like 57 points or even 60. It's going to be a little higher than that. So these guys are going to have to push these last 3 maps to really solidify themselves as going into tomorrow feeling somewhat confident, like, hey, I think we're going to be all right. But 57 points is not it yet.
Sonics, all of that is very important. But there is something that is far, far more important, Godspeed.
What's
that? And that is the Duel of Fates, the greatest 1v1 we have seen in so long. Balefrost and No Cap. We have a highlight package that has been put together. I'm just going to sit in silence and enjoy it.
Oh my god. Okay, so I didn't even realize that. I didn't even get to see it.
That almost makes it worse what happens next, doesn't it?
Wait, so man, wait, he didn't even grab the first aid.
Nope.
Did he grab the so he just
nope.
Interesting.
And then walks in back behind it, hits the shotgun blast, and dude. See, I feel your pain, No Cap. That's what happens whenever I use a shotgun. It feels like whenever I see other people use it, bam, somebody's instantly dead. And then for me, it's like, oh, he's still at half-life and spins around and kills me.
I just want to see the second shot again, because you know what's crazy is that's also the only weapon that No Cap has. He didn't have, or no, I lied. He has an AK at his back, or an M4.
One and narrowly.
It was just unfortunately time. Like Bale just happened to move as well. Like I think Bale had taken a shot and he moved just as the second shot hit. So I mean, it happens. No Cap, you know, it is what it is. It's not a big deal. But yeah, Bale was able to turn that and turn that into a third place.
Everybody in chat who's probably going to be laughing or trying to pick on No Cap, remember the time that it happened to you whenever you tried to shotgun somebody from behind and it didn't work. It happens, man. It happens.
Well, also upon like second and third viewing, right? It's not like he completely whiffed. Like he hit the first shot, Bale was almost dead, and then Bale happened to move right after he took a shot. So it was just like the timing was just awkward. I'm not really harping on No Cap for missing that second shot. It's unfortunate at the time. Yeah, it looked pretty bad, but I mean, it is what it is. Players whiff all the time. Good players whiff all the time. It happens. You know,
it's just a fun moment that happens inside of PUBG.
That was ridiculous.
We're not trying to pick on anybody. Just let us have this. It's just one of those things that's just all in good fun. But hey, enough about that duel. We're going to go ahead and make our way over to Miramar, Godspeed.
And I'm just going to say this as well. I'm really glad that while I was playing in my career, like there was a lot of whiffs that did not get caught on camera for me. So it literally happens to everybody. It's not a big deal.
I'm just curious, like, what do you think that the rest of No Cap's team was doing during that? Did they just like get up and like make something to eat, or were they there supporting the
I'm sure like at least one or two were sitting down and constantly helping keep track of the kill feed, because I'm sure No Cap was hyper focused on listening to Bale and paying attention if he was trying to come in his room, right? So it is possible.
Bale was moving everywhere.
Yeah, but yeah, I'm sure his team was still trying to at least pay attention to kill feed or something for him.
Well, I'd like to think so. As we're going into this one, we did make the map switch over to Miramar, and it's a Miramar plane path. You can get wherever you want to go. I wouldn't be surprised.
Really steady, really even plane path for sure.
Yeah. So it's going to be a very chill, all considered. It doesn't even look like we're seeing any secondary drops having to come into play. We have seen some change-ups in drops. Most notably, I know that there's a lot of fans for LG X Shoot to Kill. You can see the fact that they are not dropping Hacienda, so I wanted to point out the fact that they are making some changes to see if maybe that helps out. And so far, it seems like it has.
Yep. And they're going to essentially avoid that that massive scuffle that would have otherwise been between them and TM or any of the teams that won third party. But yeah, LG is definitely just going to be coming off towards Leones and
Ice
Academy. Yeah, Ice Tech. Wait, who is that right above him? Is that... Oh, it's Ace's crew. And it's Terry with a pistol.
Shotguns.
It's been a minute since I've seen a pistol knock in comp.
I know, like nobody picks them up anymore just due to the weight and everything else.
I mean, in a situation like this, though, they're perfect.
Yeah.
Oh, from the skies! Terry
just dropped on him. Oh, no. And now it is Dash and Protege. I feel like Dash has been in this situation before. And what is their plan going to be? Because it looks like they're just going to relent this one.
That fool came from the heavens with an over-under. He did not miss. And Hustlers Academy, I mean, I feel like there's a decent amount. There's definitely a decent amount of experience in this squad. You have Dash who's been around, Protege, Ice Tech, but this qualifiers. Well. Jason. It's just been a struggle for these guys this event so far. I mean, they are. They're sitting in 18th place, 21 points after 10 games almost. This needs to be do or die for them. And not so much to qualify at this point in the top 6, because unless they have like 3 back-to-back wins, I'm not even sure what the amount of kills they could get there. What they really need to do is just make sure they set up themselves for the LCQ, right? I mean, that's at this point potentially going to be the aim for them. I still would love to see them go for that top 6, but realistically, yeah, they just need to find some consistency in these games and at least place themselves in the 7th and 14th slot.
Tokyo Manji Gang, I guess, is scouting this out, and they might want to get involved in this. Are they really?
Colton is actually just footing this, man. The rest of his team is not even close.
And he's going to hear these firefights. Hey, Protege does manage to get a knock on Dr. Spoon. And the drop down from the top did some damage, but I don't know if he might be resible. That is a dangerous rush to go through. Can he get the peek through? I don't think that he can get any more. He had that little one, and that was going to be it.
So this fight rages on. Dash now. I mean, as a duo, they need to find something. Hustlers Academy again. They just need to survive this as a duo. That would be most ideal at this point. Can they find no cap?
Oh,
Colton
no.
now,
Colton,
though, this is the problem.
Not like this, Colton. Not like this. Look to the left. At least give Hustlers a chance over here. Ace, you can see getting ready to make the push. SMGs are going to be out, and Colton is, I think, just trying to figure out what he's going on.
He's also got to be careful, Matt. You have to realize he's the only one here. His team is not around him, right? So if he gets knocked, that he's probably going to be up a creek without a paddle, so to speak. And
Little
so he's
doesn't know.
Yeah,
he's the only one with the scope out of 6 people there.
But I mean, he's being very cautious and he's taking his time. And Dash is going to find 2.
This is starting to right the ship for Hustlers Academy. Dash, yet again, whenever Destiny requires him to step up, he's managing to find a way to do so. Makes the flank around, and now the duo is starting to look like they can make a push into this one, start to bring out their utility. What is Colton going to do on the outside? He's lost vision on this.
An absolute thief.
Oh, no. They're all here now. Everybody's coming in.
Oh, they're not even able to find it, and that's going to be TM now potentially coming in to try to clean this up. But I think is that Yahoo? Yeah, taking shots now at
what?
Team Machi now. Interesting.
They're adding themselves into this one because Sparking's now flanked back around behind what's going on with Tokyo Manji Gang. This is a multiple point push coming out from Yoho. So now Tokyo Manji Gang has got to be careful because what is it? Minas Generalis is just causing a problem for everybody. Colton finally reveals himself, gets the shots into no cap, and now Yoho is going to realize there's even more people. I want to point out that Alo is pretty close to this as well for LG, and Dodge even hears what's happening. You can see Dodge starting to show up in the minimap down in the bottom left there. What is even happening?
Yeah, this is a really crazy situation with all these teams fighting so early, specifically around Minas. Like, yes, it's pretty central, but all these teams trying to like third party, essentially creating this massive kind of clump of teams on top of each other in this very awkward position, quite frankly. Minas there's a lot of different elevations. It can be kind of difficult to fight, especially with so many teams kind of packed into this small area.
Tokyo Manji Gang are resetting their lines as Ace is trying to figure out how they're going to handle what's going on. Only one member is still up. So the longer this fight goes on, might draw more of Yoho's attention. And yes, they're starting to set up around the firefights as they hear them. That's going to make it even harder for Dr. Spoon to try to survive this as he's now getting pinched between them and Yoho. So how do you handle this? Looks like he's just going to head for the hills. He wants nothing to do with what's even happening over here. And I think he might have found the escape vector. That's the only way he could have gotten out of this.
This is probably his best option. And he realized that and he's out of there. Dr. Spoon wants no part of that. And now this is going to be a fight potentially between TMG as well as Yahoo, as they are pretty intertwined at this point.
And I think that we saw Sparking trying to go for that high ground position earlier, but he was kind of scared away from that due to how we saw Alo coming into this. But footage now spots out Hello My Bad and takes him down. So this is now going to be the 4th team to be able to get a kill inside of Minas Generalis before the first circle has closed. What is going on?
I mean, it's central. It makes sense somewhat to fight here, right, Matt? Like it's not a bad position, especially because even if there's a hard shift, this has a good chance of still being in or giving you a decent rotation point. But that's not the case if you have so many teams starting to pile up here at Minas, right? And we usually don't see that this early.
Yeah,
Minas is not like, oh man, everyone needs to be at Minas. You know
Dr. Spoon, you could go anywhere. Don't go there.
Alo too, the close range god himself.
Oh, he's holding down on the outside of this. Are we going to see another stand? Oh, okay, no, he's going to walk in and he's going to show himself.
Yep.
The struggle was real. The heart was real, but Alo just was watching it all.
He knew. He knew the whole time. He probably saw him cross, honestly, and just sat there, or he heard him coming up. Regardless, that's going to be it for Ace's crew, at least for this game.
The standing line in Minas Generalis has calmed down. I do want to point out Remember about the fact that we have a squad stream that is going on right now. You can click down there right next to the follow, and then you can watch both us and the map at the same time. And as you can see, the map has value because this is just continuing to get messier and messier as we go, because we've got Dodge that's still pretty close to this, but we have Wildcard that is closed in and is trying to like block them off. But Waikakamukau is now circling into the north and is close to Tokyo Manji Gang's Zealot, because why not? Let's just add more.
I mean, yeah, and I think you mentioned Waikakamukau as well. I mean, again, everyone is just it's such a point of interest for all the teams involved here trying to go to this top of.
It's hilarious because
yeah,
nobody else is even pulling a trigger on the map at all. It is all just right here.
I mean, again, it's always Cow too. I've noticed Cow is always that forward position, that kind of drone that goes out first to check everything out. Because if you look at the rest of Wildcard, I mean, they're at least 500-600 yards away. I mean, they're not close.
Yeah, they're all the way across. I mean, anybody that's familiar with the approach in Minas Generalis, they're past Graveyard, they're past the road, they're up there next to Power Grid, looking down that cliff facing, so you can see what they're looking at, but they've got Immaculate that's close to them, so two members of Wildcard looking at two different teams, and yeah, Waikakamukau is going to hop in his vehicle and get away from that. I do want to point out a crate did land pretty close to Tokyo Manji Gang, so they should be able to get something out of that one here pretty soon, as I think Waikakamukau should be able to make it away from that one, and that almost feels like that's a bait. If he goes for that, it's going to go bad.
I mean, that's in probably one of the worst spots it can be for them. On the north side of that, actually, really, it's just Wildcard and Waikakamukau that would have angles on that. But also, TM doesn't know that the north side is mostly clean. So I wouldn't be surprised if they just kind of ignored that crate. Waikakamukau, however, he could definitely grab that bad boy.
So, silence has now finally settled, and shots are coming through as Mercy looks like they're trying to hold back collectors, make sure that Sneak Attack can get into a point just to the north of Los Leones. Abstract is also a moving feature over to the east. Circle's going to pop, and oh my god.
What is going on today with these circles?
Los Leones, pretty much centered up. Get ready for migration rotation, and it is going to be nuts. Teams that are going to be to the north, already inside their vehicles, making the roundabout, dodging vehicles as well. You can see even Mercy starting to make their collapse, and Immaculate's going to hop in their vehicles, move. Wildcard's going to try to regroup as it goes. Tokyo Manji Gang going to be the team without too many vehicles, so they're going to be on the tail end of this one. Everybody is going to be vying for the north and specifically the east, the high ground position to where you can be looking at every single approach that's going to be coming into Los Leones, and it's going to be a first serve basis, and I
first come first serve. I got you.
Well, no, I got distracted because I saw a fight that was about to break out, and it looks like it's going to be happening just to the east.
Sonics as well, yeah, coming up on the west side though. I think that fight was between it's Short Circuit as well as Drellin actually, but Sonics coming in now into the city, and they're just going to come right up here on the west side, not committing too deep in, because we do know, Matt, when the circle does focus on Leones and then it hard shifts out, a lot of those teams in Leones just get trapped.
Yeah, there's just the space around with these hills, right, that just make it so problematic. Is once you get out, there's these massive cliffs that are going to be around it, and you just don't have any form of cover to deal with what's going to be happening. This is a very difficult circle to try to navigate, so let's listen into the Sonics and see what they're planning to do.
He's driving at us. I don't think he sees us.
Yeah, I'm not doing anything.
One of TTG's already dead. Cars on our west station?
Nice.
Yeah, they're going towards the 5-stack.
Smoke the car, I'm happy to save it.
Yeah.
Okay, you're good. I'm going to cover for you.
I'm just going to drive all the way around.
This guy stopped underneath, H, and he stopped on
Can I go south? Can I go south and control
So I want you to scout in yellow line. There's a team on our west right now. I want you to scout in like this.
TTG one up right now.
Come on.
He's driving in the, I think the TTG solo is driving warehouse.
It's like I'm looking at the prio and stuff, and this brick stack hasn't peeked me on new yellow. That's the goal for info. I'm gonna watch threat side. I'm not looking at you.
This guy's taking 5-story.
Driving.
Yeah, he's taking 5-story. One guy scouted it. We could shoot this guy and take his stars. We might be able to just kill this guy.
I don't know LOS. It's all you.
Oh, shoot this car. Slate car.
There's two guys now, actually. They're going across the street. What the fuck?
One guy's in 5-story.
There's two in 5-story.
One's on the outside of it.
I need a new 2 vest.
Yo, nobody's market right now. We can split and take a lot more.
What do we want to do here if it goes hard east, though?
We just play through the north side.
Listen. No one's on green.
Oh, Sonics.
I honestly love their comms, man. There's so much. If you're trying to learn as far as like, just like in general comms or like what's really important information and like what's pertinent, what's not, like listen to like a good team like Sonics, or I'm sure United as well, like LG. But like those comms are perfect, right? Like everyone is pitching in, everyone is adding. Like Quinn is the main, the main voice of the team, but you have like Mime asking if he can get information, and it's just like it's such a good environment comm wise. I think that's a big reason why that team is so damn good. Sorry, I'm a big nerd for good comms. Really,
that's how you win games in PUBG. And I also want to thank Sonics for reminding us that this is a mature rated game, so you can say whatever you want. Now, looking through, Luminosity has their approach, and see, this is what we were talking about, Godspeed, the bait and switch. Hey, it's going to Los Leones, except for the fact that it's not.
Yeah, again, a lot of teams will try to send it in or send it in even deeper. Sonics are one of those teams that kind of went off towards the edge, right? Not fully committing, but that is sometimes the risk you take. I will say, luckily, most of the teams actually did not have many issues with getting out of Los Leones, so fortunate for them.
LG, Halo, this is not the path. I was going to say, you got Yahoo over here, you've got ADR, you've got so many teams that are looking through. Yahoo's having to deal with their own problems as it happens, and I guess maybe just more armored vehicles might be what is needed. Yahoo is distracted now, so I guess they're just going to cut up, and they're going to be coming into where Short Circuit Gaming is going to be at. They had Mercy back behind them, so they didn't have options. They had to commit to somewhere over here.
Yep, and again with Hardshift, that's kind of it just be like that sometimes, right? Like you just have to commit to something or a play that isn't great. Even like crashing a team is there. You're just like, man, this crash kind of sucks, but you just have to make it happen. And LG kind of were somewhat forced to make a decision and play underneath Short Circuit, right? They lost Alo to that when he was on that motorcycle trying to find somewhere to play, and it just happens. It will just happen.
That's the whole reason he's out, though, right? Lose one instead of lose all.
Yeah, I mean, Alo dying there instead of the rest of the team, it sucks, but it's better than exactly the rest of the team going down as well. So, especially because he's on a bike, that's like the perfect vehicle to do it on.
We went from having tons of cover in Los Leones and the hills to now having fields in play for a lot of the section that's going to be going on to the east. So you can see the teams are trying to navigate that wide open territory. Sonics were thinking about stretching out, but going to be bumping into Wildcard, making their rotation. Instead, it looks like Sonics are going to recollapse back into Dodge's position, much to their dismay.
Oh my goodness, the plays.
He's just coming in. He's going to drops right on top of them, and it looks like they're just going to jump out, and no vision to be really had, but it doesn't matter.
That was awkward, but I mean, I love the fact that those flashes came out as Quinn was hitting over that. Those were perfectly timed flashes. That was so good, man.
It was an awkward fight, but as you were saying,
the start of it was amazing, though.
Yeah, I was hoping that one of them was going to get run over. I always want to see that when somebody's charging a dip.
I kind of thought that was going to happen, actually. It looked like Quinn was almost going to run one over, but yeah, that was a very clean pickup. Meanwhile, Immaculate here all the way on the south side, they are hurting. They're sitting in the blue, and they have vehicles at the very least. As we move over now to CLR.
Yeah, this is the late rotation problem inside of the circle. There are hills, but you can see there is a lot of verticality to be had, and it's going to be Short Circuit Gaming that's on top. A lot of teams that are giving the low ground are looking up. Circle's going to pop yet again and shift even further to the east with a touch of north.
Yeah, I was going to say TM actually had a split, and they're immediately consolidating because Juarez landed right in the middle, and that is a juicy little compound to be in. Now, they do have to work. There is a possibility to kind of get foot pushed around because there are hills. It's kind of in a little bit of a mini like crater, not too much, but even still, that is a wonderful position for TM.
Push coming out for Spicy Fish, who have had a quieter day than you know that they want to have. I would not have expected them to be at the bottom of the leaderboard right now, but remember, they haven't played as many games as other teams have. Yep. It's going to be Collectors that have moved into a point pretty close to them. Note the fact that they have a position that they can retreat to while they're not inside the circle just yet. Moody is going to find Maddie and get the knock onto them, so they have a gatekeeping position that they can play from right now. Also, note the fact that it's going to be Short Circuit Gaming that's going to have to be moving along this path. So these firefights are stalling out a lot of what's going on, as even in the distance, Short Circuit Gaming is taking shots on Immaculate. So this is going to be a tidal wave of teams trying to approach.
And Sonic's now coming in, crashing the compound here that Wildcard did find themselves, and they're just out, right? Because I believe Wildcard is down to just no, they're a 4-man. They're actually just going to consolidate. But something else to notice, we're talking about Spicy Fish. They have to deal with Immaculate, but then Simply Matt was also off to the side somewhere in Circle. So they've actually decided not to try to consolidate and hold this lane and hold the south side.
Like the path and coming in from Immaculate is, you would say, immaculate, at least at this stage. Spicy Fish,
yeah, they threaded the needle.
To get some damage out. Problem is, where do you go next? It's just going to be dips, maybe. They got to be careful not to put themselves too close to TM, and also losing tires, spinning out, going to be the problem. Now just put it in reverse, switch to the driver's seat. You got to go.
Is he revert? Oh, okay. Skaska's just cruising, just chilling.
Stop here. Why not? I guess, right? Oh, I guess I'm not even shot from the high ground.
Yeah, I'm not even sure if he can help his team at this point. Yeah, Skaska's just kind of on his own. Remember, Simply Matt is here as a solo. His team is Spicy Fish is fighting the rest right now of SCG down to the south, and they're gonna find 2 at least. Richie B and Neferhor. It's gonna be beautiful. The Moody trade.
Oh, the holdup's coming out. As you can see, the people that are trying to hold down the center plane's positions are going to be Sonics. 2 members down. One of them already flushed. H-Wood in some trouble. See, I don't think the fact that they're going to be able to get into a good point to help him, but they still have Tickleton and Mime up. Actually, I take that back. Looks like the res is going to come through. Sonics are playing to the north, and really, they're the only team around this field. It's them and Wildcard. Everybody else is compressed down to the south. Mercy finally trying to touch something that isn't the blue zone is going to get past this one, at least with one of their members, and get instantly
just
dropped.
Kidding. Yep.
And guess what? Here comes the rest of Mercy. I want to point out that LG still does have members up, but they're out there nomming on that blue as well.
Yep, and at the very least here, Spicy Fish. I mean, they are finally being able to play a game with members up, able to fight, not in a really awkward position, and they're going to find themselves at least 6 kills right now and a decent amount of control on the south side of the circle. But what, dude, honestly, what is going on with these hard shifts? These are really wild. This is really crazy.
Yeah,
every single shift has been a hard shift.
Yep. Let's just make our way over to the west, and guess what? Yahoo is feeling pretty good about that, and TM, still finding themselves a circle. Can't say the fact that they didn't earn it, as the blue zone is going to get a knock onto one of the Mercy members, but now having to be careful, luckily trying to avoid losing the other one, but yeah, they're going to go down.
Shot. Oh, but this is, I was worried about this. Mime was actually here for the longest time as kind of like the fourth
situation. Wildcard over Wildcard!
Oh, no.
That is terrible for that. Trying to come into this, that's just going to make it so easy for Mime. He does go down, but right at the same time he gets the drop onto Adam. Is Sonics going to be able to defend this one up at range? Why kick a Mukau and Nikos can't make too big of a move? You still, look at this. Yahoo is shooting from range. We also have Tokyo Manji Gang, as Mime is going to get flushed out, and just 2 Sonics members remain.
Well, the other issue for that is Mime was essentially the forward position for Sonics to consolidate on, right? Like, once that circle shifted. The problem is Wildcard came in right after, and I believe Quinn and whoever was up there, Tig, were still somewhat recovering from that fight they just had, and they weren't able to really support. And so Mime was out for free, and Wildcard now has such a good position. Or at least much better position than they had before.
Hard shift into fields means the fact that it is just, this is not brown sand down here, it is red. Blood is covering everything trying to come through. Immaculate trying to survive, doing a good job on clinging to life, but nowhere near the save zone right now. Vehicle's going to blow up, and that's going to take him down as well. It's going to be Abstract that's going to be continuing their push. Multiple members from Immaculate are still up, but it's going to be Tokyo Manji Gang that's trying to defend this one out. Issue is, all the way across the circle, Sonics shooting Tokyo Manji Gang in the
They're an absolute menace in this fight, and they're not even near it. I mean, they are just pelting them with bullets. Just damage going out. Tig will be spotted, but I believe they have a vehicle. I mean, I don't really know where they can play, though.
They're going to have to cross with Yahoo and Wildcard both with them. That's going to be a near impossibility across those fields.
I don't really think there is anywhere for them to play. Yeah, Twin's going to go down. It's just going to be up to Tig at this point, and I mean, whatever he gets, he gets.
Yeah.
I mean, even still, Sonics have 7 kills. If Tig goes down here, I mean, it really isn't going to be that big of an issue.
Hey, I mean, he managed to make it into the zone, and that's
still
all you can ask for right now. Yeah,
still soaking up points.
The firefights are finally starting to calm down, as Immaculate is the only team that is not inside the safe zone. They still have 1 member up, another member that is going to be downed. Vox is still up for Short Cricket Gaming. ADR has got control to the south. Really, ADR and Yahoo have been chilling, just taking shots at range for a while now, and all the fighting's been going on to the east of them. Finally going to spot out the last member of Immaculate, and so everything is starting to chill out a little bit, and now the circle is going to continue to favor Yahoo's positioning with some wildcard love as well.
Yep. And Yahoo is just sitting real pretty now. They've been here for a while. They've held it for a while, and now they've been rewarded. That shift is going to be wonderful. Meanwhile, they're still taking shots at Tig, but I think Tig just got a knock on Bale. So still being a nuisance as a solo so far away.
This is harsh. I mean, Tig is a miracle worker if he can even make it into the circle. Let's be honest on that one. Yahoo is feasting off of position. Nobody really has to make any big moves except for our poor solo in Vox and Tiggleton. That's just the luck, isn't it? Right? All the other teams pretty much in position. Just the solos having to make a move into the fields. That's
how it goes, though. Solos are never, I don't want to say never, but solos are generally not often given a break. It's always the struggle. I again want to point out that Adrenaline making another top 5 appearance. Man, I like this team's consistency so far.
Again, I'm impressed with North America. We're finding more and more teams, and the fight to just try to qualify is going to be harder than I think that a lot of these teams that are considered to be the top teams were expecting. And on top of that, that just means the fact that the last chance qualifier is going to be
last chance qualifier is going to be a banger. I'll tell you that right now.
This is just going to be absolutely nuts. Everybody is bringing, because this is your chance, right? This is the last bit that you can manage to get to go to PGC, and you can tell the passion and the desire that every single one of these squads have.
Also the stress too, and the anxiety, right? Like a lot of these teams are fighting for their PGC life.
Oh, Fox.
Oh, Fox. Very nice. Good trigger discipline. Ooh, wonderful stuff. There is absolutely no reason for him to shoot anyone on this team right now.
He is putting right in the diamond point.
Until he gets to the very edge of the circle.
Tig
he knows
just
that.
crawling.
Tig's making his way downtown, walking, proning slow. He's making it work, man. He's trying to make it work.
Not in the zone, though. Smoke number 2, 3 coming out. Take some shots at Yahoo. Get the cover onto it. Wildcard does hear what's happening, but
you actually try to make this dude making his way downtown, prone and slow, trying to make it as a solo.
The jukes, he's dancing.
Oh, he's bobbing, he's weaving.
He has touched the safe zone, but now he has to figure out where to go. Last dash, trying to make it. Does the 360 and touches the hay bale for safety. Yet again,
that was a clean. I'd give him at least a 6 out of 10 for the 360.
Yeah, I would say
only reason I give it.
He managed. He should have died.
Oh, of course. I mean, made it 10 out of 10. But the fact that it was a shallow 360. I'm just saying he could have got more air. Yeah. That's all.
I mean, it should be better.
Okay, that's one. That's 2.
To get loud. Goes for 2 already. Has got to be careful. He has to know that the other 2 are going to be coming up back behind him. But Tokyo Manji Gang is going to hear this firefight.
That was devastating, though.
Drop onto him. Tokyo Manji Gang is going to exploit.
That was devastating for ADR. Adrenaline just I mean, the way that Vox had snuck in, the way they'd watched those angles, there's no way Adrenaline could have known, right? And that was just devastating. It's just down to Greta. She's got to try to get at least an 8 or Dylan up. But man,
so hard.
It's not good. Yeah, it's really, those angles suck. She's just it. It's got to be just her.
Greta's got massive skill, but this just feels like one of those things you've just got to write it off. She doesn't have time to run over there.
Yeah, I don't think she goes for Dylan, and she knows that.
Throw down the smokes, and it looks like maybe she's thinking about taking the car. That might be an opportunity. Wildcard is going to have to move in a moment. This could be their opportunity, as Yahoo is also going to have to move. Yahoo looks like they're going to bring in some vehicles and try to make a vehicle fortification of their own. Greta trying to get the speed up the hill. That's going to be the hard part, but does start to get by. Damage is connected, but not enough to make it scary. Oh, the tree coming out of nowhere from the top rope's going to stop her. Now she's got to make it around the rock. That's going to stop her too.
She wants to use that vehicle and at least the tree or rock to try to get some cover. Tig won't freaking die, man.
Give this man his Assassin's Creed skin already. He is sneaking through all of this. Oh no, Greta. They're coming up behind you. Hear it.
I mean, they're crouching. Yeah, they know. This is...
Pop, 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 and that's going to be it.
Honestly, that was Vox. Vox ruined that game for Adrenaline.
They were going to be in a prime position. Now Tokyo Manji Gang is going to get themselves a really good spot to harass everything. I think that some of the tilt is still going to be in play, but it's all about this low ground fight. If they can manage to do enough to Yahoo right now, they can really turn this game on its head. Them and Wildcard are trying to line up against each other. As you can see, it is just going to be a Snoop Dogg battle with a ton of smoke on the field.
You say Snoop Dogg?
Yeah.
Okay. Anyways, Tig is still alive. That's absolutely absurd. Man is still just sponging up the points, surviving. Meanwhile, Wildcard on that beautiful little ridge now, covered from everyone when it comes to TM. Just has to focus on Yahoo, and they're doing a really good job of fighting this through. But Juarez is going to find one. He is. Adam is going to go down, Matt.
Tokyo Manji Gang are just such a menace for everybody that is trying to survive, but eyes are set by Tokyo Manji Gang onto Wildcard, which is our strong squad at this point. Folks are going to be down and trying to move in. Camton Juarez is going to force him away from this one, but Colton's going to find a good drop on a nade. Go ahead and get the flush on Adam as well as get the knock onto Nikos. Wildcard, who was so strong just a moment ago, are now starting to be picked apart by the remnants of Tokyo Manji Gang. Yahoo has now managed to right themselves and are trying to make an assault, but Juarez is going to spot them as well.
There's a world where Tig actually wins this game. The way that this is playing out, especially if Juarez can get a few more knocks, one or two.
Oh my God. One health.
This opens the door completely. Wildcard as well, not able to recover yet, Matt. This is a very critical game for some of these teams in this top 4.
That shot managed to give him time to get the meds back up. Tokyo Manji Gang, how are they getting away with this time and time again? Makes a switch over to midi close range, but it's not going to work for him. Colton has got to make his move. Waikakamukau still up, but has yet to make it into the safe zone. Both him and Tickleton have got to make the run.
1v1v1.
Everybody is down to one
This is literally
player on their team. It's a 1v1v1v1.
crazy. How did we get to this point?
Tokyo Manji Gang are just finding the angles,
Using
man.
the
This
road,
is
yeah.
absolutely nuts.
No, this has been an impeccable play from Colton and Juarez. Honestly, this duo has been just incredible. Tig, though, I mean, realizing he had an opportunity, still not the best angles. He's got to just play it slow. But the fact that he's still alive, the fact that he out-survived teams that had 4 up with decent position is something to behold.
He dropped his backpack. Got to keep the profile low. Sneaking in. Still committed into his Assassin's Creed ways right now. Balefrost is going to go down by Waikakamukau. So down to 4. Numbers advantage still leaning into Tokyo Manji Gang, who, let's be real, are playing this near on perfectly.
Yes,
Waikakamukau does get vision on what's going on with Tokyo Manji Gang, finally, the way they're cresting this one up. But it feels like it's a utility battle from here on out.
Hey, you know, I've given so much praise to like Zealot and Colton as a duo, as well as like Hello My Bad, and I've given praise to Juarez as well. But I mean, he's just such a good player for this team. He's always been solid, whether he's top fragging like this or he's just quietly in the back, just doing what he can to support his team. I mean, this TM has been a very welcome surprise this year for me as far as PUBG teams go. Really like this team a lot.
Yeah, they're popping off at the last half of the year. The way you do it, throws the Molotovs into the smoke. Got to be careful now. Cal is trying to navigate it. We are in Circle 9. A blue zone is coming in, so it's all about the push. Tickleton does get spotted out by Juarez. Scope comes in, and there we go. Like tried and true. 14 kills for Tokyo Manji Gang. They are starting to look like they're going to make their way into that top position and avoid last chance qualifiers.
Yeah, that was, man, what a game. Honestly, what a game from TM. The way that they played that, they came off of that ridge when they were both stuck in that shack too. Remember when Greta was initially trying to make her push over to get to safety in that Bronco. I mean, they cleaned up and used that road ridge to absolute perfection, man. I mean, what a game from those boys.
And you can't say that they were gifted at any stage.
No, they were never gifted.
They were in the thick of the firefights that were down in the south. Whenever the oil rotations came into it, that was just so rough to try to contend with. And I still got to give it out to really even Tiggleton for surviving for as long as he did.
Yeah,
he should have died a long time ago. There is a lot of free placement points that just happened.
Absolutely. I mean, and not that they need it, right? But the fact that they're still finding those points and they're still, again, practicing like they play, because essentially this is practice for them, right? Like all of this, including PCS7, is practice for PGC, but they're not giving anything up for free. They're still making everyone work for it. But again, to Tokyo Manji Gang's credit, man, what a game from those boys. What a game.
I just got to see what the point totals are after that. We're going to start accumulating that, get all of our math back together, take a quick break as we set up. Still 2 more games to go. Stay tuned. The action has not stopped, and it has been awesome. You know you want to stay here. See you in a second.
Destin harbors the future of innovation. And at Tithonic Industries, we're excited to introduce the next advancement in social connectivity, the Blue Chip Detector. By using advanced satellite tracking and biosignature synthesis, the Blue Chip Detector provides superior location monitoring so that you're never too far from assistance. Achieve a greater sense of togetherness. Come join us as we step into a better, more connected Destin.
We know where the killing fields in Miramar are because everybody was trying to stay alive in a desperate situation. Smokes, sneaking around, dropping backpacks, just trying to survive as Tokyo Manji Gang were in a shack and then fought their way out of it to find themselves victors. A great job coming out from them, and I just gotta say, I am continually impressed by that team.
Yeah, I mean, again, the way that they rotated, they had such a crazy game as well. Because didn't they start that? They started that game fighting early in Minas Generalis, did they not? I think against Yahoo, who was also there as well. I mean, that was just that was such a weird game overall. But man, the path that they took, the amount of kills that they had, 14 kills, 1,700 damage. More importantly, they got the dub, Matt. They got the dub. Now, Tokyo Majin Gang, obviously. Hello, Matthew. Yes.
Hey, now I can hear you.
Somehow, I was muted, but I was just talking a lot of good stuff about Tokyo Majin Gang. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
That is deserved. I think that they have now fully developed into the terrifying Maji Buu, right? We can easily say that. What stage of Maji Buu are they at now?
I'd say probably stage 2, maybe when he fought like Mystic Gohan. I'd say they're not anywhere near the final form yet, but again,
they're getting there. They're gonna have to level up, take on the final bosses that are going to be showing up in a while. But still, finding so many sections of success inside of that game. Let's take a look back at the highlights and see how they managed to get there, because it was off the get-go, man. Off the get-go.
I mean, yeah, if we're starting it off, actually, they lost Hello My Bad as far as the highlights immediately, right? Like, they lost one, and they were down to 2 relatively quickly. Sonics with this unbelievably well-timed play, even though I think one of those flashes may have caught Trimsy. Even he actually had no idea where he was. But the point is he threw those flashes, and then I think he hopped in the car with Quinn. That was just so well-timed. Mime here as well, getting a beautiful knock after getting spun out. I mean, this was a really fun game to watch overall. Greta, I mean, doing her best. Again, it was Vox that ruined Adrenaline there with that crazy flank play. I mean, he was so sneaky to get in between. And then ultimately it came down to Tokyo Manji just holding the top of this road mat and just doing work, brother. I mean, they really earned this win. I mean, look how low Wada's is. Yeah.
Yeah, 1 HP drops down. And also, continue, shout out for Vox being the 5th unofficial member of Tokyo Manji Gang and allowing me to get the stage. I mean, my God, Wada's at 9. This is just continuing to push in, and this is why we keep talking about them, and we love so much of what they're bringing out. 14 kills, 10 placement points, 24. Sonic's going to be coming in with 12. Wildcard back behind them with 10 and 9 points for Yahoo. 2 different teams we have our eyes set for PGC points are going to be Wildcard Gaming and Yahoo. So it looks like they're managing to string those points together as in very needed fashion. But also, Spicy Fish picking up 8 points that are
finally, got some good games, man, or some good kills there. It was nice to see them actually be able to fight and, kind of do what they want to do. And the Wildcard Gaming and Yahoo to that point as well. I mean, you have to remember, this is their first day of play. They still have 6 more games tomorrow on top of, we have what, 2? I think 2 more still tonight, right? Yeah, we still have 2 more games tonight. So, I mean, they've been finding consistency, more so Wildcard, man. Wildcard has been awesome today.
Tokyo Manji Gang staying tied up with Dodge, climbing into that 3rd place position. Remember, Group B did play yesterday, so this is going to be their last day of the group stage. But I gotta say, 81 points with still 2 games to go for Dodge and Tokyo Manji Gang. Gonna start making it more and more spicy.
Yep, that's wonderful. I will say, though, these last 2 games are going to be massively important, especially because they've gotten themselves such a good point total, right? They've been able to get themselves 81 apiece, still have 2 games to play. Still, I would want them to get at least another maybe 10 to 15 points, get as close to 100 as they can before the day closes out, because I think that is going to be around what the cutoff is going to be for these teams in the top 6.
Because that's all you got. Top 6. Everybody else going to be going to LCQ. Well, I say that except for the ones that have to get dropped off entirely, as we are going to be doing the LCQs, bringing back in Latin America and making it so fun, getting the region back together. Oh, yeah. But I know we've talked about this time and time again today. I am impressed by North America region and the diversity of teams, the capabilities that we're seeing come out. Sure. This isn't a settled, we know who's going to be in these positions. We kind of had an idea coming into this.
Well, we know 2 teams.
Teams have been unrelenting. Yeah. And we expected 3. Let's be honest. Three of them altogether. But we had an idea on who the other 3 were going to be as well. No, not anymore. These teams are unrelenting, and they see an opportunity, and they're trying to seize it. And that's what PUBG is all about. Well,
speaking about new teams, Matt, let's actually check out the path. After we watched this Tokyo Manji Gang and Adrenaline. I'd actually really like to see the path that Tokyo Manji game was going, but we can still compare this here. I mean, 50 kills already, right? 50 kills. Averaging 5 kills a game. I mean, 1,080. That's crazy. Tokyo Manji Gang has crazy stats.
Also going to remind you guys, whenever we look at the overall totals, ADR is not in the same group. So they are going to be balanced against all the games that they haven't played. So average damage is going to be higher than that. As you can see, their average placement is quite high, as you've been talking about. All-time guns. They're always in that top 4.
Yeah, Adrenaline is always in the talk, but I mean, starting here with Tokyo Manji, I mean, they started off looting Hacienda. We kind of know that. And then moving further down south, they got in that fight in Mineralis. They lost one incredibly early, which was Hollow My Bad, I believe. And then they still had to go down as a 3-man. They lost one even further down. But then the amount of kills they were able to accrue, especially off of that play from Vox, was just super, super impressive, especially as a duo.
Just looking back and seeing how the circles just spiral in there, it was just always a hard shift every single time.
All day, dude. It's not even just that game, Matt. It's literally been all day. These hard shifts. I mean, do I need to repeat or remind you of that game we had on Erangel when it was, first of all, on both North and South George, and then it was hard shifts even on that?
Dude, just remind me of every game today, because they have all been absolutely amazing. Players are bringing it again, continuing fresh. I don't even know. I don't know how we can get Miramar more wild than it has already been in game 1, unless maybe we see an island circle. The
True.
Oasis.
I mean, what? Okay, I'm not humoring you with the Oasis anymore, or the Trailer Park. Actually, I'll humor you with Oasis. Sorry, for some reason I just default to Trailer Park when it comes to you, Matt.
It's true. It's true.
But Oasis, Oasis circles. I think we actually had one in ESL. I'm pretty sure we had one not too long ago, if I remember correctly. As far as island circles go, I guess it wouldn't surprise me with the circles we've had today, but I don't remember the last true island circle we've had on Miramar.
I'm going to say this, and they're fun to watch, but they're not as cool as I think a lot of people.
They're not. Island circles are kind of lame. They're lame.
Everybody dies on the beach around.
They're lame to play and they're lame to watch. I'm just going to say that. I am not a big fan of Miramar Island circles. I know some casters love it, and that's totally fine. I personally think they're pretty horrible.
Look, everybody in chat should know I like cruel, evil circles that are all messy and nutty things happening all over the place.
Yeah, but those are
I'm
like
not a fan of island circles.
They're
so
not even fun.
That should tell you something.
Yeah. It is cool when we get to see it though, just because of how rare it is.
Yeah.
I think that's the only novelty of an island circle. It's like, oh, the 0.5% chance of it happening, actually it happened, you know?
Through you can see a couple of these teams have landed close to each other. Most notably, it's going to be Yoho and AB fighting over a very northern position as the circle does. Stay
He's still
close
floating. Oh my goodness. You absolute mad lad.
Is this still going on? Are we getting a repeat fight of Minas Generalis?
Yeah, but I think it's different teams now. Now it's Hustlers Academy, which I don't think was involved last time with Ace's crew.
I think it was, yeah, because it was Dash and the crew. Yeah.
You're right. So. I think you're right.
In fairness, there was like 5 teams that were there, so it's hard to remember exactly how it kicked off. So I'm not going to hold anything against you, Godspeed. I might be wrong, because who knows? There were so many that were there. Because look, Hello My Bad is still hearing what's happening and kind of sniffing that direction. Yeah. So 2 city fights on drop.
Some of these games where these fights have blended together. I mean, they've been so out of control, but Gale Frost.
Zolmox danced right between those.
Get Balefrost to break that. Arson though is going to find Shinboy with an SLR from distance, and Balefrost really wishes he had an optic now. That would have been really great. Even a red dot would have been good. Ironside's not always ideal.
This is a complicated place to try to defend up as well, and even just taking the shots there, just capabilities and the vision that these guys have.
Bale, yeah, he might have
pixels and movement, man.
He might just have to leave Shinboy, but yeah, I mean, obviously it's impressive to see what players can actually see. Even with like no optics, right? Bale was still like putting shots on target there from a decent amount of distance.
You can see the down in the bottom right, our Minas Generalis fight still popping off pretty strong. Icetech trying to hold the line and fence while Yoho is trying to figure out what's going on. If they can manage to get to Shinboy, it looks like it might be doable at this stage.
Poon will be able to.
Yeah, this is... I wouldn't be surprised as well. Yoho is a team that you really don't want to mess with too much because they really enjoy shooting. And this is a squad that will go for vengeance every once in a while. It's that they'll play smart, but they also won't take kindly to being knocked either.
I mean, even like looking at that, right? Like Bale knew that it was not good for him to get Shinboy. However, it was good for I think Poon or Spy, whoever was on the other side, right? So he backed off. They were smart about it, and yeah, Yoho is a very they can be a very claustrophobic team to fight. And what I mean by that is that very quickly they can descend on your position, and they're very aggressive, right? Like they have been known to wipe teams pretty quick.
Ooh, this res trying to get it off. Protege does hear the steps come in, and now everything has slowed down. Taking a moment, do note the fact that there are 2 members for Hustlers Academy that are down at the time. Tokyo Manji Gang, Hello My Bad, comes back in. I think that was a Winnie that we saw come out. Icetech goes for the spray, close range, strong AK, but he's going to go down.
Went for the flush, and he gets knocked. He gets it hurt, though, I guess.
And it's Dash alone by himself again, looking into Ace's crew. Hello My Bad might be able to referee some of this, but I think it's just going to be trying to survive. Oh, no.
Dude, Winnie is not...
Imagine getting Winnie.
Dude, Winnie, that thing is legit, man. That scope, honestly, is not bad at all and just takes one decent headshot. Yeah. Early game Winnies is no joke. I actually really like this gun. Really like that gun. And that 45 round actually does a good amount of damage to helmets as well, so...
On drop, in my opinion, it's like the best go-to start-off gun. Like, I mean, give myself like an Uzi or a shotgun in that thing, and I feel like I'm kitted enough to take a fight on a hot drop.
Oh, you're definitely kitted enough to take a few pot shots. I don't know about... yeah,
I'll just... Drop? Yeah.
No, yeah, for a hot drop
game.
Obviously, yeah. No, hot drop's super solid. Love the Winnie. Love the
Winnie. Dash running around with a pistol shotgun. That's a... Lets you know the condition that he is in is. Guess what? This is going to be short circuit gaming. That here's what's going to be going on. moving in because Minas Generalis is the place to be, guys.
It is, again, first. I mean, this isn't necessarily a similar circle, right? Because last time circle center was Minas. This time this is what this is like an MPL circle, right? Like, for all intents and purposes, this is a very vanilla circle. We've seen this plenty of times in PCS and ESL as well. As far as hard shifts, I'm sure we'll see some of those, but initial circle, very normal. And I think these teams kind of deserve a break. Dash!
Dash.
What a shot. Headshot, first shot, then he gets the body.
Just taps it too. And now he's just bait. He's just leaving him there. If somebody wants to try to go for this res, utility's going to be hard. Waika Kamukau finds himself with some friends as, again, close range fights are going to be going on. And let's see what we've got. Throwables coming out. Rest of Wildcard's trying to move into position, but Waika Kamukau is playing this so clean. He's dodging through everything. He's got to be careful. Somebody's going to be assaulting the stairs. Going to go ahead and throw out the smoke, and now doing the jump around. Going to go down as Ethan has a good read on those footsteps.
That was a good job with the utility. They used enough mollies to basically flush him out and force him into one angle. It was good stuff from them. Even still, though.
Is it cooked?
No. Just a little too short.
Placement points or kills. It's a hard decision.
Oh, and I think he saw. And there is still Winnie in play.
Okay, Waika Kamukau is down, but Dodge still making their assault in. Nikos is on the outside of this one, playing a very, very, I guess we could say, no cap.
Yeah, and this is Power Grid.
Chilling.
Yep, this is happening all at Power Grid. These two teams fighting for this, which could have ramifications going further into LCQ as well as Grand Finals. We'll see.
Do want to point out Tokyo Manji Gaming is also pushing in more, as well as Short Circuit Gaming into the Minas Generalis fight, so that might get more pop off in a second. So, just a full rainbow of colors that are hanging out and looking around what's going on. And if anything, it's just going to get potentially messier, as this is inside of Circle, so there is no rush for anything to happen here. But it is also along a pretty simple pathing. And Terry gets vengeance back on Dash, and he goes down.
I'm very curious what Tokyo Manji is planning right now, or what their next play is. Are they actually trying to get aggressive here, or are they just kind of biding their time, trying to potentially just get a pick or two, maybe a point or two off these guys?
Oh, did he get spotted out there? I don't know. Teammates did take some shots, so Nikos might still be hidden. Dodge is maneuvering around the outside. This is just up on the top of the plateau, so nobody's going to be coming in here after it. So really, it's just its own independent island fight. And it's going really slow. Oh, Ethan does get the Molotov onto Greg shot, though. So now Wildcard's they're going to have to make a play soon, as Nikos is trying to figure out whenever he's going to make that play. He can hear the footsteps. He can spot out one, goes for the shot, and does get the knock onto it. Now maybe starting to right this fight that has not been going Wildcard's way. Flashbangs thrown on both sides.
Yeah, and I think, what is it, down to a 2-on-2 at this point? Yeah, 2-on-2 with one knocked. So, I mean, this has been a very even fight so far. Obviously... Whoa.
It's slow. Gonna get some vision on the outside. Adam trying to defend up. Nikos dancing around. So maybe you can prep a nade on top of this one. Now just about trying to make sure he plays the angles that Adam can defend him from. This is a slow burn fight. Nobody is going to overextend because they know that points are so valuable. Adam does find the angle, though, and that's going to allow for the reposition to get a res. I like this. The focus on the res, not on the flushes.
Yeah, I mean, that's the play to make, right? Get yours, and both of them are going to kind of just reset here. And yeah, I think this is a fine decision from both teams, especially Dodge. I mean, they really need to get this, simply because it was just down a Hikerman. He's going to find Corsac, who, in my opinion, has been a wonderful addition to this team.
They were talking about it earlier, and about how he's just been such a quick fit into this and actually helped them bring out more aggression, which has been a common complaint, I think, that people have had to Dodge, is the fact that they've got firepower capabilities, but sometimes they show some hesitation. That's not happening with this Dodge, to say the least.
Mm-hmm. And that's not to say anything bad about Gas. I think Gas is really nuts, actually. But yeah, I think just Corsac has fit into this roster really well.
It's how it goes sometimes. It's not necessarily about player skill, but it's just about how to fit in on the team. And Adam just read that
beautiful stuff from Adam. Yep, that was very well done. But you're absolutely right. I mean, you can put an incredible player on a really strong team, and that team just doesn't mesh well, right? And that's just how it is. And I'm not even saying, I feel like Gats didn't even, Gats was fine. It's just.
Okay. Circle pops, and guess what? That power grid fight just became real important, as it is due center up. It's all around this high ground that we're going to be looking at. San Martin is in this one, and Picado is as well. So we could have a couple of bait and switches if the theme of today is going to continue.
All right, let's yeah, I was asking earlier, I wonder what Tokyo Manji's next play is. Let's actually just take a listen in with these guys and see what their plan is.
From dirt to
I mean, if you're not here from warehouses, there's a guard here, but there's a guard here, but no one is speaking. There's two cars. There are 2 cars. Just take warehouses.
It's 2 cars parked.
It's probably wild cars that
One
went on foot.
One buggy is driving to warehouse. One buggy, and a convoy. Behind me.
They're in between us.
People gym.
Buggy drove into warehouse on you guys.
I lost my car. I'm just healing in warehouse.
This buggy, this Marauders on HP.
There's a guy on me.
I'm killing, hold on.
Yeah, I don't know. These guys are just driving in between
Back
us.
to Marauder.
Nice. Need sounds. I'm getting need. He's right behind my warehouse.
This is the same
He's running
team.
into left warehouse.
Yeah, it should be
green now.
The other one's pulling into the bulls, I think, or the south warehouse.
There was one guy playing right on green. Nice, good shit. Good flush. Can we play this split now? Are we good?
I think they're in your south warehouse. I think there should be 3 in there.
Can we go for break, bro?
No.
I might have to kill one in warehouse. Right side for warehouse.
Oh, there's
For
2
warehouse,
guys in
right
brick.
side.
2 guys in brick. 2 guys in brick.
Yes. Are you good?
Yeah, I'm chilling. I got it. Interesting.
Gotta say, if you're loving what you're hearing, make sure that you go and support. Give follows on Twitter, Twitch, whatever you can to try to support teams as they're trying to grow. Every single follow is helpful, specifically if they're trying to get signed by teams, different things like that. Also, just showing that you support them and you love what's going on. Whenever we're looking at a group stage, there is so much opportunity. But enough about that. Let's talk about the map. Remember the fact that we do have it going on in squad stream because it is going to be pivotal inside of this one. We have a ton of teams. They're stacking on top of each other down to the south as well as across Power Grid. We saw that Wildcard was trying to hold back and did manage to shoot dodge away, but while they were recouping, that's whenever Tokyo Manji Gang did come into it, as well as Abstract, the firefight that we were listening to. See, that's going to be Short Circuit Gaming that did come in right next to LG, as Sonic's going to be on the opposite side of it. It's going to be Hilltop Fight in the south trying to work their way in and dodge the vision of everybody that's going to be in the high ground step by step.
Yeah, but Sonics have actually had a disgusting setup right now. This kind of 4-way cross just decimating everyone that tries to come through, or just doing so much damage overall. And even on that Tokyo Manji fight, right? Like, it was able to get shots all the way off on Colton to the side because they have such high ground and they have so much space that they're covering.
This is the most oppressive that I feel like we've seen Sonics play in a while.
This lobby has been
everything,
nothing short of just their plaything. Honestly, it's been crazy, man. They've really been dominating this lobby.
Again, look at the brakes on those cars, man. So strong, so strong. All right, Short Circuit Gaming did lose, so now going to make their way to the north. You can see Luminosity now with that firefight contained can move in. Circle is going to pop, going to stay on Power Grid, still going to stay at the top of this hill. But still also going to keep in the valley to the north of it and the road that follows. So Yoho is going to still be in a fairly strong spot.
Honestly, at the risk of this being like somewhat more slow, I'm actually really happy these teams kind of break and it just went for a central shift.
Dude,
and finally these guys just get a breather, right? Because I mean, it's just been hard shift after hard shift. These guys, I'm sure, are mentally exhausting from trying to figure out all these crazy circles.
Looking through, this is the lineup that's going to be on Power Grid, and don't be surprised if it stays there for a while. Not too much that's going to be happening. If movement's not going to be a big factor unless there's going to be, I would say, X factors or Y factors coming in, all the variables that could be crashing in around them. Luminosity is still continuing their roam around the outside to make sure that they get control over this area, and that's so smart in this position. Make sure that you're huddling out and getting everybody out of this position. Remember those X and Y factors? Looks like Short Circuit Gaming might be thinking about being one, but surely they know that somebody's going to be there. Might not have any options, as guess what? It's going to be Terry yet again, Ace's crew getting involved in the action, and they have got to be careful. This is going to be a back and forth, just drive and go fight.
A little Mad Max action here, a little Fury Road, but it looks like Ace's crew is actually going to be able to pull away and somewhat create some distance there. SDG as well trying to just skirt. The thing is, I don't really know what SDG's play is. I'm not sure if they were even able to see anything over on this side of the map. And so they're kind of just sending it into a decent position overall, though. I mean, Corsac is just sitting here in this shack. I think his vehicle was out front too, so they might suspect him. Nope, I lied.
Oh, they're all orange. They're all orange team. They should just join together.
No, actually,
rally, fight everyone.
Just ran here in Corsac. Oh, what a play!
Oh my God!
Oh, he thought he knocked him. I felt that in Corsac's bones. He thought he knocked him, so he stopped shooting him. That was actually a gross play too. If he would have pulled that off, oh man,
that was the
sucks.
whole.
I hate doing that, dude. I hate doing that so much, and it happens in so many different shooters, but I'm fairly certain Corsac thought he got the knock, so he just pulled away on his spray to try to like just get inside and heal. But he actually, Vox had like 1 HP left. I feel
guy,
for you,
Yahoo, taking shots at
what a try.
Distracted him.
No, that I feel for him. That's happened to me too. It's happened to many players, and it sucks.
Especially with the how beautiful that play was.
Yeah,
and the
man, that play was about to be a highlight of highlights, man. That was nuts.
I mean, the read he had on, even then, just the way he played that, you got to give massive respect to. I do want to point out we still have continued moving back into the west. First, he is going to be moving in right past Spicy Fish, but it looks like they're going to get away with that one. Nothing too scary yet. This lower area position that we're looking at right now over to the southwest is just going to be trying to move in. Circle is going to pop. Spicy Fish already have a foothold in that, so they should be able to regroup. But I do say that now look what's going on that eastern and southern area around Power Grid, and this is about to get dirty.
This is indeed about to get dirty. I'm looking also at I think that's, what is that, Thunder from Team Collector. And he's going to be able to come in right now. Actually, he can get a decent amount of information for that team as well if he maybe wants to stay as an anchor. It's something I haven't really seen that team try, but right now it's Luminosity Gaming who has pretty much been policing this side for a while now, I think, Matt.
Yeah, pretty much. If you're not in Power Grid, you're going to have to contend with them, and they're definitely doing a good job on holding it all up. I mean, it's just such a good job the way that they're moving together. This is exactly one of the reasons I've always loved to watch Luminosity and how they play. The way that they just manage to just communicate so efficiently back and forth between themselves and how to what's going to be going on. They do have one of the members knocked, but Alo is going to be able to get rezzed. That's just good play coming out from Luminosity. Is they've got control over here. Now it's just a matter of where they want to go next.
It's basically as clean as you like, right? They only really got one knock, and I don't think Ayla was really ever in any danger of being flushed. So that was a hell of a fight. Very good fight for them. Fortunate to fight for ADR, but I think it's actually the first time that Adrenaline will not be in the top 5.
Tokyo Manji Gang did creep out to see what was happening out there and is going to regret it. One of their members goes down. Sonic, as we saw just a second ago, sent it to the center, and a dip that has some power to it in the circle. Specifically, now that it is centered, there's going to be a lot of ravine fight capabilities that are going to be happening out of this one. Speaking of that, you can see that Spicy Fish is lined up against Mercy. They have the advantage in this, already several members down, and now looking through, we're going to go ahead and drop some Hellfire right up on top of them. As Spicy Fish still navigating around this one and just herding Mercy exactly into where they want them to go, so that way they'll have the low ground and high ground vision on them at the same time.
The problem really is Collector here. Collector is actually shooting Spicy Fish every time they crest and try to get a favorable position over this hill. But I will say if Spicy Fish can clean this up, they actually have a really nice path to wrap on the south towards the circle. So they just need to not lose members, and they have a really good game ahead of them.
Alex does go down from Sneak Attack, who's been consistently showing up for Mercy and finding those angles that can open up fights for them. Spicy Fish still continuing to try to make this push up. This is too close range. Nobody can detangle from this one, especially with the hillside fights like you were talking about with Collectors at range. So Simply Matt's just got to pull the trigger and start making the run. And Looks Cruz does spot them coming out of the smokes, and man,
nice.
Moody just popped off there.
That was beautiful. Matt had held the angle. They both started to chase. Moody came in underneath and just cleaned it up. That was beautiful. Nice stuff from Spicy Fish, and I believe they keep all 4 alive, or at least 3.
I believe that they had 3, and one of them got flushed out as they got coming
3.
in.
They got 3 is good. 3 is good enough,
especially in a circle like this one. Is where are we going? Is it going to be to the north? Is the cruelty going to continue, or a couple of these teams at least going to be able to stay in position just to center up?
Super central shift, and I'm fine with it. These guys deserve a break.
Looks like LG continuing to roam around and be the menace of the edge. Every single team that's just trying to hold out is going to have to contend with them. They've roamed, I want to feel like about a good kilometer along the edge of the zone, just making sure that they can kill whatever's happening. Now, I do want to point out, this is now time for Power Grid to pop off. No more time, no more friendships. You just got to make the moves, and it looks like Tokyo Manji Gang is making the play in Abstract's direction.
Yep, I think as well, Wildcard, I mean, they actually have a lot of room to work with here. It's really going to be TM and Abstract that are going to probably struggle with this, because LG is also still on that south side, potentially there to gatekeep anyone trying to come in from that angle. And so Wildcard can pull away from the north, not even have to deal with this, as TM and Abstract are very much entangled.
We don't get a chance to talk about what it's like trying to assault people inside these warehouses when they get into those high areas. It's just so hard to figure out exactly where they are.
There's just more angles to worry about.
Positions. And add in on top of that, we have Back Monster that is just waiting for the moment that they decide to get more aggressive. Repositioning is going to come out, and that is going to be actually influential. I don't know what he was thinking there. I guess maybe Back thought that he could have gotten.
Well, there was this. So there was a smoke in front of that main door, so he was trying to get up and he had a chance, but the side door was completely open, and it was actually busted open. That was a really nice play from TM. It's just down to Zealot, though. He knows Stone Storm is up top. Nades are coming through. That flash, I don't think, is going to hit its mark. And Zealot's going to find it. Yep, the prone behind was perfect. The flash, the stun missed. And he's going to be able to recover both Hello My Bad and Wadez. Beautiful stuff again from TM, man.
TTG lining up against Simply Matt. Flashbang's going to come out. Good bait away from it, but good reposition coming out from Spartacus. Reading perfectly how to play that Spicy Fish. Still ahead of them on this angle, but Pat going down is going to make it even easier. This blue zone's going to tick pretty hard, so Spartacus is going to wait a second before hopping inside of his vehicle, but Moody has been a big factor for Spicy Fish. Good job on avoiding that angle. I want to point out also, Wildcard does get that outside wall around Power Grid for pretty much free. It's going to be Luminosity. Still being Luminosity.
Yep, they actually drove up. They waited for this, and now they found their opportunity to push. They're going to find one. They know at least one more is behind that vehicle. That's going to clean it up. And LG in a beautiful position now. Oh, man, I just wish Spicy Fish would have slowed that down. Knowing that they had so much control in the south, they just kind of got splintered off and knocked. That's unfortunate. But now moving back to Wildcard, it's time for them to make their move.
LG isn't even done. They've now sent 2 of their members to the south, and it looks like they're looking Collector's direction. They have got to be careful because they have to know that there's going to be remnants coming out of whatever's going on in Power Grid. Fight still continuing over there as Greg's going to hop inside of a vehicle and run real close into Tokyo Manji Gang's positioning. This outer wall is going to create a barricade to allow the firefight to go, but a lot of the players are on the opposite side of it. Got to be careful from third-party firefights, most notably coming out from Collectors. LG doesn't have the cleanest angles. The circle is going to pop, and it is going to favor these dips and divots that Sonics were playing earlier. This is about to be a pretty entangled fight that's going to be hard to separate away from, and once you do, you're going to walk into the middle of no cover.
Yep. And Zealot just trying to survive here. Nikos just wants to get a cheeky angle without committing too much. Again, Wildcard is a 3-man, still very much in this game, but it could come apart, especially if they start losing 1 or 2 members here. Oh, and Nikos doesn't want to let that happen. Beautiful stuff. Wildcard now clear, at least on the east. They got to start moving forward. LG is their next obstacle.
They have got to be so cautious. The duo for LG playing to the south is just being patient. The other duo pretty close to looking at Sonics on the opposite side of the hill, but still waiting on Wildcard since they heard that firefight. A lot of teams still need to move. Yoho's going to be looking like they're going to be tackling the north. Then we have Immaculate that's going to be coming into the southwest on the same angle that TTG is going to be coming in. We still have Collectors that's going to have to make a move as well. So really, anybody's guess on how some of these firefights are going to be going is it does look actually Immaculate is going to shift all the way to the south into TTG's favor. You can see there's just trenches to fight in from here on out, and that's going to be the way you have to navigate it.
Yep, but at the very least, I mean, I actually like fighting in this area for the most part. There's as you said, there's a lot of little dips, divots, trenches that you can kind of use to navigate around. And this is, I mean, terrain like this is why Miramar is my favorite map, right? Like you have a lot of options on foot. You don't need vehicles, and Dirty's In survives that somehow, but you know, we're in there.
I mean, nade physics, sometimes they can do their things. We all remember that Shroud nade, but it wasn't anything like that this time. It's just an air burst that's going to go off pretty close. So now TTG is just going to swarm around this. Keep in mind, Sonics do have vision on this angle now that the firefight's starting to pop off, as well as Collectors moving down this hillside as they don't have an option. It's going to be Wildcard that's going to be shooting at Collectors and forcing them down into the west as well. So a ton of teams now forced into this angle in this low dip fight. Immaculate doing a good job on navigating it though and realizing how the approaches are going to be coming in. Could be Collector that does look down, finally gets spotted, and that team is eliminated. TTG still has the close range advantage onto Immaculate, but they've got to be careful on how they're trying to make this push.
Immaculate, though, they are doing a really good job of fighting Skaska, though. He is going to go down. That was a Molly and blue combo. That's going to be very deadly cocktail indeed. Rupini And Dirty's in, just trying to make this fight work. Just slowly going. Quinn is actually going to find Cater from the back, Bat.
Sonics come into this with gusto, man. Mime on that high ground, just looking down. Chill just trying to cling into position, but he's going to get spotted out as well. And Immaculate survives by just kind of surviving. That's all they had to do. But guess what? Sonics now looking for them as well. Yoho on the other side. Immaculate, you are about to be pinched in a vicious, vicious way.
And that shift is actually still pretty good for everyone involved. Sonics, though, going to clean up Immaculate. And LG now on the opposite side of this. Luke just basically being the anchor. His wildcard still in it and still causing quite a bit of an issue for LG, I might add.
Yeah, with the distractions that are going on to the west, that's opened up an easier pathing for them than you might have expected, given the cover and the situation that they were having to deal with just walking through a no man's land. Sonics is still continuing this press, as on one side of it, LG is just hunting, and on this side of it, it's going to be Sonics. The problem is, this time it's going to be going up against Yoho. Not quite of a free fight as they had a second ago, and LG has got to be careful because we have Nikos sneaking down into this, gets vision in, and
they just drive in.
Just comes into this one. They want control. Luke's trying to charge in, but now that firefight's popped off, it's going to be Sonic spinning back around into this fight as well. Tickleton's going to get a high ground advantage onto Luke, take him down, and the fight's going to continue to cascade from there. Finally hitting a break point as everybody has dropped down just trying to survive. Sonic's still fighting against Yoho at the same time.
Yeah, and Yoho has now come in. They've realized that this is their time to take position in the circle, and they have 4 alive as well. And Bale acting as a little bit of an anchor there, coming around towards the backside underneath Sonics. And Greg Shot and the rest of Wildcard now as well have been able to secure their position. I mean, Wildcard haven't had to move much this match, but they have had to fight quite a bit.
But they have been picking up the kills as they go. They are the weakened squad, and everything that we're looking at right now is they do have another member that goes down, so just leaving one up. And they've got to play it careful. Sonics don't care. They're just shooting at both teams the same time. They realize the fact that they have the angles on it, so just exploit it. Tig is just all by his lonesome, and Greg Shot cannot find safety. It's just a rock peak battle between the two of them, and it's going to continue to be Tig. He's just walking forward and pushing Greg out of cover piece into cover piece, but I think finally getting waved off and saying, hey, don't push too far. You might be moving into Yoho's line of sight. Tig says, hey, guess what? That means I can see them too, and gets the drop on his parking. What the hell is Tig doing to this lobby?
It's actually disgusting what Sonics is doing right now, fighting two teams the way that they are.
This is just,
and they're kind of winning too. I mean, that's the crazy part, right? They're fighting. They fought Wildcard and Yahoo, and they're just winning.
I mean, Wildcard's going to feel good no matter how this goes, sitting at 10 kills, making the late game off.
But I mean,
it's been a disastrous start.
It's still disgusting, though.
What the hell happened to Sonics today is it is just more dominant than what it felt like yesterday, and I didn't even think that was possible. Yoho is having to step entirely away from the circle right now, as finally Sonics are going to regroup, and Wildcard and Yoho are taking some shots between them for what is the first time in a long while.
It also doesn't hurt that, I mean, Sonics is just have like such good position on the high ground, but yeah, I mean, they're just tearing through this lobby. Greg Shot doing the best that he can, knocking Shinboy, still fighting. I mean, Greg Shot is not giving up.
And now here comes Sonics. They know the fight's going on, and Greg Shot trying to reposition. He's running away from this point, moving back down into Yoho, realizing that there is the capability for kill points over there. Sonics on a slower push onto this, so it is going to allow Greg to get an angle, but now Sonics are going to get vision onto Yoho. That step back away from Greg is going to find him a lot of angles to work with. He's now taking shots into Sparking, who has been rezzed, but it's going to be 2 different angles that he's going to have to protect, and he cannot do it. Yoho now in the north. Sonics know where they are and are continuing that push.
I mean, they've literally herded them out and pushed them out of the circle when Yahoo initially had a foothold, right? And now, I mean, they're just tearing through them.
I mean, it's just been patient. They
already have 11 kills. I mean, yeah, this is a ridiculous game for Sonics. I mean, even Yahoo, which I'm not even sure how many kills does Yahoo have. They have 3 kills.
Yeah, they remember they were playing the low ground to the north, and all of the action happened to the south of them. So they're going to get good placement points on this.
But yeah,
but
I'm not hating on the fact that they're I'm just saying, like, Sonics has soaked up so many. I mean, that's the point that I'm making, right? Is they've soaked up all the kills in the north. Yahoo didn't even have a chance to really get involved.
That's not even including what Luminosity and Wildcard were doing.
Sure.
I think that half the lobby died between those three teams.
Yeah, I think you're right, honestly.
So now Yoho backs against the wall, trying to see if they can survive. New circle is going to pop, and it is going to be the last circle. So 10 seconds before everything starts to crest in, and that's going to be a headshot onto Shinboy at the worst possible time.
I mean, take out center, right? So they're just going to sit here. They're going to force Yahoo to fight, and that's it. Like, this is the end game. Can you take it from us is basically what Sonics is saying.
A rock, high ground, cover, and then Mime on the outside just in case they go for play around it. Smoke's now coming down to make it even more complicated. Utility being tossed out. Sparking is going to go down, and that's going to start spelling the doom for it. Shinboy gets the angle and does get the drop onto one. Stepping away, flashbang's going to hit, but remember that Smoke is down. Trying to make sure that he can step into this one, just leaning into the bandages. That's all he's got left. Looks like we're seeing a reposition on the other side coming up from Shrimsy, so that way he can try to get the
info.
Pig just going to the spray, trying to see if he can connect, but Sparking creeping into this one, seeing if he can spot out something to give Shinboy some chance of trying to win this one. Back against the wall. Now Throwable's coming out. That might be a good lineup into it. Where is it going to stop out? Just a touch too short. Is now Sonic's back in control. The blue zone's going to finish it off, and 12 kills for Sonic.
I mean, obviously a little anticlimactic. It wasn't terribly important that Shinboy denies that point at this point to Sonics. I kind of wish he would have just went for it, but again, facing 3 members of that team with the low ground position, you're stuck in smokes. I mean, it is what it is.
I cannot wait until we see the total kill counts between... I'm just thinking about it, and I think that we are correct that half the lobby was killed by those 3 squads that were just
disgusting.
Vicious, and we still have one more. These games today have been absolutely ludicrous, Godspeed. I'm just still in...
Dude, honestly, it's... Despite the fact that Sonics has won almost every single game, I mean, these have been bangers. These have been absolute banger games. I can't wait.
One game to go, and I believe that is their 6th win, so still holding on to a 50%, even whether they win. There's only going to be 12 games, so even if they don't win the next one, still 50% win rate. That is... Damn. I mean, I don't know what to say other than...
Same. It's like, what else is there to say?
Sonics, we're going to go to break. Think about whatever you want, because Sonics. See you in a second. It is the story that never ends, as time and time again, Sonics are finding themselves in the final circle and getting that chicken dinner. Valiant attempt coming out from Yoho, and it was a lot of firefighting happening in a very open circle, as Miramar was just giving and giving inside that one. Started off Minas Generalis, ended at Power Grid, and it was a firefight the whole way, guys.
It was an absolute firefight. Again, LG, Wildcard, and Sonics basically cleaned out that entire lobby. And honestly, I really like watching fights around Power Grid, by the way. That area is so fun. As you saw, there's so many different, you were saying it yourself, dips, ridges, defilades, whatever have you. I mean, it's so conducive for like really good like on foot pushes and fighting. So love it. Glad it ended there. Sonics, though, 12 kills.
I feel bad because we have so much good that's going on inside this lobby, but whenever it comes to the end, it's still Sonics that's walking away with the win, and that says something that...
I mean, you should still feel good about that. Well, you know,
if we're having a lobby that's this strong and Sonics can still consistently play this well, that still says something about Sonics, right?
Oh, of course. And ultimately, like, it's still great PUBG. So, yeah, Sonics are making it a little less interesting for sure, but the fact is they're playing some crazy PUBG, and it's always a pleasure to watch.
It is just clean. That's all you can say. Going back and watching through this
wonderful stuff.
You want to get good, go check out some of the streams, watch what's going on right here, right now. Check out the map stream. It's just, they know exactly where to go, and it just feels like, again, even stronger than before. As we're going to be walking through the highlights, Wildcard's going to start it off, and they're going to be at the end of it pretty close as well.
Yep, as we'd stated before, Wildcard had this really kind of, it was a fairly even fight back and forth until the end, right? Which I guess that's how every fight is, but they were down to 3 members each. Wildcard held this building for the longest time. They didn't have to rotate. However, that does not mean that they were just sitting on their laurels, right? Resting on their laurels. They were fighting other teams around them still. They were pushing other teams off, and they were getting ready to potentially make a push on the LG, which they eventually did towards the end of the game. But Sonics, man, the whole game was just on fire, man.
This is, I can't give them that one because it does feel like they started off kind of slow, but then after that, yeah, everything was pretty much Sonics. This has just become the recipe for success for them. Early rotation, strong position, wait for the right time to pounce. Once everything starts popping off, third, fourth party, whatever you can. Once you get control over the area, now it's yours, and strangle it. Make sure that nobody else can do anything. Looking through, let's do our quick math. It's going to be 12, 22, 33, so missed it by 1. Oh, no, actually they did. They passed it by 1. 32 would be the halfway point, so 33, they did kill over half of the lobby between Sonics, Wildcard Gaming, and Luminosity.
Oh, yeah, we do mass. Yeah, that was a crazy game for those 3 teams. But again, Yahoo is still finding points. And I'm also going to point out Adrenaline, even though they got last. But that's actually why I'm going to point out Adrenaline. It's because this is the first time they finally didn't make the top 5, right? They have been so consistent, and this rotation was really rough for them. So I'm actually not really going to take too much away from them because I expect they'll probably find another consistent finish here. I really feel like that team is, I mean, looking at the leaderboard, look, they've only had 5 games to play. They're already at 32 points, finding a lot of consistency. I really like what that team is doing too. So I'm going to find some positives out of them going out early there.
Here is the storyline going in the last game, though. Last game for Group B. Remember, it is going to be the top 6 that do go on and do not have to play through the LCQs. So, Luminosity at 112, I think that they're feeling pretty good. The curse seems like it's broken. They should be going on unless something, I don't know, ridiculous happens tomorrow, but not a high likelihood on that. Tokyo Manji Gang getting close. Dodge also getting pretty close to having a comfortable spot.
Like I said, I feel like the cutoff is going to be around like 9,500 points. Somewhere around, like, I think 90 even is potentially a little low. I think it's going to be around 100 points for some of these teams to make that top 6, probably push a little past towards like, 105, 110. But yeah, I mean, this is going to be a very close battle for 5 spots because it's very obvious that Sonics are going to be qualifying, even if they didn't even play this last game. But I guarantee you that team is still going to try to make a statement.
Yeah, I mean, why stop now? I mean, you've got 6. Why not 7? Just go ahead and continue to influence everything that you can. Now the question is, Tokyo Manji Gang, giving you a lot of credit. I think the fact that you can do it. New Dodge and the way that you guys managed to rescope yourselves and come in,
for sure,
play more aggressive. Can you clutch when you've got to clutch? This last game, you need, I would say, 15 points to start feeling like you have a chance to qualify and not have to go to the LCQ. Can you get those 15 points whenever it really, really matters?
Well, yeah, and for TMG, this is their last game, right? This has to be, as well as Dodge, actually. That's I'm sure that's why you brought those two teams up. This is their last opportunity.
Sometimes I am smart.
Yeah. It might have tuned you out there. No, that's exactly right. I mean, these two teams only have one good game, right, to make an impact and get over that 100-point threshold. Looking at the top 5 kills, Mime Mime's popping off at 30 again. It's not surprising to see Mime doing well here. Penta, Tig, Hikerman, Shrimsy. This is a pretty normal top 5.
This is the usual suspects.
Yeah, the usual suspects. We've seen Hikerman up here before. Obviously, any of the Sonics boys, and as well as Penta has been up here. Any of the LG boys. So, pretty standard stuff overall. Pretty standard stuff.
Yeah, it's all about just bringing into this last game. I don't also want to remind everybody before we get started, remember that we are going to be doing an interview after this. I'm going to take a wild stab and say it's probably going to be a Sonics member. So if you're a Sonics fan, make sure you stay tuned in after we get done with this game and we give you the final leaderboard, because I know you guys are going to eat that up. And even if you're something like, I don't know, an E United or Luminosity fan, just watch it and hate.
Why did you say that like with disdain almost?
Because there's so much hatred between these groups now. I don't know how it suddenly happened, but it's like E United and Sonics fans are just like, I've already glanced down the chat every once in a while and I see Snaker's making the joke with what was going on and be like, why are all these people fighting for a spot that they're not going to be able to have?
That's your problem.
That's just what's going on in chat right now. It's pretty feisty. When Snaker's is in there, it's always going to be, right?
Yeah, true. But the fans are wonderful. Let's even though they can be quite fanatical sometimes, especially with those.
I'm not like calling it a bad thing.
No. And I'll also say this: I feel like the way that EU and like Sonics have kind of strummed up their communities to do this like kind of banter and trash talk back and forth. It's been really fun to watch. So appreciate that.
I mean, that's what you want. You want something at stake. Sure, there's money and everything else like that, but as a fan, you got to want to. Like,
oh, dude, I love it. I think it's
get
awesome,
in it, right?
And again,
United. Remember, have played less games because they didn't play today.
They've only played 6 games. Sonics is now on their way for their 12th. And I mean, it's United. I don't think they, let's see, how many points did they have yesterday? I don't think they had the greatest day. I also don't think it was absolutely terrible.
It wasn't a great day. They're still on 7th.
I remember that.
Whenever you're just trying to get into, I don't know, top 6 and you still have a whole day to play in 7th.
Yeah, so they got 36 points yesterday. Again, not the greatest day, but it's not like they had like some travesty, and I'm sure they'll be able to pick it up tomorrow. But right now, the story is definitely on Sonics, LG. Well, not even Sonics. It's really LG, Wildcard, and Dodge with Tokyo Manji Gang. I think those are the teams to really kind of watch out for right now going into this very last game of Miramar.
Just giving you guys a heads up. I know it's taking a second longer, and that's fine. Again, last game, we want to make sure everything's situated. Players are having to take a second. That happens every once in a while. So, yes, that is why we are sitting here talking to you.
It's literally your fault. So don't lie to
I'm kind of mad. You said the fact that you were tuning me out a second ago, and I know sometimes people watching do that. So I'm going to make sure that I get their attention before I press the play button.
That's fair. That's totally fair. But these are the overall standings. Again, Tokyo Manji, Dodge, and Wildcard are really big teams to. Well, not Wildcard. Excuse me. Abstract. Abstract was the other team that was in the top 5. This is their last game. Abstract. I mean, I really don't know if they can pull out like a 40-50 point game. You know what I mean? So I would imagine that they will most likely have to go to the last chance qualifier. That being said, though, if they can get at least like maybe a fat 15-20 kill game, there is a chance, depending on how tomorrow plays out, that they could go straight through. But I would imagine it's really up to Dodge and Tokyo Manji Gang to push the envelope as far as like where that threshold for qualification is going to be.
I'm going to be honest, whenever the LCQ should be a weaker group, because I don't know, you don't have somebody that's walking away with 163 points in a couple of days. So I think that we'll probably see Abstract back, even if they don't manage to get their massive 40-point banger that they're going to be needing in this one. Tokyo Manji Gang and Dodge are really where I have my eye set, as I do think that Luminosity should be, I don't want to say comfortable, but should be pretty comfortable.
They're comfortable-ish, right? I feel like they're fairly safe.
I kind of agree with what you're looking at. Probably like 90 to 100 points will be our cutoff. It's gonna
like 95 to 105. That's my final answer. I think that's about where we'll be.
You sure? Is that your final answer?
No. Now I'm double guess. Yeah, I don't know. I'm actually not.
So
sure.
whenever we get done tomorrow, I'm going to say that Godspeed had 95 as his final answer, and if that's not the case, I'm just going to call you out.
I said 95 to 105. I gave you a range,
okay,
Matt. Don't you dare twist my words.
I feel so bad because everybody, guess what? I'm going to be back tomorrow. You get 3 days of me in a row. I know it's the absolute worst because I never press the play button when you want me to. We're waiting for an update for exactly what's going to be going on lobby. And hey, we don't need an update. We've just got the game inset. Godspeed.
Yep, I'm glad you finally decided to get your ish together, so to speak. And so this is it. This is the very last match for Group B. And again, just in case you forgot, I am happy to help you out. The Group B teams are Sonic's Dodge, Tokyo Manji Gang, Luminosity, Abstract, Mercy, Aces Crew, and Hustlers Academy. So you will not see these teams play tomorrow.
All left on the table. What can you get? Top 6 spots. You know the fact that we have a group that's sitting there watching in, feeling what's going to be going on, seeing how, getting a read on what's going to be happening for the next set of action that's going to be brewing tomorrow. The plane path is going to be coming in, and it is Eastern Lane, but it is going to start in the south and go to the north. And we haven't been seeing a lot of like hard Western drops coming into play, so I don't think that this should limit too many people.
Sure.
If anything, it feels like most of our action, look, it's a free plane path right into Minas Generalis. So I guess,
dude, I don't know. Yeah, Minas has been an interestingly disputed spot so far in this lobby, which is, I say interesting because normally, like, yeah, you might have a team or two run into each other at Mineralis, but that's like also later towards the game. I mean, these fights have been happening from minute one as soon as these guys are dropping out of the plane, and it's been contested not by 2, but like multiple teams.
And it looks like that's going to continue. We're going to have the same 2 going for Minas Generalis. I mean, at this point, why stop, right? If it's a matter of pride. And so Ace's Crew and Hustlers Academy gonna make the land in off of this one. And Dr. Spoon looking for something to start off. Did he manage to find the VSS, the ultimate sneaky weapon to kick off the fight?
Oh, the VSS. I mean, that thing is, don't sleep on that thing up close. That can melt. That thing can definitely melt. And this is it's basically the same circle we got last game, Matt.
I feel like I saw this a second ago, but if anything, that means that everybody's going to know. We don't have to give the breakdown on the territory. Everybody's going to know how it's going to play out. Instead, we can just embrace the action as it's going to be rolling through. This is a cleaner drop by both teams this time. It looks like they're both managing to get some form of loot instead of coming in with near-on fisticuffs and throwing whatever they can. Now it's a little bit more measured. Do note the fact that 2 members for Ace have dropped more to the north and are going to be looking down into this. We don't have the same, I guess, assault coming out as Tokyo Manji Gang has not crept in this direction, and Yahoo is dropping more to the east. So it might just be these 2 teams for the first time tonight.
We'll see. Disclaimer. I'm not.
Just at the end of it.
I can already
Shinboy is looking that way.
I can also already see Colton too. I can already see Colton kind of like eyeing that, like, hey, what's going on here? At this point, man, I mean, is this really worth it? Like, is this fight really worth it? I don't know.
Hey, it's kill points to be had, and there's the potential for it. I do want to say that I do see Sparking at range looking down into this. So, no, never free.
Okay, sure. It's kill points to be had, Matt, but at the same time, like, knowing that both these teams are probably going to the LCQ, like, do you really want to? Is this going to continue there? Like, is it worth it?
But look at how
to
close
me,
it
I don't
is.
think.
Like one squad wipe at 29 points for Ace can jump them all the way up to being right back behind E United. So any points you can get at this stage are actually pretty big for the squad.
Of course, I'm just saying this. I don't know if I would commit to this. But I mean,
would go for the placement points instead. Be safe, yeah.
Not even just the placement points, just being able to play a game as a 4-man. You know what I mean? Without like an early game scuffle, with just being able to loot in peace and be able to actually to take a fight as a 4-man. But again, I mean, these guys want to battle for this, and so be it.
I'm just think about the fact that you finally get a high ground advantage position in a fight that's been going on for so long. An easy start to kick it off, and Sparking just comes in. He's got himself a bolt action to get everything going, and doesn't get the high ground yet. But I think that he's going to have some things to say about this fight.
He's still waiting and being as patient.
Nobody's been shooting yet.
Nope.
They know that they're both there. They just don't know where each other went.
Sparking also doesn't want to shoot and give himself away if he doesn't have to, especially because they have no idea that he's here. Obviously, if he can get on this roof, that would be pretty great, but he might also just opt to back out because the time that he is taking to watch this out, he could potentially be getting more utility, some more loot, although he's pretty kitted already. He's got a decent amount of ammo. I think he's got like some nice attachments on that M4.
Shinboy has moved to the south of this, and up in the north, actually, we do have Tokyo Manji Gang that has done a wrap over here, and it looks like they're on the same path that the collectors are on. That might lead to a couple of shots exchanged. Colton, get eyes on 2 of them. Keep an eye on what's going to be going on in different sectors of the map. This is pretty much it. It's just kind of a waiting game for a lot. Finally going to open up once the crouch comes in, but doesn't get the knock.
I'm actually really surprised. I thought for sure he'd hit 2 headshots, but maybe hit him somewhere in the shoulder or neck. But either way, he is going to survive for now. But Colton will find himself being shot at. Now the rest of Tokyo Manji, I mean, potentially making this play. I like this. They know they need to have a big splash. Yep, they need a pretty big splash here, get a good amount of points to feel safe about going into tomorrow without being able to play. And so they're going to wrap all the way around. And I like
Minus
this
update.
Collector. Yep, they're wrapping around Collector. Go ahead.
I was going to say, Minus update. Yahoo coming in from the north, and we have Short Circuit Gaming to the south. So, yep, back into 4 squads and going to make it even more fun. No fighting happening yet. Everybody just waiting for somebody to pull a trigger.
Sparking is still, I mean, he is just stalking, man. He just wants to see if he can steal something here.
He's so thirsty right now.
Well, yeah, and setting up themselves for a decent amount of points tomorrow would be ideal, right? Getting a few early kill points here, progressing through the game, maybe getting a second, third with a couple squad wipes would be really huge for Yahoo going into tomorrow. Oh, and he moved at the last second. That's got to be obnoxious for Sparking.
That one hurts in a no-cap kind of way. Now, just waiting for seeing if maybe Ace decides to do something. With a shot now being fired, this might kick off more happenings. Do note the fact that SCG also has to deal with the fact that Luke 12 is kind of close to them. LG not getting involved in what's happening. It's just the spread that we can see that SCG is kind of holding down.
I'm just curious how, I wonder if anyone else is really going to come into play this for Yahoo, because obviously Sparking is here holding. The other thing that's surprising to me is they got shot at, but they're still opening themselves to angles where Sparking is. So that's a little confusing, but it's working right now for Ace's crew. I mean, they're making the push, right? They're trying to take this to...
They've got goals. Oh, and here comes Punage on the other side of it. And you can see the layup of what we've got with Yahoo. That is a beautiful camera angle. So thank you so much for that one. So that way we can see how everybody is lined up in this. High ground favor for Yahoo. As it does look like Dr. Spoon is... Where is he up on top of that?
There's
Sparking finally found it. Protege also finds Dr. Spoon, who I think was on top of something over there. I didn't see exactly what.
I didn't see either. But that's 2 knocks immediately against Aces.
Oh, God. Look at
this. And
this
is not the best. Oh, I see.
Yeah, there he is. He can crawl down, just sneak his way back down and wait into the arms of the other members of Yahoo who are just wanting to get some more out of this. They want their own points. It looks like they're going to try to deny both of these squads anything.
Still, I mean, I like the idea here behind what Yahoo is doing, right? I would love to see them get more kills and set themselves up again for tomorrow. And honestly, they can do that here on the edge. I don't know how long they're willing to commit to this.
It feels like they're pretty committed in, and they want what's
It's not a bad play. I'm not saying it's a bad play. I'm just curious when they're going to start trying to move out as well, especially on the shift. Obviously, this is a pretty vanilla circle, so they have the time to do this.
I'm not trying to be disrespectful to Hustlers Academy or Ace in any regard, but Yahoo, I think, is coming in with the confidence that they can win this no matter how it goes. And I think that's why we're seeing the commit coming in. Yeah. Dr. Spoon now has made landfall and is looking like he's going to be able to get rezzed. And so it just continues. The slow roll. This is like a simmering fight where we see a knock and then another one.
We're also
a few more minutes.
I was going to say, sorry, Matt, to cut you off, but we're also watching this for so long because there really isn't anything else happening on the map. All these teams are basically situated. In fact, there's only a few shots going down, but Ice Tech is going to. Oh my goodness. That was disgusting. And just like that, Hustlers Academy, I think, is about to wipe out pretty much everyone there from Aces.
So is this where Yahoo makes their push, or are they going to play it patient?
No. Well, I mean, there really weren't many knocks. In fact, there was almost no knocks on the side of Hustlers Academy.
But Hustlers Academy has been fighting this whole time, so they can't have any decent loot.
Right. And so what I think is going to happen is Yahoo is just going to slowly take their time and constricting on them, right? Because they know that their gear is probably not the greatest. They know they just wiped another team and they're all probably isolated in the same area, and that's exactly what's happening.
Winnie on the other side, trying to stop Shinboy. Got to be careful with those peaks. Remember, we were talking about the looting just a moment ago and how difficult it's going to be. And 2 different angles into that window is going to make it hellacious for being at the top of that. Hustlers Academy, while you did win the moral victory, it looks like the war is going to be leaning into Yoho's favor. Nade's now coming up. Bounce looks like it's going to be pretty good. Protege on the other side of that still playing this patient. We can see the fact that they have lined up, but Yoho has now just constricted this so deeply.
Yeah, the other thing to notice here, Matt, is that Hustlers Academy is currently in 15th place with 26 points. The cutoff for LCQ is 14th. Which is exactly why I was questioning why them and Aces would still want to continue to hot drop when they had a chance to make it to the LCQ.
Hey, look, a circle that we saw kind of a second ago with not the wild card dodge fight. So maybe rotations can be a thing while we're continuing to watch Yoho, I guess, strangle the dreams of what could be Aces Academy over here. Sorry. Aces, I mean, combine the two of them
Aces
together.
And,
they've been fighting each other so much. They're the same team now, right?
I see what you did there. But yeah, I really just kind of wish they didn't go for this hot drop. I really wish they would have played for that last 14th place slot at the very least and try to make it an LCQ. But they were committed to this, and this is kind of, this is the result. I'm not surprised. I don't know if Hustlers Academy is even going to make it out of this with Yahoo breathing down their necks.
Oh, that angle. Trying to make the run does get dropped. Poonage's angle in this is just dirty. I mean, what can you even do about it? The blue zone doesn't matter to Yoho at all. It might matter, but hey,
Dash though is going to find Poon.
Knock coming out there from Dash, getting at least something back.
That's a flush. I mean, I think in the grand scheme of things, that point really doesn't matter. But
Dash is the only one.
It's a moral victory. You take those. You absolutely take those.
Now, what's Dash going to do? Is he going to run away from it? Oh, Tokyo Manji gang, that's not good. Multiple members down as they made the push into this one. Wada's still up, but it's going to be collectors that they were kind of pathing near each other. Oh, my bad's going to go down.
This is so unfortunate for TM. This is the worst possible situation as far as their last game.
Oh, here comes the push coming out from Belfrost, who knows exactly where Dash is. The nade is prepped. The angle looks like it could be pretty good. Is this going to be how it ends? Yes.
Oh, my.
Bam. Finish it with style. And
that was a hell of a
Hustlers Academy now down. Sheesh.
Hustlers Academy is down, and I'm just going to say it. Unfortunately, I don't think they're going to LCQ. I think this was their PCS7.
Tokyo Manji gang hoping the fact that maybe they can skip LCQ, but now going to have to play it very safe. Firefight happening between Immaculate and Mercy as well. 2 teams that are on the hunt, trying to make sure that they can get into a better position with the other teams that are going to be playing. So have to see how the lineups come from them. Mercy is done after this, but Immaculate still has some more play that they can try to bring out. Seeing how the lines go over here, it looks like nobody's going to make a committal. With the way that the map has lined up, there's not too many movements that are going to be going on. Short Circuit Gaming is trying to move in. The only team that's kind of outside and not in the safe zone yet, surprise, surprise, is going to be Yoho.
Yeah, but they'll be fine, Matt. They'll be fine. They'll come in probably on the east side here. They might even go for a wrap, potentially on the north or south. But I think generally, yeah, they're just going to come in circle, get some scouting done, maybe around San Martin, and then just go from there.
I saw it. Not going to be enough to really push out of it, but Immaculate's going with the Wolfpack strategy, pretty stacked up together, and Dirty Zen finally starting to move more aggressively. It's going to be harder to flush as this goes, so we'll have to see how the lineup happens. This is going down in the southwest of what's going to happen. Circle's going to pop, and yet again, this is actually, I think, the exact same circle, because remember, I think that it was
pretty close.
That was playing where Dodge was.
Yeah, this is pretty close to what we saw last game, right? It ended right around Power Grid. Sonics is in literally the same spot they were last game for the most part, so they'll be able to control and Spicy Fish as well, actually. Yeah. Spicy Fish, this is where they fought and died, I believe, last game.
You notice how nobody is playing the south, where they had to deal with Sonics last time, and now everybody's playing to the west, and that looks like where the death funnel is going to be occurring at.
Is a massive cluster, yeah.
So looking through, it's just a matter of rotations coming in. We do have TTG that's going to be coming into the north, and they might get spotted in a while. Sonics just really high ground advantage on everything. And each win just domes Moody and drops him. And Sonics, I feel like, are going to make a push in. They know the fact that this is a 2-2, and they might be able to get away with this one. Mime's pretty close as well. I don't know if Tiggleton's going to have an angle to really harass the other two, but this is, remember, the other two for Spicy Fish are pretty close to where the Immaculate Mercy fight was going on.
Yep. And Huyn, just speaking, it's actually cool to see Huyn use it.
What? Mime?
Mime still has the VSS.
I love you, Mime. I respect what you're bringing up.
Like I said, that gun up close is no joke. But yeah, it's nice to see Huyn used to bolt all the time back when, way back in the day, like 2017, 2018, when bolt meta was actually really strong. But it's nice.
I won't hear such slander. Bolt meta is always strong, and I will hear nothing else. I know it's not right.
I'm not saying bolts are bad. I'm just, it's a DMR world for sure. But Huyn definitely used to be one of the more frustrating players to play against when he had a bolt. It's very accurate, very good with those guns.
Yo, coming into the south means the fact that they're going to be bumping into Sonics. The compression is going to be happening in the north, where it's going to be collective moving into there. Jonesy gets spotted out and tries to get away, but Sparking's going to pop him, and he's really isolated. The rest of the team was about a good, 300 meters away from him at the time, so he's going to bleed out before there's even any chance of a res. So looks like it's just going to be loot delivery going on from the other side for Yoho.
Yep, and this is just really good for Yoho as well. They'll be able to take a foothold in the south side of the circle. They're in. They no longer have to deal with the blue. And the best part is their back is clear. So they can actually push forward pretty confidently here.
Is anybody going to expect the sneaky Mime? Oh, he hops in the vehicle and reveal himself. Immaculate making their rotation.
Oh my, what's going on here?
ADR and Mercy. Looks like Mercy has stopped on the outskirts of this. This is its own contained fight yet again. But these nades are just popping off on the outside of this, and Nate's going to go for an outside wrap on this one. Actually thinks better about it. 2 members from Mercy already down. ADR making the push, and that was just clean.
Yeah, I mean, it's exactly that. It was as clean as you like, right? It was just a beautiful wipe. ADR continuing to do well. Again, their only real hiccup was last game, and I think it's when they ran into, was it Sonic? I don't even remember who they ran into. It might have been Sonics, but that was the first time they did not touch the top 5. So ADR has been really good so far and continuing to be so.
Yeah, I've been very impressed with the way that they're playing. Immaculate as well has been finding some really good plays.
Yeah, Immaculate's been having, yeah, for sure. Agreeing with you there.
But hey, guess what's going to be going to the north? It's LG again, and they've got the same goal that they had last time. They were looking into TTG's line. Those hills are a lot harder to traverse than what they saw just to the west of, or just to the east of Power Grid in the last game, so not going to be as aggressive this time around. But with the amount of teams that are trying to avoid that Power Grid mash that we had in the last game, looks like we're starting to see them playing the low section of that hill, where we do have SCG as well as Abstract and TTG all approaching that angle.
And Yoho, I mean, again, this is a big game for them. If they can close this out and get a nice amount of points and a decent placement, they go into tomorrow feeling pretty confident overall. As it sits, they're at 37 points, 5 kills for this game, 3 alive. Definitely keep my eyes on this team.
Yeah, it's going to be Group B that's going to sit back and watch and have to wait with bated breath until the last game to see if they're going to be going to LCQ or not. LG coming in, and guess what? Wildcard didn't have a distraction they had last time, so they've got a defensive line waiting. LG is getting peppered off the get-go right as soon as they reveal themselves, already down to half health, but they do have a hillside that they can stop in. They are not in the safe zone just yet, though, so they're going to continue on their merry way and be able to hold that one out. Problem is, remember SCG we were talking about a second ago? They've got a sight line onto this and now harassing LG. Now that death funnel that's going to be popping off to the south is going to be Spicy Fish as well as ADR. We're going to have Immaculate flanking back over into this position. 3 teams all getting stacked up on top of each other. Spicy Fish is going to go ahead and have Simply Matt that gets dropped. Moody's low on life, but still trying to defend up. Going to have to step away. Got to be careful as there's
Moody.
just so much going on in this area.
And Moody will actually survive still somehow in that smoke. Hey, Donix, though, as well as Simply Matt, both down. Moody really needs to see if he can get a res off. I'm not sure how much time he has left, especially with Dodge breathing down his neck, currently pushing down towards him. This might be an ill-fated res, but it's his best option.
Pat Caps is going to arrive at roughly the same time Dodge is going to get there. Hikerman's got the nade prepped. Looks like it's going to roll right in, but survive. Get the knock. That was so close. The shots are going to come out from Ethan. Simply Matt's going to go down. Moody is on no life. And Pat Caps is arriving at a point whenever he doesn't want to have anything to do with this. Immaculate can't third party the way they want to because it's going to be Sonics and Yoho that are taking shots. So this is just getting more and more compacted over here.
Pat cannot go down, but Spicy Fish is sandwiched. This is literally the same thing that happened to them at the same exact spot in the last game. This is a repeat for them. Meanwhile, Short Circuit Gaming trying to desperately take shots at LG to get them off their back, but LG is pushing in, Matt. They are not giving this up. They have no choice.
They have to go. They have got to commit into this. They know the fact that Wildcard has the high ground onto them, so they're having to navigate this as close as they can. Yoho is going to go ahead and go down, so we're going to go ahead and do a listen in on the action and hear the comms and what's happening in the ground.
Yeah, I don't really have much to say. I'm chilling.
There's an SEG guy far on my mark.
Throw you 3 smokes,
blue.
3 smokes. Yep. Can you push close out with me, Elo?
Yep.
This guy's running. Yep. This guy's gonna run back to warehouse.
I need to heal again. I need to heal. Yep.
Yeah.
Clear. Yep. Go trade him.
He's in warehouse now. Probably resing your knock.
There are at least 3.
We're in zone. We can play slow if we want, but we should probably clear it.
No. We're basically at Penta's gonna get fucked. We need to cover.
Can you guys cover, please?
Yeah.
Yep.
He's got my push right now.
Almost knocked
Powers hit twice. Yep.
Yeah.
I'm safe. Holy fuck! Thank you.
A lot of stuns, guys. Careful. Reset. Reset comes. Yeah. Reset comes.
I think they're trying to get a guy to run away.
Okay.
Probably.
There's a pump on me. Someone wants a shotgun.
What exactly do we have in?
Not much.
How many smokes do we have?
We
need to take this.
I have 0 smokes.
Dodge knocked. We think
I've got 1 smoke.
Right?
SCG. It is SCG. Can we start clearing the backside of the warehouse? Just smoke up this warehouse and just take this fight?
I think there's people still like on yellow. My vest is cracked.
Switching to the pump. That knocked me from inside. I am safe. Just stay play slow. Penta can play for it.
Fight going to be continuing right as soon as Purdy goes down. Different firefights is going to be going on. Spicy Fish is going to get eliminated based off of dodge positioning. Oh, this is starting to get more complicated for LG as this angle is hard to control.
We also heard, I mean, you heard Kurt Alo as well. I mean, I think Penta was saying as well, his like vest was cracked, so they don't have a lot of utility either. Not a lot of smokes left. Definitely going to be a rough fight. They can at least recover both members that are knocked, but this is a rough fight for them.
Well, it's because Abstract is coming in back behind this one and being a distraction. This is going to allow LG to reset. The shots coming in at range is going to be Adam. LG. That's going to harass more with everything that's been going on. Remember that we are already down to 7 teams alive, and 3 of them are stacked over here. The other 4 are up around Power Grid, already playing inside those trenches. So AB just saved so much struggle for LG.
Yeah, but they're still not out of trouble yet. There was another re-knock on Alo from one of the members there of STG, and AB, honestly, they're doing a good job of being a nuisance, but they're really not putting enough pressure onto STG to allow LG to make the play that I'm sure they want to make.
Everything has just had to stop over here. Blue zone's going to be coming in right along the edge of it. You can see everybody now clustered right along the edges of their buildings. Shots are going to come out. Stonestorm finds an angle onto what's going to be going on inside. Neverhor is going to go down, and here comes the push. LG knows exactly
from behind
how
the blue.
Shotgun's going to be popping off, but that goes wrong real quick. Already 2 members down. Alo is going to be bleeding out. We already have Pert that's going to be down. So now it's just going to be all about making this push. Luke's going to go down as well, and it's just Penta. This was just absolute catastrophe. Mutually assured destruction for all of these teams.
Nice flash. But what it was extreme spot, and it was kind of hard. It's kind of hard to communicate that, like, oh, he's up top middle. You know what I mean? So either way, really nice hold from extreme, but hell of a try for LG to come in behind the blue. I really actually like that idea. Unfortunately, it just didn't work out for them. Either way, I think LG should be pretty comfortable going tomorrow.
Do it again. Why not? I mean, a Short Circuit Gaming has been needing some energy coming into this one. Going to get the beat in, but it's going to be Zulmox that reads that one very clean. Again, Abstract trying to make sure that they pick up as many points as possible. Because, I mean, just a good performance coming out of Abstract, all considered. But
Yep.
Now we're back to some usual suspects sitting up at the top of the hill. It's going to be Wildcard and Sonics.
I also want to point out there's 3 people in the circle. There's also only like 4 teams left.
Hey, there's a crate in there, right? That counts as kind of a half person, right?
Kind of, I guess. I mean, as we see Wildcard coming off, this is crazy deja vu from last game, man. How close this game is actually ending as well to the same Same effects. Obviously, Sonic's definitely not a force as they were last game, but Wildcard's still coming in as 3.
Look at his weapon selection. He's got the VSS and a bolty. Do I see that right? And how this is going to be coming in?
This is the new meta. Just pay attention to what Sonics is doing right here, okay? Just let it happen. We saw Mime earlier with VSS as well. They're proving it. They're proving it right.
I think that they passed the VSS over after one of them died. I don't think that H1 started with this a second ago. So if this is the committal coming in.
Oh, no, they both have VSSs.
Well,
is the VSS squad.
VSI? Is that the way it works? VSI?
You know what's crazy is they're using they're not even using DMRs and stuff, and they're just using bolts and VSSs, and they're still 6 kills in, and they're in
Top
4th. Funny stuff.
Are we going to be able to see Melee come out in the end?
Seriously, VSS is not a bad gun. Don't sleep.
I enjoy it. It's fun. Again, if you need something off the get-go, it's a very fun
Is it something
gun.
I'm going to pick up endgame, or is it something I'm going to pick up mid-game when I could have a fully kitted barrel? Probably not, but...
Are you saying Tiggleton's wrong?
No, not at all.
I think I heard you say that Tiggleton's wrong.
Tiggleton never found a fully kitted barrel.
Again, Greg Shot's going to go down, and that's going to make it easier for the VSS crew to hoard in, and the... Walk in. Look at this.
I'm telling you, don't sleep on the VSS. That gun is nasty up close, bro. That thing is nuts. Couple headshots and you know.
We're wheels off now, Godspeed.
I'm not even wheels offing, bro. I'm not even kidding. The VSS is nasty up close, bro.
I know. I love it, and it's this is a close range firefight.
These wheels are always on, Matt. Okay.
BattleX is at range, and I don't know if you want to compete with the range that Sonics is bringing. AB did cross the road and manage to make it into the circle. BattleX position is going to make it more difficult for Tiggleton as well as H-Win, because he does have a gatekeeping angle that he can try to hold them back on, but they could have a couple of...
That's why they got the bolts, Matt. That's why they got the bolts. So they have range, and they have, they got the range, mid to long range, and they got the VSS for mid to close range. So
best of both worlds. It's the perfect loadout.
It really is. It really is.
This is why you tune into the group stage. Innovation happens here, chat.
Just the evolution of the meta really is what we're witnessing here.
The scary thing is there is a world where Sonics might be able to win this game.
There's absolutely. I mean, it's not even a scary thing. It's very possible for Sonics to win this game. It's a 2-on-2-on-2, or excuse me, 2-on-2-on-3. But
got to be careful. Tiggleton's going to reposition. The shots are now coming through. BattleX is moving into the circle, so that might make it easier.
I do worry though.
For Sonics, it's still a hard move.
Quinn's vest is absolutely destroyed, and I don't know what. Yeah, Tig is also basically working.
Oh God!
With nothing.
Oh God! This is the next evolution in strategy. Just go ahead and hop in the vehicle. It's the best armor you can provide. Just try to roll through it.
That was planned, man.
Right in spot.
That
the Tig
was not planned though. Tig going down was definitely not planned. But yeah, no, the smokes in the vehicle play. That was planned. I mean, it didn't work as well as they wanted, but they knew what they were going to do. Either way, Sonic still finishes in the top 3 with 6-7 more kills. I mean,
and a 50% win rate. So
a 50% win rate. So we'll see them. We'll see them in PCS7.
And a shock, I will say, an absolute shock.
I didn't expect
now
it, yeah.
has the momentum, and looks like Spartacus is going to move way closer to this now that Stone Storm has gone down. Nade's gonna be cooked. The bounce is gonna roll, not quite far enough. TTG sitting at 9 kills, when to go ahead and get some momentum for themselves. Karam on the other side of this one. Spartacus now very, very close, gonna step away, and it looks like they're just gonna opt into center control as we are still only in phase number 7.
And this is still really strong for Abstract, even though. Yeah, they're probably not going to make the top 6 here. They're going to put themselves in contention, or at least above contention for LCQ. So they're doing a good job of putting themselves in a position to continue to play for the chance to be in PCS7 Grand Finals. Really, really strong game from Abstract still here.
Again, I'm very impressed by the way that they've come through. And I mean, just being able to compete inside of a group that is strong as this and still finding success is a statement in and of itself. That's got to give you some momentum moving into the LCQ.
I would not be surprised to see these guys do something pretty cool in LCQ, as I'm pretty sure they're going to be there. So
it's getting hard now because I don't know which team I want to make it out of the LCQ because there's so many good ones that are starting to show up. I like this reposition coming out from AB.
The correct answer is all of them. You want all of them to make it to LCQ.
Really do. I mean, I can't pick between my kids like the Stone Storm, though. Going to get spotted out. This is an isolated fight, but here's going to be BattleX trying to pop on the other side of it. He's going to come out. Yeah. Nade is going to connect, and there you go. TTG's now got the heavy numbers advantages, just near on nothing to work around. AB just has Zulmox up, and it's just going to be trying to navigate through. Doesn't even get a chance to capitalize off the damage he did just a second ago. He's going to come out, and he's going to go down, and there you go. Train to go, picking it up with 11 kills.
Yeah, TTG, man, they honestly have been pretty impressive overall, too, for me at least, going into this event. So I, again, wouldn't be surprised to see them, and they're just Group C, right? So this is just their first day of play, and I think they've come out swinging. Really, really impressed with this team.
Well, I've been missing Sims, so in honor of him, Group B is done and dusted. Now we're just waiting for the dust to settle out, as we are not even going to take a break. We're going to try to roll all of this together, get everything positioned and prepped up, because yes, we do have a Sonics interview that's going to be following up after this one, and that is going to be with Mime of all people. Guys, but you know, I'm going to be spicy.
Hey, I think Mime's great, man. It should be a fun interview.
Dude, that's what I love about him. He pulls no punches.
He does not. He's a very honest and straightforward individual. That's why I like him. I think it should be a fun interview for you. Overall, today was really fun. I mean, the amount of hardships we've had today, Matt, was it was pretty out of control. I think that's the best way I can explain it. It was out of control today.
What do you want in a day? I mean, we've had 1v1v1s for the end happening on a regular basis. Hardships all over the place. Dude. We've had throwable victories, I think is one of the games that we saw inside of that.
Yeah,
we had Punch Battle trying to come out. And then we had the new innovation of VSS and Sniper.
VSS, Carne, or Most in Combo. Yeah, I mean, honestly, that's look for that to start to really make the forefront of competitive PUBG here.
I'm very glad that we're going to have Mime so that way we can deep dive into the strategy and how they theory crafted this out. You know that Logic has just been burning the midnight oil, trying to figure out how to best use.
Dude, they were slaying with those guns, man. Like I said, do not hate. That
I'm
just
not
goes.
hating.
No, I know it's not just for you. I'm just saying in general. Like it just goes to show you too. Like right, like there is some diversity. Like yes, there's obviously a meta. There's guns that are going to be very strong that the majority of players are going to want to use. That being said, like yeah, if you happen to run across a VSS or even a shotgun, we've seen shotguns in end games be very devastating. You can use those, and a VSS up close, as you saw and as you know, is you know that guy can absolutely trade with the best of them. So this was a really fun day of PUBG. Honestly, like I really enjoyed today a lot.
My question is, look at how much control they have in that. How much do you think that they actually do just goof around with the VSSs? Because those are some pretty clean sprays with them.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they use them, you know, in pubs and stuff, or even when they have to. But again, the VSS it's good, man. It's just a distance. Yeah, you're not trying to. If you're trying to pick someone off at like 200 meters with a VSS, you are kind of trolling because you're basically lobbing paintballs at that point. But yeah, like anywhere from 50 meters or closer, maybe even 100, depending on where you are and what map. I mean, that gun is actually pretty good. It's pretty good.
I know that there's a lot of jokes that revolve around the AKM being the best SMG, but really the VSS does have a lot of upsides too. So now I know we're memeing about like guns and setups, but let's look at the overall leaderboard for that last round. Train to go with 21 points is going to feel pretty good about that one. Still 12 points for Sonics, 11 for Abstract, and Short Circuit Gaming finding themselves 7, as well as Dodge and Wildcard right back behind that with 6 and Yoho.
Yep, and I'm actually really curious to see what the overall is, but Train to go with a really wonderful game for themselves. Beautiful amount of momentum built going into tomorrow, and this is it. This is the finals. So Sonics, they're gonna go to PCS7 Grand Finals. Luminosity, I would also argue, is probably safe. Dodge, though. Dodge, Tokyo Manji, Abstract. I mean, Abstract is, I think, fairly safe for LCQ, but yeah, I still think it's going to be anywhere between like 95 to 105 points for the absolute cutoff at 6th place. So I don't know if Dodge is safe. I don't know if Tokyo Manji Gang is safe.
It's going to be interesting to watch, especially if you look at the fact that Train to Go is already at 45 points, and this is their first day of playing. Yoho at 38, it's their first day of playing. Pressure is going to be mounting, and that's going to be one of the reasons you tune in. That's what you want to know. You want to know who's going to be making it in, who's going to skip the LCQ. And let's be honest, these games are just been badass all night. So you just want to make sure that you tune in, because the games have just been really, really fun. And I imagine that that's going to continue, as now groups A and C are going to lose group B, who has been just eating all of their points, and are now going to have to just scrap it up.
Yep, I'm very much looking forward. Also, dude, LCQ, like I think you might have mentioned earlier, like yeah, there's definitely some of the quote unquote like weaker teams, but LCQ is probably more dangerous than regionals and potentially even more difficult than some finals. That is the last place you want to go as a team. You always want to go straight through the path to the finals. And LCQ this time around I think is going to be brutal.
It just gets wild in LCQ because the predictable becomes unpredictable all over the place. Godspeed. We're going to have to let you go because I'm about to have to replace you with Mime, which I know that a lot of people are going to be looking forward to, but we want to hear from your beautiful face before we send you out.
No, today was awesome, man. This regionals has been probably one of the better regionals I've watched and been able to work as well. And so I cannot wait to watch tomorrow. And then I can't wait to work the LCQ, man. It's been an awesome weekend of PUBG so far. So thanks for having me.
Absolute blast hanging out with you. And so we're going to go ahead and let Godspeed go. But while we're getting that interview set up, we've got our top 5 plays that we're going to go ahead and walk you through. And I'm venturing to say that all of them are going to be pretty fun. It'll be just a few minutes and we will be right back with Mime from Sonics. PCS7 North America Group Stage, day number 2, top 5 plays. Number 5. I'm just going to sit in silence and enjoy it.
Oh my God. Okay, so I didn't even realize that. I didn't even get to see it.
That almost makes it worse what happens next, doesn't it?
Wait, so, man, Wait, he didn't even grab the first aid.
Nope.
Did he grab the... So he just... Nope. Interesting.
And then walks in back behind it, hits the shotgun blast, and
dude.
Number 4.
Corsac is just sitting here in the shack. I think his vehicle was out front too, so they might suspect him. Nope, I lied.
Oh, they're all orange. They're all orange team. They should just join together.
No, actually,
rally.
Fight everyone. He just ran here and Corsac. Oh, what a play!
Oh my God!
Oh, he thought he knocked him. I felt that in Corsac's bones.
Number 3. Okay, so Purdy's gonna watch these go. Now take the shot
from LG. Can they actually get something?
Oh, there we go. An exchange back.
Oh my God, they get everything.
With 12 and Pizza goes down as well.
That's 2
this
for
was a messy fight for both of them, so let's see how this is going to line together. Donix is down that hillside. You can see Halo's trying to see if he can spot him out. Does manage to get it, and now should be able to get the rest. Number 2. They were running a split. The rest of reinforcements are going to be coming. Colton running in with, I believe, still his stolen vehicle. Is going to find an angle into this one and get the knock-in rolling through. So Abstract has got to be careful. Tokyo Manji Gang is going to have multiple angles to try to hold them out, even now leaving the compound that they have control over because they just know that they have that much control on this area.
Yep, they absolutely do, and this is a really nice split. Abstract is kind of being funneled into this point. Now, obviously, a lot of smokes being utilized, but they're going to make that push inside, and Juarez, the lone member inside the warehouse, wants to hold this, and he can't. He's knocked. Zealot now.
Messier and Messier by the second. Yep. Tries to go through. You got to be careful not to shoot his teammate. Does avoid what is his down? That was, man.
That was some trigger discipline, though.
Enter top play of the day. Instead, it looks like Sonics are going to recollapse back into Dodge's position, much to their dismay.
Oh my goodness, the plays.
He's just coming in. He's going to drops right on top of them, and it looks like they're just going to jump out. And no vision to be really had, but it doesn't matter.
That was awkward, but I mean, I love the fact that those flashes came out as Twin was hitting over that. Those were perfectly timed flashes.
Well, here we are. We've now gone through our top 5. Sorry, we needed a few extra minutes because Mime had to get prepared for this interview in a way that only Mime can get prepared. So, without any further ado, let's go ahead and be joined by the one and the only Primetime Mime Time. Looking hot, sir.
Hey, how are you doing today?
Not as good as you guys are. I'll just start off. The VSS sniper rifle combination. How long were you guys working on that before you guys decided to finally bring it out and show us some new gun meta innovation?
Yeah, so we've been keeping it from, the players. We didn't want to let anybody know about, our strats, but we have a couple more that we're going to definitely bring out for the finals. So watch out.
On top of that, I noticed the fact that throwables and fist fights now coming out, just a full-on assault. You guys bringing everything that PUBG has to offer. I do have to wonder, though, are you guys working on more pan aim moving into the next rounds to make sure that you secure those faster, not have to go into fisticuffs?
Yeah, we've been practicing a lot lately in pubs. Every chance we get, we throw a pan at people. So, bringing it out and end game is really fun for everybody. All the fans, everyone watching, and it's fun for us. I mean, we enjoy it. So,
I mean, I love it. Finishing out, we're getting the program showing us out. I gotta say, 50% win rate on 12 games is ludicrous. You guys are obviously going to be going on to the next stage, and it's not even going to be close. Like, at what point did you guys just decide it was time to have fun today? Was it beforehand or just?
Well, we knew going into today that we were okay. So it really just came up to the point to where if we, whether or not we decide to take advantage of certain situations to set us up for the final, or go ahead and just play the game out the way we're supposed to and win it. Just kind of,
I gotta say,
whatever happens, happens.
This is very difficult because my camera is right above where I see you at while you're drinking the water, and my eye line just keeps getting brought down. It's too much, dude. It's just. Is this the way you stream all the time? Because if so, I cannot let my wife see it.
Yeah, no, I like streaming with my shirt off.
Well, over here, we're in Texas where it's like 115 degrees, and so I should be doing the same thing. Before we start stepping everything out, let's lean into like the more serious side of this. I know the fact that you guys have been having a rivalry with EU to some degree, and we've had some of the EU fans jumping into chats and jumping into interviews and saying, so is there anything that you're wanting to throw back at them before they come into action tomorrow?
No, just good luck. Play your game. I mean, we'll see you in the final most likely, so it'll be fun.
Well, with this, we're going to go ahead and through the closing thoughts. I know we didn't do a deep dive, but I just wanted to lean into the fun that you guys were bringing today. So with this, feel free to throw final thoughts, thank yous, love to anybody that you want to. The stage is yours, sir.
All right. Well, I want to appreciate all the fans out there, all the love in chat. We see it. It's amazing. It lifts us up. It keeps us playing, keeps our moods high, the vibes. Everything feels good. So we appreciate all of you and all the haters too. I mean, if you're mentioning us, you're really just getting our name out there. So thank you guys as well. Yeah, I guess we'll see you guys in the finals. We'll be flexing on you haters.
Damn, I'm going to bring it like that. Love it. Thank you so much, Primetime Mime Time. We appreciate everything that you guys have been bringing, and you put on a hell of a show. Give the love to the rest of the players as we're going to go ahead and let you go for the evening, and we're going to do the last bit of house cleaning that we've got to walk through here. I got too distracted by everything that was going on with Mime, so let me look back over at my notes. Going to remind you guys that we do have we still have 6 more games that are going to be going on tomorrow for our 3rd day. No surprise at this stage. It's going to be Erangel and Miramar. Going to be finishing it out in style as we are finally going to be dropping off groups B to bring in group A and C, and that means the fact that it's going to be the teams that have been not necessarily in the easiest of position to get points so far, and now finding themselves with a massive opportunity to try to climb up that leaderboard. So tomorrow is going to be just as spicy, and specifically if the circles have anything to say about it, because they've been just all over the place in what has been a hellacious group stage, and I'm hoping the fact that it's going to continue tomorrow. You'll be seeing me as well, as I'm going to be returning for the trifecta of the weekend, and I want to say thank you so much for tuning in. I hope that you had a blast. Today was a hell of a lot of fun for me and Godspeed, and everybody on the production team, as well as everybody that has been playing, and everybody that works at PUBG Corp as well. We got to give them some love. Make sure you guys stay tuned in, and thank you yet again for tuning in. We love you guys so much. Wouldn't be here without you, and see you tomorrow. Sonics are going to go fishing with dynamite and just dropping nade on top of everybody. Sort of did shift to the east away from them, but they've got the tools to just continue to wreck what's going on around them. Now it is just Nico's trying to flank behind, get some damage in, position revealed. He did put in some work, but both of these teams are going to be feeling great with the kill count, the position, regardless of how this ends up. But Nikos wants to go for this win. It's not going to matter at the end of the day.
Tried to warn him.
Barely gets away.
Hazel has to be very careful because Alo is pushing that nade. Might. Oh, that nade. It is. Oh, that was beautiful.
Instead, it looks like Sonics are going to recollapse back into Dodge's position, much to their dismay.
Oh my goodness, the plays.
He's just coming in. He's going to just drops right on top of them, and it looks like they're just going to jump out, and no vision to be really had, but it doesn't matter.
Artigas. Oh, freaking die, man.
Give this man his Assassin's Creed skin already.
Corsac is just sitting here in the shack. I think his vehicle was out front too, so they might suspect him. Nope, I lied.
Oh. They're all orange. They're all orange team. They should just join together.
No, actually,
rally. By the morning,
just ran here and Corsac. Oh, what a play!
Oh my God!
Oh, he thought he knocked him. I felt that in Corsac's bones.
The nade is prepped. The angle looks like it could be pretty good. Is this going to be how it ends? Yes.
Oh my!
Bam! The other side of it, Sandwich, he's going to come out. Yeah. Nade is going to connect, and there you go. TTG's now got the heavy numbers advantage. Is just near on nothing to work around. AB just has Zulmox up, and it's just going to be trying to navigate through. Doesn't even get a chance to capitalize off the damage he did just a second ago. Peaks are going to come out, and he's going to go down, and there you go. Train to go, picking it up with 11 kills.